Good morning and thank you for joining us. I'm Kelly Patterson. We continue our live coverage of the Aurora Theater shooting trial now in the sentencing phase. We're in a part 2 of this sentencing phase, and as many of you who have been following the trial know, we heard from the shooter's father in court yesterday. So that will continue today. He will continue to be cross-examined by George Brockler. We're also expected to hear from the shooter's mother at some point today. So while we wait for court to start up again this morning, we want to take you back, recap you on some of the stuff that happened yesterday in court. So you're going to hear some sound from the shooter's father talking about some of the voicemails he received when he couldn't get in touch with them and stuff like that. So take a listen.
When you, during the spring of 2012, were you calling him and leaving messages trying to get in touch with him?
Yeah.
And was he returning those calls or no?
No, but he would sometimes answer emails. So it's not like we were having no contact, but we were finding it hard to kind of have phone contact with him.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-393, 394, 395, 396.
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, have you seen those discs before?
Yes, I listened to him a couple days ago.
And what is on each one of those discs?
Most of them are just short voicemails of my calling him, asking him how he's doing, asking him if he needs anything.
And so are these examples of your attempts during the spring of 2012 to try and get in touch with James?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission and publication of 393 through 396, please.
Based on the previous record, D-TR-393 through 396 are admitted, and that's inclusive. 393 through 396 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we can start with 393, please.
Hi, Jan. This is Dad. We're just calling to see how you're doing. It's kind of Sunday afternoon 5 here. I guess it's like 7 your time, or is it 6? I'm not even sure. Anyway, everything's fine here. We're just calling to see how you're doing and find out if you need anything. Okay. Not too much else. Arlene, did you have anything else you wanted to ask? Oh, Arlene says love you. We love you too, and so take care. And hope everything's going fine. Give us a buzz or send us an email. Okay? Okay, take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
If we can publish 394, please.
Hey, Jim, this is Dad. I was just calling to find out how you're doing. Nothing special going on here. It's cloudy, and we're just thinking of you, okay? So I hope everything's going good. Drop us a line if you feel like. Send us an email or a call. Anyway, we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
395, please.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Dad. I'm just calling around, I guess 3 o'clock your time, 1 o'clock our time on Memorial Day, just to find out how you're doing. You're probably out and about, probably maybe going to a Memorial Day barbecue or something. Anyway, nothing special to report. Everything's fine here, and so I guess just wanted to call and say hi. Anyway, you take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay? Bye-bye.
And 396, please.
Hi, Jim. This is Dad. I was just calling to find out how everything's going there. We kind of miss you here, and we're hoping to sort of stay in touch. We haven't heard too much from you recently. If you get a chance, give us a call, and we'll, like to sort of touch base with you and see how everything's going. Okay? Anyway, you take care, and we love you, and just give us a call when you get a chance. Okay? I'll try to call or email you sometime soon just to see how everything's going. Okay? Take care. Bye-bye. It's Dad. Okay?
As you were leaving those voicemails, did you have any idea what James was doing during that time?
No.
And you've heard the testimony about what he was doing during that time.
Yes.
Did you have even an inkling that any of that was going on?
No, it didn't even cross my mind.
Mr. Holmes, where were you when you heard about what happened in the theater?
Arlene and I were asleep in San Diego.
Right, and how did you learn about what happened?
We received a phone call from somebody in the media who had said there was a shooting. And my first thought, of course, was that Jim had been shot. And so, my initial impression was it was probably some gang thing. But then
And you thought that Jim was the victim?
yeah, I had never, didn't occur to me that he would be the shooter.
Right. What did you do with the information that he was the shooter? What did you do after learning that?
Well, once we found out, very shortly thereafter, the media arrived in front of our house, along with the police and the FBI. And then basically I just sent an email to work saying I had a family emergency. And then I booked a flight to Denver.
Right, you came to Denver?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see James while he's been in the jail here?
A few times.
How many?
I'm thinking 3, but yeah, I guess.
Is there any reason why you haven't seen him more than 3 times?
Well, we got to see him shortly after the shooting while he still had his red hair. And then that one the sheriff arranged. And then from what I understand, Jim doesn't allow any visitors. And so we hadn't been able to see him for a long time for that. And then every once in a while, we've been making like 12 or something trips here for the trials and the preliminary stuff. And so usually every time we come, we try to make arrangements with the sheriff to see if we can see him. And it doesn't happen very often.
When you saw him with the red hair, did he seem like the son that you knew?
No, he was clearly really messed up. And, his eyes were bulging out, his pupils were dilated. He was able to talk to us, which was good. And he actually told us he loved us, which was good. But I could see, something was really wrong with him.
Have you and your wife, tried to stay in touch with him through other ways besides visiting?
Yeah, we send letters to him, but that's all limited, really, because of the trial and the fact that all letters, from what I understand, get released to both the prosecution and the defense, and so that's part of the reason I don't think he's written any letters, and I don't think he's going to until the trial's over.
Assuming Mr. Holmes stays in jail or in prison, do you and your wife still intend to try and visit him if he will see you?
Yes.
And will you write him letters?
Yes, we will.
And will you always do that?
Yes.
What is your fondest memory of your son?
I think.
All right, we're going to cut out of this because court is now in session, so we will take you there for Day 58 Live.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is the case for the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Spengler, and Ms. Higgs. The prosecution is represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Edson, Ms. Stitch McGuire, and Mr. Edwards. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, let's. Yes.
Your Honor, when we were talking about instructions last night, The people made an objection to a particular paragraph in the mitigation instruction.
Yes?
We're withdrawing that objection.
Okay, great, thank you. And my research last night led me to believe also that the instruction was correct. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, I appreciate that. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Or may I retrieve the exhibits?
Yes, you may. Sure.
No, Craig. Thank you.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is now present in the courtroom. Good morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Okay, I hear that 3 of the 4 jurors who are sick are feeling better. So hopefully the 4th will start feeling better soon. And then I understand that the rest of you are still feeling okay, which is good news. That means you complied with my order last night. And I appreciate you doing that. Just a scheduling note. I am hoping to have the case to the deliberating jurors for deliberations, for phase 2 deliberations, maybe sometime tomorrow. And so we're going to go ahead and take an hour for lunch today. We're going to take a short lunch. Is that okay with everyone? Is anybody not okay with that? Okay, great. That's what we'll plan to do. At the end of the day yesterday, Robert Holmes was on the witness stand, and he's still on the witness stand today. And I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Brockler was in the middle of his cross-examination. And Mr. Brockler, you may now resume your cross-examination of Robert Milton Holmes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, where we left off is we had a discussion about the trip that you had taken with your family, including the defendant, over Christmas, and then he had returned to school. Does that sound about right?
That's right.
Now, after he returns to school, and consistent with sort of the frequency and type of communication that he'd had really since college, you continued to communicate mostly by email. Is that fair?
That's true.
And those emails would come once every couple weeks or so. Sometimes there'd be a couple follow-ups back and forth.
Yes, I guess that's.
You'd also agree with me, sir, that your wife tended to email the defendant perhaps more than you did.
Yeah, she actually communicated in general more. So.
I want to go through some of the communications that you had over that spring leading up to the shooting at the theater. One of the emails that you received, and I'm going to ask you if you recall this, about February 29th, you received an email from the defendant telling you two pieces of bad news. One, that...
I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm sorry. There was an email on February 29th that you received from the defendant giving you these two pieces of bad information. One, that his second lab rotation had gone poorly. Do you recall that?
I recall him saying that the professor got peeved or something to that extent.
Got peeved because one of his experiments failed to work. Is that right?
Actually, he didn't say the reason, so.
Okay. And that he also told you in that same paragraph email that his girlfriend had broken up with him. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I actually don't recall the exact email, but I recall that I recall finding out about that.
Would it help remind you of that email if you were able to see it again?
Yeah, definitely.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing counsel this is previously admitted People's TR 1227. May I find it for him, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Sorry. Here we go. And sir, I'm handing you 1227. I've turned it to what I think is the email we're talking about. Would you take a look at that from February 29th and tell me if you recall that email from the defendant?
I don't recall, but obviously I got it, so yes.
Well, take a look at it and read it. Does that remind you of the email you had, or are you still
Yeah.
looking at it, you're not sure?
Yeah, I mean, it looks right.
Do you recall then, from having reviewed that in addition to telling you that one of his projects didn't work and the professor getting peeved, that his girlfriend had broken up with him? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that he finishes it off by saying, hey, it hasn't been the best of times.
Yeah, it hasn't exactly been the best of times lately.
Okay.
So.
But the email communications and the phone communications between you and him continue after that, even at about the same pace, you'd agree?
Yes, I mean, I think every few weeks or a month.
So, for instance, on March 15th, the defendant had contacted you by email, which was his custom, to tell you that he had already filed his taxes and that he had claimed himself as a dependent. Do you recall that?
I actually don't. Is it in this packet?
Sir, it may be. Would you take a look? And they're in chronological order, if you don't mind.
What was the date? It was,
March 15th, sir. It shouldn't be too far after that one.
yes, okay, I've got that email. Yep.
Okay, and that's in that email, in addition to him telling you that he claimed himself as a dependent, he sort of, I guess creatively, or even maybe it was intended as humor, said that he really should be claiming himself as an independent, not so much as a dependent, since he's
Yes.
not allowing you to claim him. You agree
Right,
with that?
that's right.
Right. And again, these emails completely consistent with the kinds of communications that you had had even prior to this. Fair?
Fair.
I mean, he's not a long writer.
That's definitely true.
Then on March 28th, you get another email from the defendant discussing with you his retirement accounts, his Roth IRA. Do you recall that?
I do remember. Well, I do remember having conversations. I'll have to look up that email.
Sure, yes, sir. And tell me if that reminds you of that email that you received from him.
It must have gone on. Okay, I've got the March. Let's see. Yes, got that one. Okay.
And he even tells you, hey, look, I've even contributed $4,500 into my retirement account on March 28th. Do you see that?
I do.
And you recall from having sat here that that is 3 days after the G-chat he had with his girlfriend about this phrase, human capital. Do you recall that?
I don't remember all the dates, but okay, I believe you if you say that.
If you don't recall, sir, that's fine. That's fine. Now, then there's a discussion that you had with Miss Brady on direct examination about voicemails that you left your son trying to get a hold of him. Do you recall that?
I do.
And there were 4 of them. Do you remember?
Yep.
The first one that you left was on April 1st, 2012. Do you remember that one?
Yep.
Now, do you recall that also on April 1st, 2012, after you left that message, at about 6:45, the defendant emailed your wife back? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't.
The next message that you left to him was on April 29th. Do you recall us hearing that particular call?
Oh, the voicemail? Yes.
Yes, sir. And you recall April 29th was the date of that second voicemail that you read?
As I remember it from looking at the disc.
And if you don't remember, it'll be in that packet as well. Do you recall then that you received an email 2 days later from the defendant telling you that he'd tried to call you back on Sunday, but no one was there?
Okay. That would be
May 1st, sir. Sorry.
first.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to ask Miss Brady something?
Yes.
Your Honor, forgive me. Do we still have the discs from yesterday's direct testimony, those messages that were left?
I'm sure we do. We may not have them in the courtroom. Do you need them? We can get them.
Candidly, Judge, the only thing I'm missing is the date of the third call. I know it was in May, but
I thought it was Memorial Day.
Memorial Day, was that the
Yeah,
third
that's
call?
what I
Okay,
thought.
that's plenty, ma'am. I don't. Thank you. I don't need that. Thank you. All right. Do you recall? Do you see that email?
Okay,
do you
I
recall
see
getting that?
Yeah, called back on Sunday, but no one was there.
Okay. He also tells you in that email, though, when he tries to call you back, he's met a new lady friend. Do you remember that?
Yeah, asked out a new lady friend. She's a redhead from class. Went on a hike.
And based on the timing of that, and based on you having sat here through much of this trial, you believe that that's probably Miss Hillary Allen, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's Hillary.
He then also tells you in that email on May 1st that he finds school to be boring and that it is like a degree factory. Do you see
Yeah,
that?
this was kind of my first indication that he was unhappy with school. Except for the professor being peeved, there was a lab thing, so.
Right. Now, you'll recall also then that prior to Memorial Day, the defendant called your wife on Mother's Day. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but he usually did, so.
Do you remember having a conversation with your wife or anyone else about your son calling and wishing her well on Mother's Day?
I don't know, it was kind of expected. I mean, I think both Chris and Jim would always get in touch on Mother's Day.
There certainly wasn't anything unusual about the phone call that was brought to your attention.
No,
He then emails you on May 22nd to let you know when his preliminary exams are. Do you see that? Do you remember getting that email telling you that they were June 9th? Or, I'm sorry, June 7th, forgive me. Bless you.
oh, bless you. Got a May 22nd, is that the date?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let's see. Yeah, prelims are on June 7th.
Okay, so then again, he emails you on June 9th, right after the prelims. Do you recall that?
Pardon me, when was the next date you were?
June 9th, sir?
Yes.
Now, what you may recall from having sat here through the trial is by that time, he's already been told by Professor Sukumar that he needs to retake the prelims because he didn't do well in them. Do you recall that?
Yes, I mean, I guess, yeah, after June 7th, I guess you knew that.
But then his email to you on June 9th says no such thing, does it?
That's certainly true. Yeah.
It says, not much news here, correct?
Yep.
And then he, I don't know, glad you got some brewskis in Australia, and then he references Foster's beer. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've been on a business trip to Australia.
Again, at this point, there's just no sense of urgency here based on any of the phone calls or the emails that you have received consistent with how he's communicated with you over the years. Fair?
Well, they were getting a little briefer, but I'd say, yeah, it was even more brief.
They've gone from like 3 sentences to 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Then on June 11th, he then emails you to let you know that he didn't pass. Correct?
Yes, there it is. Yeah.
And by the way, that all of this is those last several emails are all after the the Memorial Day voicemail that you left that we listened to, correct?
Yes.
So he's still in touch with you, right? Yes?
Yes.
And so then in that same email on June 11th, he also tells you he would like to avoid moving back in with you and your wife except as a last resort to homelessness.
Yes.
Then you called and we heard another voicemail that you left for him on June 12th, that next day. Remember that?
Yeah.
And are you aware that he continues to respond to both your emails and your wife's emails even after June 12th? Do you see that? And I'm sorry, forgive me, it won't be in there. It's in a different stack. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a June 12th email is kind of the last one to me.
Okay. So he does email you on June 12th, correct?
Yeah, he gives me the alternate emails since he knows his, the school ones are going to be deactivated.
And to be clear, he's giving you the alternative ways to communicate with him. He's not just shutting you off once he closes down that email after quitting school. Fair?
Yeah, he just continues to.
And consistent with that, sir, do you remember that he does continue to communicate with you and your wife through those alternative emails?
Yeah, I guess, okay.
When you say,
Yeah, I mean, I think we did get additional emails. I'd have to see them to.
yes, sir, and I appreciate that. I'm showing counsel, Your Honor, 1081A.
E-TR-1081A?
Yes, sir, thank
And
you.
that's been previously admitted, correct?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay,
May I approach the witness?
you may.
Now, sir, I'm handing you this only to ask you if you recognize that that was one of the email addresses that your son, the defendant, had given you prior to his departure from CU.
Yeah, he references the Gmail and the Hotmail accounts.
And which account is that one there? Is that the Gmail one, sir, on P-TR-1081A?
Google, so it's Gmail.
Okay, I've flagged about 4 emails that took place
Okay.
in June. And if you take a look at those, I just want to ask you if you saw them or were aware of them, because they are all sent to your wife.
Yeah, I probably didn't see them.
Were you aware?
Arlene, Arlene may have told me about them.
That other email address was a Hotmail account. Do you remember that? D. Sherlock B at Hotmail?
Right.
And that's the one that you two continued to communicate with after he left CU. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall those emails if I ask you about them, or do you need to see this again?
I would like to see them. if
Yes,
I
sir.
could.
I'm showing counsel, Your Honor, P-TR-347A, which has been previously admitted.
Okay,
May I approach the witness?
you may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take a look at that, sir. And I've flagged 3 there. Those should all be 3 emails that appear to have been sent to you after the defendant quit school.
Okay, yes. Do you want me to discuss the content of any of them?
I'll ask you about them individually. I just wanted to see if you recognize them and remember them.
Yes, I do remember them.
Okay. And these were all emails, you'd agree, that took place after that last June 12th voicemail that we listened to in here?
Yes.
Now, take a look at the first one. The date of that one is it June 16th, sir?
Let me see. Actually, that one doesn't have a date at the top.
Oh, and it should be on the front page. Hotmail did some weird
this
thing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, so 6/14.
So 6/14. And that was an email in which he responds to you and telling you that he's happy that you got over your cold and other type information. Is that fair?
Yeah, this one, yeah, right.
Now, at some point, you had suggested to him, either by phone or email or some way, you had suggested to him he might want to pursue unemployment.
Oh, yes.
Now, take a look at the next email that I've tabbed there, and can you tell me what the date of that is?
That says here. 6 June 20th.
And is it that June 20th one in which the defendant tells you that he had applied for unemployment, as you suggested, but he had been denied unemployment by the state?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And then there's another email after that one. And sir, what's the date of that one? And forgive me,
July
12th.
July 12th.
All right, before we get to that one, I want to revisit the issue of the phone call on July the 4th. Okay, you had a conversation with your son on July the 4th where you talked about, I imagine, a whole bunch of different topics, maybe even including his departure from school and what his plans were.
Yes, I believe we discussed that.
What did he tell you?
You know, I don't remember we talked too much. We'll wait on July 4th, yeah. I don't remember too much actually about the discussion itself. Arlene might have a better memory of it. It just seemed like it was how was he doing? I mean, I wasn't so focused on the content as just trying to determine whether he was depressed, and he didn't really seem so. And I don't know how much I remember too much about what we talked about. I mean, it's kind of the usual stuff, how he was doing in Colorado. Did he want to stay there? You know, I mean, there's kind of things like that.
Did you have any awareness at the time, sir, that the defendant called your wife on Mother's Day, May 17th, that was a week after he had already purchased a gas mask, 2 tear gas canisters, and attempted to buy a handgun online?
We obviously had no knowledge of any of his activities in regard to the shooting.
And is it fair for us to conclude, too, and I think the answer is yes, that all of these other emails that take
I
place...
object to that comment, that he suspects. The answer is yes. I think that's an improper comment during questioning.
I'm not sure what the question was, so let him ask the question and then we'll go from there. Go ahead.
that all of the subsequent emails we've been discussing, the ones after Mother's Day, that throughout all of those emails, you never had an inkling of the arsenal that your son was amassing in his apartment in Aurora?
No, he didn't. He didn't tell us anything about what he was thinking of doing.
And after that phone call on July the 4th, again, you come away from it with no immediate sense of urgency, of needing to get out there that next day, nothing like that. Fair?
That's right. He certainly never mentioned anything about what was going on.
And in fact, on July the 12th, after you had, and I think your wife had proposed to him, coming out August 9th or 10th,
I think it was the 9th.
his response was, in essence, that's fine, I don't have any plans that
For
weekend.
That weekend, yep. I do remember that email.
And you now know that that was just 7 days before he would booby trap his apartment and head out to the theater.
Yes.
Couple last questions. Can we get, please, up on the screen, sir, the photo, and I don't know the number, sir. It was Defense Exhibit 3, the picture of him making the expression. See, and which one is this, sir? Sorry.
I think it's D-DR-371, but I'm not sure.
Well, sir, take a look at this. If it's not 371, we'll correct it. Thank you, sir. It looks like it's DTR 371. See this picture?
Yes.
This is a picture that you recognize as a booking photograph, correct?
I saw it somewhere in the news, and so.
Now, this particular picture right here does not look like he didn't anticipate this photo. This wasn't a surprise photo. This is one that clearly from the angle and the things that we can see in it, he knew this picture was going to be taken.
Judge, objection, speculation.
I don't know whether he can answer that question, so I'll sustain the objection.
Sir, can you tell from this if it looks like this was a surprise photo?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He's saying whether he can tell.
You know, I don't really know the conditions under which this photo was taken.
Fair. One, we don't know what he'd been doing prior to this in terms of sleep or other behaviors. Fair?
True.
In presuming it's a booking photo, you don't know if this was taken after he'd been medicated. Fair?
No, actually, I'm not sure. I don't. Actually, I was pretty sure this was taken before that.
And you don't know if, I'm sorry.
Because I'm trying to remember when I think I first saw this picture, you know, not too long after the crime.
And you don't know if this photo, well, and forgive me, he doesn't have red hair in this photo.
Yeah, so it's been a while since the crime, so.
You'd agree, too, that we don't know from this, you can't tell from this if this photo was taken after he'd been accused of 165 counts of murder and attempted murder.
I'm going to object to that.
Overruled.
You know, sir?
Depends on, I mean, I knew he'd been, you know, accused of this crime, right? So this is after the shooting, so.
Understood. Thank you.
As, you know,
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, I just don't, you know.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether it was before or after the formal accusation or anything like that.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Final thing here. After the shooting, you are contacted by a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Do you recall that?
I had a couple contacts. There was one in the San Diego airport as I was going to Denver.
And during that conversation, that FBI agent asked you a series of questions about the defendant. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And in fact, one of the things that he spoke to you about was that phone call, that last phone call you had on July 4th. Do you recall that?
I don't actually recall much about what the investigator talked. I was sort of in shock or whatever. I don't know. So, but okay. I mean,
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
if he has notes to that effect.
And I won't ask you what he said. I'm going to ask you if you remember telling him that on that.
Judge, I object to hearsay.
Would counsel approach, please? The hearsay objection is sustained, but you may proceed as we discussed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I was asking you about the July 4th phone call that you had with the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That phone call is one in which you came away from it feeling that the defendant seemed good and happy.
I don't know if he seemed happy. I'd always thought that he didn't seem like he was happy, but I didn't get the feeling he was depressed, right? I mean, I thought if he was depressed, he would not want to talk, not, but he didn't seem that way. So.
Do you recall talking with that FBI agent we sort of laid the foundation with shortly after you were notified of the shooting?
Sure.
And do you recall telling him as you
Judge, I'm going to object. Improper foundation for impeachment.
Overruled.
He hasn't identified the agent, the date.
Sustained.
This was a conversation that you would have had On
July 20th.
July 20th, sir. Yes, thank you for that. And do you remember who the FBI agent was?
I'm sure he gave me a card, but
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Gracious. Sir, I'm going to read you a couple names and ask if you remember these FBI agents. Justin Felig, F-E-H-L-I-G, Menolacino, M-E-N-O-L-A-S-C-I-N-O. Do you remember that name at all?
I didn't pay any attention to their names.
There's another one. James Harold Butler. Do you recall that at all?
No, but, okay.
Do you recall telling them on the 20th, after you were notified of this, in a description of the July 4th phone call, that you spoke with your son as a checkup, you wished each other a happy 4th of July, and you described him as, quote, seemed good and happy, end quote?
Okay. I could have said that, yeah.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. All right. Ms. Brady, do you have any redirect?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Holmes, let's follow up with that statement to the FBI. That was at the airport?
Yeah, I was in the terminal waiting for the plane, and then a couple FBI agents approached me, and they took me down to a little conference room under the terminal.
So was it just hours earlier you heard that your son was accused of a mass shooting?
That's true.
What sort of frame of mind were you in when you got to the airport?
Yeah, it was kind of turmoil, so.
Were you trying to catch a flight?
Yeah, I was waiting for the plane.
Were you worried about your son?
Yeah.
Were you worried about your family?
Yes, everybody. Yeah.
Were you thinking very clearly at that point?
Probably not.
So right here, right now, do you believe that your son James was happy on 4th of July of 2012?
No, I mean, I'm trying to remember the conversation with the FBI agents, and from what I recall, they were interested in whether he had a history of violence, which he didn't, and then they were interested, I thought, whether he was a terrorist, which I told them I didn't think there was any chance he was a terrorist. And so that's the kind of thing I remember about that conversation. I don't remember saying, I could have said he was happy. I mean, I certainly, what I kind of meant was he didn't give any inkling that he was homicidal or stressed or anything, at least to us on the 4th of July.
And you described earlier how what seemed unusual about that conversation was that he had just quit school and that he didn't seem depressed and that he seemed very talkative, which was unusual for him.
Yeah, we were trying to decide whether to sort of go immediately or kind of go a little bit later, which was more easier for our schedules. And after that, it seemed like he was doing well enough. He didn't seem despondent in any way about dropping out of school. And in some sense, he even gave me the impression that it was, he thought it just didn't work out.
Okay. Regarding those emails that Mr. Brockler went through with you, would you agree that in those emails, sometimes you'll write paragraphs, multiple paragraphs to Jim, and then he'll respond with 1 or 2 sentences?
That's typically the way it would go.
Okay, so you would get a response from him, but would it be as much information as you would like to have from your son who's away in college?
No, we'd obviously like to find out more about what's going on, but he would share some information.
Okay. But not as much as you were hoping to get?
True.
Do you know for sure when James was told that he didn't pass his prelims? Do you know whether it was June 9th or June 11th?
I don't know the exact dates, and I'd have to find out, I'd have to look back at these emails again to find out exactly when he told us. But
Okay.
it was shortly after.
So if James was actually told by Professor Sukumar on June 11th that he had not passed his final exams, that would have been the same day he told you.
Yes, I guess that's right.
That booking photo from the jail that you were shown, the one that looked like the face that you had not seen on Jim before December of 2011, do you remember seeing that photograph close in time to when you visited him at the jail for the first time?
That's hard. Actually, I don't really remember whether it was close in time or not. I just remember seeing that photo, and it just seemed to remind me of an expression he had.
Do you remember seeing that photo before he went to Denver Health Hospital in November of 2012?
That I still don't remember before or after.
Had your son experienced frustration and disappointments in his life prior to going to graduate school?
Well, yeah, of course, he didn't get into grad school the year before, so that was, I'm sure, a disappointment.
When he was rejected by all 5 or 6 of those graduate schools during that first round, did he react violently?
No, I mean, he seemed, I think he was very disappointed, but he seemed to accept it.
He didn't hurt anyone after that?
No, he wasn't violent, wasn't
Did he break
mean
anything?
or anything, so no.
Did he yell at anyone?
Nope.
Did he have any history at all of reacting violently if something didn't go his way?
No, he was not a violent person, at least until the event.
Mr. Brockler talked to you about whether you saw a change in Jim. I just want to make sure this is clear for the jury. When your son, James Holmes, was young, he was very social and very outgoing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that different than how he was in middle school and high school in San Diego?
Yeah, up through middle school, he always ran with sort of a pack of kids, and after middle school, he had much less. He did still have a few friends, but it was a much less interaction.
Did he go outside less often?
Yes.
Did he invite friends over to the house less often?
Yeah, almost never.
Did he go over to friends' houses himself less often?
Seldom, yeah. So.
And regarding Jim and Chris, is there any doubt in your mind that Jim cares for his sister Chris and that she cares for him?
No, I think they've certainly never been estranged or, not liking each other, and they've always been pretty close.
And although their paths have sort of gone in different directions as they get older, you believe they still love each other?
Oh, sure. I mean, in high school, everybody's doing different things. In college, you move away, so I assume that's why they had limited contact.
That's all I have, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Mr. Brockler, do you have any recross? You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena? Any objection? All right, sir, thank you. Call your next witness, please. You may. Ms. Brady?
Your Honor, can we play a couple more of the videotape testimony for the jury at this point?
Sure. All right, members of the jury, I remind you that as a result of some scheduling conflicts, there were witnesses who came here in advance of today or before today, and their testimony was audio and video recorded. You should treat the testimony the same way as if it had been presented live here in the courtroom. Does everyone understand that? And everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Gabriel Menchaca. It's a Gabriel Menchaca.
Ms. Hayes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Menchaca. How are you? I understand you live in the greater LA area, is that right?
Yes.
What do you do for a living out there?
I work at an aerospace company as a inventory cycle company.
Was there a time several years back that you were a camp counselor at a camp called Camp Max Strauss?
Yes.
What years would that have been for you?
I did 2008 and 2009.
Were those the only 2 times that you worked, the 2 years that you worked there?
Yes.
Was that a summer job?
Yeah, it was a summer job.
So before you got your position that you're doing now?
Yeah, that's years ago before.
Was there another camp counselor at the camp with you by the name of James Holmes?
Yes.
Do you remember which year it was?
I think it was 2008.
And do you recognize him sitting over here at council table with us?
Yes.
That's the James Holmes that was with you at camp?
Yes.
All right. I want to have you, that first year that you were at Camp Max Strauss, what was your position?
I was a counselor.
I want to kind of explain a little bit about how that position works and how this camp works. So tell me what age children were there at the camp?
I believe they were from 6 or 7 to 12 years old. That was a max 12 years old.
Were they broken up by age into different cabins?
Yes.
And how long would a group of kids be at the camp with you?
There was, it was about from Sunday, we picked them up on Sunday to Thursday, and out of the whole summer, there was two sessions that were actually 2 weeks, nonstop for 2 weeks.
So you had a number of sessions that were about 1 week, and then a couple that were 2
Yes,
weeks.
I believe it was 5 sessions that were 1 week, and there was 2 sessions that were 2 weeks.
Where would these kids come from that would come to your camp?
They were from all around the area, Los Angeles area.
Do you remember sort of what the mission was of the camp, what the goal was with these children?
Just basically just make them have a good time, enjoy the summer. Some of them that was their first time there, so you kind of wanted to make it the best summer for them as you can.
Were some of these kids socially disadvantaged kids?
Yes, there was a lot of emotionally disturbed kids. A lot of kids that went through a lot at a young age. So before we would start the session, we would get their reports, and we could see each kid's report and see what they're basically, what they've been through, what have they done, what can they not eat, what can they, can they swim, can they not swim. So basically, that's what we kind of knew what their situation was.
As a camp counselor, are you assigned to a specific cabin?
Yes.
Or dorm, I guess?
Yeah, cabin.
And are you the only counselor assigned to the cabin?
There's 2 counselors
Okay.
and a activity person basically. There's an activities for each, like football, sports or anything like that. So they kind of actually take over the cabin as well, certain times.
Does the activities person live in the cabin with you and the kids?
No, they're separate. They have their own separate living. Other than us, we're with the kids, 2 counselors.
So 2 counselors 24/7 with your group of how many kids?
I think it ranged from up to 10 kids for 2 counselors, and there was a certain time where you had an hour off at the end of the night or 2 hours, and that's when the advisor, the director will come and take over for the kids.
Would you say that for most of that week that they're with you, you are with them?
Yes.
Now, you talked about getting sort of the reports on the kids at the beginning of the week. Would you and your then kind of co-counselor get together and come up with a plan?
Yeah, you would kind of see what kind of kids you're going to deal with during the week. And you kind of, based on, okay, you can get a kid that's might be scared of sleeping in the dark or something. We kind of have to kind of think about where we're going to put them. Okay, maybe we can put them on this bed so that he can be in the light or something like that. So we kind of did get together and discuss our cabin kids.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, you were not in the same cabin with James Holmes, is that right? He was in a different cabin?
Yes, he was.
I want you to walk me through a typical day as a camp counselor with your kids.
Well, basically, you just wake up in the morning. There's a certain time we have to be up. Then we get the kids ready, brush your teeth, wash your face, do what we have to do. Then we would get them ready, and then we would meet at the circle around, it could be 8 o'clock in the morning before breakfast in cabins. And we sat in cabins and sang songs, and then we had a lunch, or breakfast, I'm sorry. And then after breakfast, we would go back up and have them clean their cabin, do their daily things. And then once after that, we would report to our first activity. We had a schedule that we had to follow, and we report to the first activity.
What kinds of activities would those be?
We had sports, arts and craft, drama. We had archery, horseback riding, all kinds of dance. So we had all kinds of activities.
Was there like a petting zoo with the
Oh
animals?
yes, I think there was a little farm we had, a little petting zoo.
So after the morning activity, then you would go and off and do that with your own group of kids and your co-counselor?
Yes.
Then what would happen?
After your activity, we had 2 activities, and then after that we'd have a snack, and then after that we would go to our room, and they would take like an hour break, and then go to lunch, and then we'd go to take more activities, and then after that they relax again, and you go take dinner. After dinner you get ready, have something, if it's cold, get something warm, put some jackets on, sweater, and then we go to our daily activity, which was in the afternoon, where everybody got together.
Okay, was that after dinner?
Yes.
So there's at least 3 or 4 points actually during the day that all the kids and all the counselors get together, and that would be circle in the morning,
Yes.
circle which leads into breakfast,
Yes.
the lunchtime,
Yeah, lunchtime and then dinner.
dinner, and then the after dinner activity.
Yes, and then in between there would be times where they would tell us to meet up in the circle, and we would meet up and do songs, a couple songs, and then head out.
So even though you weren't paired with James Holmes in a cabin, you did have a lot of opportunity to see his interaction, as you did with the other counselors, interaction with all the kids.
Yes.
Now, is there also an orientation that goes along with your job there?
Yes. Every summer before we start the summer, there's a week-long orientation to learn about all the rules and all the cans and can't do's, I guess, and then certain situations, and that's just counselors and directors and leads and, you know, all the people. We just basically just the counselors. We do a lot of activities. We do a lot of activities that we're going to do with them. We do a lot of role playing and see what's going to happen, what happened in this situation. So it was a week long.
And how many counselors were at the camp and attended that orientation?
I know there was 2 per cabin, and there was, I believe, about 7 or 8 cabins for the males and for the females. So there could have been maybe about more than 40 people, including, we're talking about from all the cooking, the cleaning people, everybody was part of that orientation.
Okay. And then who was your supervising counselor? Was that Kevin?
It was Kevin.
Okay. I want to, you're going to approach, and I'm approaching with, let me stand away, D-TR, these have already been introduced, D-TR-245, 246, 247, 248, and 249.
Yes, you may approach.
And if you can take a look at these photos, Mr. Menchaca. And are those photographs sort of around the camp,
Yes.
All right, if we can start with the first one, and can you tell me the number in the bottom corner, because I'm terrible at
245.
245.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of the circle where we met up every morning or in between the day to do our songs and announcements, stuff like that. This is where we met up.
Is that sort of the center of camp?
Yeah, that's like the center where all the cabins are at and all the counselors and everybody.
I understand the camp was fairly large in acreage, but like all of the land, but the buildings and stuff were all centered in the same spot.
Yeah, except the females' cabins. They're a little bit more towards field. But it's close. Everything's close by.
And if you can flip to the next photo, and what number is that one?
246.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of 2 cabins.
Are those the cabins that you would have been staying in with your kids?
From what it looks like, I'm not really, but yeah, it looks like Seminole.
You were in Seminole cabin?
Yes, I was in Seminole cabin.
Okay. And if you can go to 247 and tell us what that's a picture of?
This is Cheyenne.
Was that the cabin that Mr. Holmes was in?
Yes.
Are all the cabins pretty much very similar?
Same.
Is that 248 now?
248, yeah, it's a picture of the cabin. Yeah, this is how it looks. It's set up for where the kids sleep.
So the inside of it?
Yeah, the inside of the cabin.
Okay. And they have beds and lockers?
Yeah, they have beds and they little shelves where they can put their stuff.
And I'm assuming then you, as the counselors, would also be sleeping on one of those beds?
We had each corner, there was 2 doors in each cabin. And I was in one corner and my co-counselor was in the other corner.
Okay. And what's the next photo there?
249.
And what's that a picture of?
This is, I think, was a little hall or a little space where I guess some dance. I think we had dance there.
Okay.
That's where we gathered at the end and watched some photos and videos.
And then is that back to the beginning?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. You can just leave those there on the table. You said that some of these kids are emotionally disturbed. Can it be frustrating and difficult to work as a camp counselor with these kids 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. I want to now have you sort of describe what you saw about James Holmes, sort of his personality and his demeanor. Overall, how would you say he was? Was he loud and rambunctious, crazy guy, happy, shy?
He was shy. Wasn't the type that he would go up to you and talk to you or start a conversation. Kind of just a little reserved.
When you would talk to him, would he respond?
Yes.
Was he polite?
Yes, he was a nice guy.
Okay. Now, with regard to the students or the kids, how did he act with the kids?
He acted normal. I mean, he was, you could tell when he interacted with him, and if it was, one-on-one or the whole group, he participated in all the activities.
Did you ever see him get frustrated or upset with the kids?
Never.
Okay. With regards to activities, I understand there was a point at the end of each week with your groups that you would all come together and you as the counselors would have to get up and say, the positive things about each kid.
Yeah, there was a because on Wednesdays, the day before they go back, we all met up at this, on the upper mountain. There was like a little, what do you want to say, like a little fire pit. And then everybody would, every kid would get a pine cone. We would go on top of the front of the circle, and then all the kids would hug with the counselors and kind of just let the memory of what the whole week was. And then each counselor would have to kind of get up and say something about their week and how was it and what did they enjoy, what they're gonna remember. So it was very tough moment because a lot of the kids were crying and you just get attached to them. So they just throw the pine cone in the fire and then we just head back to our cabin. And that's our last night. So.
And James was able to participate in that. I think you said he was kind of shy about it, but he was good.
Yes, he did. It had to be either. It couldn't be always the same counselor. If it's two of us, it couldn't be always the one that's always talking. So we both had to switch off, whether it's weeks, but yeah, everybody did.
Overall, would you say that James participated with his kids in the activities?
Yes.
That he could be smiling with them?
Yes.
That he was caring of them?
Yeah, definitely.
And he did his job well as a camp counselor?
From what I saw, yeah. I mean, yeah, he was. In order for you to be there the whole 7 weeks, you had to be able to not get frustrated, enjoy it, be enthusiastic about it. So.
And he was there the whole summer?
Yeah, he was.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time.
Do you have any cross-examination, Mr. Warren?
Just a couple, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, when's the last time you saw the lieutenant?
2008.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is there any redirect?
There you are.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. And Ms. Brady, for the record, what disc number was that?
Three, 293.
We'll offer to D-TR-375.
375? Okay, so D-TR-375 was just published to the jury. That was just a video recorded testimony containing that disc was just played for the jury. That's D-TR-375. Do you wish to publish the exhibits that were admitted through that witness at this time?
Briefly, please.
Okay, you may do so.
We can get D-TR. This is the circle, 245. These are the cabins, 246. This is Mr. Holmes' cabin, Cheyenne, 247. This is the inside of the cabins, 248. And the conference center, the hall, 249.
All right, thank you. And those are all D-TR-exhibits that were admitted through the witness whose testimony was just played for the jury. Do you want to?
Your Honor, I think they were actually previously admitted through a witness, Kevin Wright.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Brady, do you want to play another one? And what number is the one that you want to play now?
D-TR-379.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you.
We're going to change that. We're going to call Ina Masterson, please.
Okay. Good morning.
me.
Oh, okay. Could I have you raise your right hand, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Ina Perry Maston. Sorry. INA DIRIE MASTEN.
Ms. Hicks, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Aston.
Good morning.
Can you tell us where you live?
I live in Rancho Penasquita, which is a suburb of San Diego County.
Okay. What do you do for a living there?
I'm an accountant.
And where do you work?
I work part-time at the church. I have clients that I service.
What church are you referring to?
Penasquita's Lutheran Church.
How long have you been working at Penasquita's Lutheran?
A little over 3 years.
Prior to working there, did you also attend that church for many years?
I did for over 20 years.
And you continue to attend it while you're working there?
I do.
All right. Do you know a family, the Holmes family?
I do. I know Arlene and Bob Holmes.
Okay. You've also met on a couple of occasions James Holmes, is that right?
I have.
I would like to ask you how it is that you came to meet Arlene Holmes.
Arlene and I met through church, through several events that we had there, and then we both joined a book club that meets every 2 months. And additionally, about 4 years ago, we carpooled off and on for about 3 years to work in that.
When was it that you first met her?
About 10 years ago.
And that was, at that time when you first met her, it's my understanding that she was attending the church as well as her 2 children. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they both were.
And are you aware that James, and just so we're clear, I see you looking here at council table at him. This is James Holmes that you knew?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that he was confirmed through that church?
I don't believe he actually was.
Okay.
I think I thought that he was, but he really wasn't.
Okay. Do you recall him attending church much in his sort of later teenage years?
Not really. I mean, off and on. You know, I might see him and his sister around, but more Arlene all the time and Bob. So in the last few years.
When you were carpooling with Arlene and going to book club with Arlene, can you describe what your impression was of her with regard to her family and her children?
You know, we would just talk about everyday things and everyday life, and part of that, you know, includes your family, and it was pretty much pretty normal, you know, just kids growing up and exploring life and going off to college or, you know, pursuing other things in their life. So nothing out of the ordinary. You know, the thing that my other friends weren't experiencing with their children at that time in their life.
Mm-hmm. Did she appear to you to be to show appropriate concern and love for her family?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. She was very, they both were very involved in their kids' lives, and definitely, yeah.
When you say they both were very involved, you mean both Bob and Arlene?
Yeah, both Bob and Arlene. You know, they would go the extra mile for some things. Like, for example, one is that Arlene's daughter wanted to track for American Idol, and so she took a whole weekend off and drove up to Pasadena and spent time with her daughter doing all of that. You know, that was a big commitment, I think, of a parent.
You also, I understand, you have every year open house Christmas parties at your home.
I do.
Did the Holmes family ever attend those parties?
Yeah, Bob and Arlene come on a regular basis, and from time to time, you know, one or both of the children would come.
And when the children would attend, was that a number of years ago?
Well, yes, it was a number of years ago.
Okay. Did James ever come with his parents to your home?
Yeah, I do recall him coming at least once, if not twice, yeah.
Okay. What was your impression of him when he attended those open house parties?
You know, a shy, reserved young man, but not uncomfortable in a social setting.
Okay. Do you recall what years it was? Would that have been before he went off to college? When he was
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And he would kind of stick around with his parents the whole time. Is that reasonable to say?
You know, I'd say a lot of the time, but not all of the time, because we have like food everywhere, inside and outside of the house, and so people mill around. It's truly an open house. So, you know, he would wander around a little bit and gather food and all that. So, you know, I didn't notice anybody was stopped next to him the entire time.
Okay. Just a minute. I'll be right back. Have you continued to be friends with the Holmes family?
Absolutely.
Even to this day?
Yes, even to the day.
Okay. And is it important for you to be here to support the entire Holmes family?
Absolutely, yeah. We wanted to make sure everybody understood how much we support the family as individuals and as a community. It's very important.
And that includes James?
Absolutely includes James, yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any cross-examination?
I don't have any questions for this witness tonight.
All right, may this witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, you may.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please, Ms. Brady. The record should reflect that we just finished playing D-TR-379. Do you have another one that you want to play before the morning break?
Yes, Your Honor. The testimony of Patrick Silva, which we'll submit as D-TR-373. And just so the record is clear, we are admitting these discs into evidence.
I'm admitting them, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. You may proceed. Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Patrick Silva.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand so I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Patrick Kenneth Silva. It's P-A-T-R-I-C-K. Silva, last name S-I-L-V-A.
Ms. Higgs.
Thank you. Mr. Silva, I notice that you speak a little quickly and quite softly, so if you could make sure you slow it down a tiny bit and speak right to the microphone so we can make sure we get everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Silva, where do you currently live?
I live in San Jose, California.
And what's your occupation? What do you do for a living?
I'm studying chiropractic at Palmer College of Chiropractic.
Oh.
Right now in my last
I'm
year.
sorry, I didn't hear that.
Speak right into the microphone, if you will, please, and slow it down, okay?
I live in San Jose, California, and I am currently studying chiropractic at Palmer College of Chiropractic.
And you said you're doing an internship currently?
I am an intern. I am in my last year of school.
So you're attending classes as well as working, really?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to ask you if you know a person by the name of James Holmes.
Yep.
Okay. Do you recognize him here sitting at council table with us?
Yeah. It's Jimmy.
Okay. How do you know him?
We went to, I think, middle school and high school together. I definitely remember him from playing sports. We played rec basketball in Japan Steelers basketball league. And later in high school on the JV soccer team for a couple of years.
You said Rancho Penasquitos. Where is that located?
It's in California, in San Diego.
Okay. San Diego County? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Do you know if you attended the same middle school?
I can't remember.
But you do remember playing recreational sports with him during that age?
Correct.
And how old then were you? What's the age of middle school?
I was 13, 14, 15.
Somewhere in that age range?
High school starts at, I think, 14, 15.
Okay. So sort of grades 6 through 8 is middle school?
Yes, 6 through 8, correct.
Okay. If you can tell us specifically with regard to that time period, what if anything you remember about playing sports with Mr. Holmes?
Well, as a teammate, I remember him well in JV soccer. That's where we spent most of our time together, in the backfield on defense.
Let me ask you this. When you say JV soccer, was that in middle school or was that in high
This
school?
was high school.
Okay. So are your stronger memories of him from high school?
Correct.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Okay. So I remember a very funny, very sweet, quiet kid, and kind of flew under the radar, didn't cause a lot of trouble at all. That's another reason why in the previous years that we played sports together, I just remember him from the team. We didn't really hang out afterwards, nor did I with really any of the kids who kind of go, you play your sport, and then you go back to whatever it is, the next sport, I suppose. And I remember him best because from JV soccer, because we're on the backfield together in basketball or in cross country or whatever other sports we did together. It's kind of you're running by each other, but we were on defense together, so we're sitting there. We had a good offense, and we just spent the better part of 90 minutes in the same location within 10, 20 feet of each other.
So with the basketball, the rec basketball that you played in middle school, were there any social activities that the teams did, like after the games, or it was just kind of you show up and you play and then that's that?
You just show up and play. There were very few any sort of parties and stuff afterwards. I do remember him being a really great basketball player.
Okay.
Kind of on par with how I felt about myself. I have respect for him in the sports room, for sure.
Was he a good teammate on the basketball team?
Absolutely. Yeah.
How would you describe his demeanor when he played basketball?
Ready to win.
Okay. Was he a good loser if you guys didn't win?
Oh, we didn't win a whole lot. we weren't on the most competitive team. I think one year we did win a lot, but it's mostly, it's rec league, it's mostly for fun. And we're competitive leagues, along with competitive soccer leagues, but I mostly remember him from rec. And again, that's why we were on JV, we mostly just like to play and not be terribly too good at the sport, or we're not having fun.
So when you're talking about JV, you're talking again about soccer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I remember him from best. He speaks to that better.
Was he a good teammate?
In soccer?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And same as in basketball?
Well, a different sport, yes.
Yeah.
But it's a different attitude you kind of bring to the field. In basketball, it's very fast-paced. Mm-hmm. And it's 5v5 on a small court. In soccer, we could, sit down and pick flowers off the field for the most part.
So with the ball, right? If the ball's at the other end of the field and your offense is taking care of it, you have more time in soccer to communicate with them and hang out with them.
There's a lot more interaction, and it's not just throw the ball to each other on opposite sides of the small court. So.
Tell me, you said this is a JV team, so it wasn't highly competitive. Did you guys have fun playing?
Absolutely. I thought we did, and I remember him being a really great defender. I started off as a midfielder because I was faster, and then just because I don't practice ball handling skills, I think I prefer defense. And so I was moved to defense, and I remember James being on defense along with a couple other people that were with us, for a couple of years, and I had probably known them from other sports as well. So we all got along, and we all had the same goal in mind, to make sure that the person doesn't get by us, and we were very good at that. And we all had each other's backs. We didn't start any fights. We were just very quick to get to the ball, and Jimmy, I remember being very quick and not afraid of, like let's say there's a bigger forward or someone who, slid tackled and, did some kind of cheesy stuff. Still wasn't afraid of it. Got to the ball, got it out of there, and went back to, just doing everything right there.
Okay. You said that if there was another player coming up that made slide tackle or something like that, are those, for the level of soccer that you were playing, were those inappropriate behaviors on the field?
For those who don't know or understand soccer, slide tackling is where you come in sliding and you use your cleats against the other person's legs to either take the ball away or hurt the other individual, and that's kind of frowned upon.
Is that something that Jimmy would ever initiate?
Well, ever is a strong word. I think every once in a while it's necessary to get to the ball first. Like if you're just a few feet away and you can't get there physically and beat over the ball to handle it, you're going to slide and kick it out. But a lot of forwards are in soccer not they'll use anything they can, any advantage they can. As a defender, you have to be prepared for that. And again, I said it's kind of looked down upon, and it can be very frightening for a defender that's not used to it because you get intimidated easily and you kind of just let them by. But that wasn't something that Jimmy did, and that's something that I appreciate because I didn't do that either, nor did any of my other defenders. And if someone was being overly aggressive on the other team, you would be there to back that person up, not to fight, but to handle that person appropriately. Like let's say, for instance, I needed to get to a ball and a defender, one of the forwards got past all the midfield and we're the only last line. I would go approach the ball. The forward may be better at handling the ball and gets to my right. Jimmy would be there. We were very cohesive and, like I said, had the same goal in mind. So we worked very well together.
Would you say that he was a good team player on the field?
I would, absolutely. I had nothing bad to say about him on the field, and I didn't give him my respect, really-nilly. He's one of the players that I do remember because of his goals were not his own goals, but they were, the team's goals. And he was, as you said, a great team player.
Would you say that he was the kid on the field that wanted all the attention or wanted to hog the ball or anything?
Hardly. That would be the forwards.
Okay.
And to be serious, I wouldn't have been able to describe him like that at all. There was no aggression outside of needing to get the ball and get the ball off the field. There was no holding a grudge when somebody did slide tackle you. Just kind of like move on. That's their own problem. It wasn't reactive. It was proactive, I would say.
Wasn't it a showboater?
No, not at all. There's no dancing on the field when you kick the ball. A lot of times, because Jimmy and I were both very quick, if we didn't have an opportunity to pass, we would just take the ball off the field by ourselves. And there's some glory in that, but this wasn't a ball hog sort of thing. This was a team-oriented sort of thing. So.
What about sort of his, did you have any social interaction with him through JV soccer or not?
Just on the field.
Just on the field.
Yeah. So at school we didn't run in the same circles, and it wasn't like a clique type of thing. It was mostly just my best friend ran in a completely different circle than I did, just because of the classes they were taking. He was in band and whatever. But I don't know where Jimmy was. I think he was taking AP courses, and I was in those. So we just weren't, really doing anything other than passing each other in the hallways.
Do you recall him ever being outright mean to any of the other players on the team, or?
No, I think you're getting at like bullying, and that would be, that's the opposite. I think the character that I judged, he was more defensive of people being bored, for instance, on the field. There would be really aggressive players behind you.
remember any instances where he would, step in and be that, front line because he, had the speed or the technique or whatever it is, but if someone else is getting bullied, he wasn't afraid to go over there. He just seemed like a very strong individual. As quiet as he was, you wouldn't even, think that, that would come out of him. He just seemed very shy and timid, and occasionally he'd crack like kind of out of the corner of his mouth joke and kind of look around and see if everyone got it. He's very intellectual like that.
When he was on the field, would you describe him as kind of present and focused on the game?
Absolutely.
And you said that, did he have, I understand it's JV, it's not super competitive soccer, but would you say that he was appropriately intense when he was on that field and playing that game with you guys?
Yeah, I think he gave as much as was needed in those circumstances, and really nothing more, nothing less. I wouldn't describe my own actions any different than his, and that's probably why I respect him so much, is that he played a very similar game.
Just 1 second.
Sure.
Mr. Silva, I don't have any other questions for you. I appreciate you coming in and sharing with us.
Do the people have any cross-examination? Mr. Edson?
Just one or two, if I may, Judge.
Yes?
Mr. Silva, did you keep in contact with the defendant after high school?
I did not.
Did your JV soccer, did that go into the senior year, or was that earlier in your high school career?
I don't recall. I think it was the later 2 years.
Just have no further questions.
Is there any redirect?
Yes, sir.
May Mr. Silva be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
The record should reflect that the defense just finished showing the testimony recorded in D-TR-373. All right, members of the jury, it's 10 after 10, so it's time for our morning break. Please make sure you abide with all my admonishments during the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to talk about on behalf of the people?
No, sir, thank you.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, enjoy your break. I'll see you back in 20. Thank you.
A 20-minute break now will bring us to resuming court at 10:30. Of course, that's Mountain Time. Good morning. Phil Tenser joining you again as we take this recess. The defense certainly has us all in a position of suspense, waiting now to find out when Arlene Holmes, the defendant's mother, will be called to the stand to testify, to ask the jury to decide that mitigating factors are enough to spare his life, to not move forward in the pursuit of the death penalty. Of course, Bob Holmes, Robert Holmes, Arlene's husband, did conclude his testimony earlier today with a couple of interesting tidbits, particularly for me, the story that he told that was very brief, but about having been contacted by FBI agents on July 20th, after the shooting that took place just after midnight. But on July 20th, seems like he was headed to the airport when he heard from the FBI agents who asked questions, including whether his son was a terrorist, and of course, and whether his son was angry or had any history of violence. And of course, Robert Holmes said that his son was none of those things, had no history of violence, and was not a terrorist. That segment, I believe, is included in the clip that we want to play for you during this break. It's a recap of some of the most interesting moments from Robert Holmes' testimony today. That, of course, includes the cross-examination by DA George Brockler and then the redirect by Tamara Brady, the public defender. We'll play that for you now and rejoin court around 10:30.
Okay, you had a conversation with your son on July the 4th where you talked about, I imagine, a whole bunch of different topics, maybe even including his departure from school and what his plans were?
Yes, I believe we discussed that.
What did he tell you?
You know, I don't remember we talked too much. We'll wait on July 4th, yeah. I don't remember too much actually about the discussion itself. Arlene might have a better memory of it. It just seemed like it was how was he doing? I mean, I wasn't so focused on the content as just trying to determine whether he was depressed, and he didn't really seem so. And I don't know how much I remember too much about what we talked about. I mean, it's kind of the usual stuff, how he was doing in Colorado. Did he want to stay there? You know, I mean, there's kind of things like that.
Did you have any awareness at the time, sir, that the defendant called your wife on Mother's Day, May 17th, that was a week after he had already purchased a gas mask, 2 tear gas canisters, and attempted to buy a handgun online?
We obviously had no knowledge of any of his activities in regard to the shooting.
And is it fair for us to conclude, too, and I think the answer is yes, that all of these other emails that take place...
I object to that comment that he suspects. The answer is yes. I think that's an improper comment during questioning.
I'm not sure what the question was, so let him ask the question and then we'll go from there. Go ahead.
That all of the subsequent emails we've been discussing, the ones after Mother's Day, that throughout all of those emails you never had an inkling of the arsenal that your son was amassing in his apartment in Aurora?
No, he didn't. He didn't tell us anything about what he was thinking of doing.
And after that phone call on July the 4th, again, you come away from it with no immediate sense of urgency, of needing to get out there that next day, nothing like that. Fair?
That's right. He certainly never mentioned anything about what was going on.
And in fact, on July the 12th, after you had, and I think your wife had proposed to him, coming out August 9th or 10th?
I think it was the 9th.
His response was, in essence, that's fine. I don't have any plans that weekend.
Yep. I do remember that email.
And you now know that that was just 7 days before he would booby trap his apartment and head out to the theater.
Yes.
Couple last questions. Can we get, please, up on the screen, sir, the photo, and I don't know the number, sir. It was Defense Exhibit 3. The picture of him making the expression. See, and which one is this, sir? Sorry.
I think it's D-DR-371, but I'm not sure.
Well, sir, take a look at this. If it's not 371, we'll correct it. Thank you, sir. It looks like it's DTR 371. See this picture?
Yes.
This is a picture that you recognize as a booking photograph, correct?
I saw it somewhere in the news, and so.
Now, this particular picture right here does not look like he didn't anticipate this photo. This wasn't a surprise photo. This is one that clearly from the angle and the things that we can see in it, he knew this picture was going to be taken.
Judge, objection, speculation.
I don't know whether he can answer that question, so I'll sustain the objection.
Sir, can you tell from this if it looks like this was a surprise photo?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He's saying whether he can tell.
You know, I don't really know the conditions under which this photo was taken.
Fair. One, we don't know what he'd been doing prior to this in terms of sleep or other behaviors. Fair?
true.
And presuming it's a booking photo, you don't know if this was taken after he'd been medicated, fair?
No, actually, I'm not sure. I don't, actually, I was pretty sure this was taken before that.
And you don't know if, I'm sorry. So
Because
you
I'm
don't-
trying to remember when, I think I first saw this picture, not too long after the crime.
And you don't know if this photo, well, and forgive me, he doesn't have red hair in this photo.
Yeah, so it's been a while since the crime, so.
You'd agree, too, that we don't know from this, you can't tell from this if this photo was taken after he'd been accused of 165 counts of murder and attempted murder.
I'm going to object to that.
You know, sir?
Depends on, I knew he'd been, accused of this crime, right? So this is after the shooting, so.
Understood. Thank you.
As,
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I just don't,
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether it was before or after the formal accusation or anything like that.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Final thing here, after the shooting, you are contacted by a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Do you recall that?
I had a couple contacts. There was one in the San Diego airport as I was going to Denver.
And during that conversation, that FBI agent asked you a series of questions about the defendant. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And in fact, one of the things that he spoke to you about was that phone call, that last phone call you had on July 4th. Do you recall that?
I don't actually recall much about what the investigator talked. I was sort of in shock or whatever. I don't know. So, but, okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If he has notes to that effect.
And I won't ask you what he said. I'm going to ask you if you remember telling him that on that.
Judge, I object to hearsay.
Would counsel approach, please?
I was asking you about the July 4th phone call that you had with the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That phone call is one in which you came away from it feeling that the defendant seemed good and happy.
I don't know if he seemed happy. I'd always thought that he didn't seem like he was happy, but I didn't get the feeling he was depressed, right? I thought if he was depressed, he would not want to talk, but he didn't seem that way. So.
Do you recall talking with that FBI agent we sort of laid the foundation with shortly after you were notified of the shooting?
Sure.
And do you recall telling him as you
Judge, I'm going to object. Improper foundation for impeachment.
Overruled.
He hasn't identified the agent, the date.
Sustained.
This was a conversation that you would have had on
July 20th.
July 20th, sir. Yes, thank you for that. And do you remember who the FBI agent was?
I'm sure he gave me a card, but.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Gracious. Sir, I'm going to read you a couple names and ask if you remember these FBI agents. Justin Felig, F-E-H-L-I-G, Menolascino, M-E-N-O-L-A-S-C-I-N-O. Do you remember that name at all?
I didn't pay any attention to their names.
There's another one. James Harold Butler. Do you recall that at all?
No, but, okay.
Do you recall telling them on the 20th, after you were notified of this, in a description of the July 4th phone call, that you spoke with your son as a checkup, you wished each other a happy 4th of July, and you described him as, quote, seemed good and happy, end quote?
Okay. I could have said that, yeah.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. All right. Ms. Brady, do you have any redirect?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Holmes, let's follow up with that statement to the FBI. That was at the airport?
Yeah, I was in the terminal waiting for the plane, and then a couple FBI agents approached me, and they took me down to a little conference room under the terminal.
So was it just hours earlier you heard that your son was accused of a mass shooting?
That's true.
What sort of frame of mind were you in when you got to the airport?
Yeah, it was kind of turmoil. So.
Were you trying to catch a flight?
Yeah, I was waiting for the plane.
Were you worried about your son?
Yeah.
Were you worried about your family?
Yes, everybody. Yeah.
Were you thinking very clearly at that point?
Probably not.
So right here, right now, do you believe that your son James was happy on 4th of July of 2012?
No, I mean, I'm trying to remember the conversation with the FBI agents, and from what I recall, they were interested in whether he had a history of violence, which he didn't, and then they were interested, I thought, whether he was a terrorist, which I told them I didn't think there was any chance he was a terrorist. And so that's the kind of thing I remember about that conversation. I don't remember saying, I could have said he was happy. I mean, I certainly, what I kind of meant was he didn't give any inkling that he was homicidal or stressed or anything, at least to us on the 4th of July.
And you described earlier how what seemed unusual about that conversation was that he had just quit school and that he didn't seem depressed and that he seemed very talkative, which was unusual for him.
Yeah, we were trying to decide whether to sort of go immediately or kind of go a little bit later, which was more easier for our schedules. And after that, it seemed like he was doing well enough. He didn't seem despondent in any way about dropping out of school. And in some sense, he even gave me the impression that it was, he thought it just didn't work out.
Okay. Regarding those emails that Mr. Brockler went through with you, would you agree that in those emails, sometimes you'll write paragraphs, multiple paragraphs to Jim, and then he'll respond with 1 or 2 sentences?
That's typically the way it would go.
Okay, so you would get a response from him, but would it be as much information as you would like to have from your son who's away in college?
No, we'd obviously like to find out more about what's going on, but he would share some information.
Okay. But not as much as you were hoping to get?
True.
Do you know for sure when James was told that he didn't pass his prelims? Do you know whether it was June 9th or June 11th?
I don't know the exact dates, and I'd have to find out, I'd have to look back at these emails again to find out exactly when he told us.
Okay.
It was shortly after.
So if James was actually told by Professor Sukumar on June 11th that he had not passed his final exams, that would have been the same date he told you?
Yes, I guess that's right.
That booking photo from the jail that you were shown, the one that looked like the face that you had not seen on Jim before December of 2011, do you remember seeing that photograph close in time to when you visited him at the jail for the first time?
That's hard. Actually, I don't really remember whether it was close in time or not. I just remember seeing that photo, and it just seemed to remind me of an expression he had.
Do you remember seeing that photo before he went to Denver Health Hospital in November of 2012?
That I still don't remember before or after.
Had your son experienced frustration and disappointments in his life prior to going to graduate school?
Well, yeah, of course didn't get into grad school the year before, so that was, I'm sure, a disappointment.
When he was rejected by all 5 or 6 of those graduate schools during that first round, did he react violently?
No, I mean, he seemed, I think he was very disappointed, but he seemed to accept it.
He didn't hurt anyone after that?
No, he wasn't violent, wasn't
He break anything?
mean or anything, so no.
Did he yell at anyone?
No.
Did he have any history at all of reacting violently if something didn't go his way?
No, he was not a violent person, at least until the event.
Mr. Brockler talked to you about whether you saw a change in Jim. I just want to make sure this is clear for the jury. When your son, James Holmes, was young, he was very social and very outgoing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that different than how he was in middle school and high school in San Diego?
Yeah, up through middle school, he always ran with sort of a pack of kids, and after middle school, he had much less. He did still have a few friends, but it was a much less interaction.
Did he go outside less often?
Yes.
Did he invite friends over to the house less often?
Yeah, almost never.
Did he go over to friends' houses himself less often?
Seldom, yeah. So.
And regarding Jim and Chris, is there any doubt in your mind that Jim cares for his sister Chris and that she cares for him?
No, I think they've certainly never been estranged or, not liking each other. And they've always been pretty close.
And although their paths have sort of gone in different directions as they get older, you believe they still love each other?
Oh, sure. I mean, in high school, everybody's doing different things. In college, you move away. So I assume that's why they had limited contact.
That's all I have, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Well, good morning again. We have just a few moments left before court is expected to resume around 10:30. That's just about a minute away. A couple of questions that you've asked on the chat rooms, and I want to take a moment to respond to them while I have the time. But TRL2 on the Scribble Live chat, we've had a conversation about this. But is this the first televised trial in Colorado? And the answer is that since I've worked here, I've been in Colorado for 4 years, and we've never had a complete trial like this. We have had opening statements. Even recently we had opening statements on another case. But the investment of resources both on the media's end and the access granted by the court is a rare combination. So this is the first time we've had a complete trial from beginning to end during my time working here in Colorado. Rachel on YouTube is asking what time frame we might expect for the deliberations when Phase 2 is complete. And what's interesting about your question, Rachel, is that you say, what is a typical time frame for Phase 2? Of course, Phase 2 itself is very atypical in Colorado. We have very few cases that have gone here, and this process, as we understand from our legal experts, is relatively new. So it's difficult to say what is a typical time frame, so to speak. I think, like in Phase 1, we can expect it to take a day or potentially up to 2 days, but that is obviously a guess. I have no scheduled or information like that. What would the jury be deciding in this phrase, Sam asks. And Sam, the answer is they're deciding essentially if the mitigation factors are sufficient that the process should end here, that the gunman therefore would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, they're weighing that morally and personally against the aggravating factors that they did agree to. Remember, they agreed that there were 4 aggravating factors that existed in this case at the end of Phase 1. At Phase 2, they're weighing that against each other and deciding whether they want to vote to move forward. Of course, in Phase 3 is where we would look to hear or expect to hear things like victim impact statements. We've heard that there are a couple dozen of those waiting in the wings, assuming we get to phase 3 for the prosecution. And in phase 3, the real decision is whether this gunman is going to get the death penalty or life in prison, and that decision is going to be based on weighing the crime against character. And those were, that's my paraphrase of what comes from Colorado's Title 18 statute, the law that dictates how this all works. Rachel again asking, after phase 2 deliberation, depending on their answers, when do the prosecution begin phase 3 with their victim statements? And Rachel, thank you for, without knowing, asking a question that perfectly follows what we were talking about before. Specifically, the start of phase 3 will follow as soon as possible after phase 2 is concluded, very likely Monday or Tuesday of next week, depending on how long they take to deliberate. We know that they want to conclude phase 2 and have it in the jury's hands sometime tomorrow so that they don't have to carry it over the weekend. The hope that we've heard expressed in court is that it can be done by late Friday. Are there going to be, well, court is resuming, so we'll have to get back to those questions in the chat room. Do keep sending them and we'll keep answering them, and we'll talk to you again in a couple hours.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury?
People are ready, Your Honor.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Call your next witness, please. All right, you may proceed.
Brady, call your next witness, please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Scott Michael Zoldi. That's Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Zoldi, Z-O-L-D-I.
Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us how you're employed?
I'm Vice President of Analytics Science at a company called FICO. We develop fraud analytic models that basically detect credit card fraud.
Credit card fraud?
Correct.
And what state do you work in?
California.
Right. Have you had the opportunity to know a man by the name of Robert Holmes?
I have, yes.
Can you please let us know how you know him?
Bob and I both worked first at HNC Software, which was later acquired by FICO, in I think it was the year 2000 or 2001, up through the year 2013.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, would you pull that microphone can come right up to your mouth here. Great. Thank you. All right, so you worked with Mr. Holmes for approximately how many years?
About 12 years.
12 years, right. Did you ever have an opportunity to meet Mr. Holmes' family?
I did.
Can you tell us the circumstance where you met his family?
So I had my teams over to my house one or two times for a team picnic where team members would come and they'd come to the house. I was also at their residence for a dinner with my family and their family.
In approximately what years would that have been?
The dinner was probably around 2004.
Right. And what about the picnic?
Picnics were probably around the same time periods, maybe one prior to 2004 and then one a year or two later.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet James Holmes?
I have, yes.
And do you recognize him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you tell us your observations of James Holmes?
When I met with the family for dinner, for example, James got along very well with his mother and father. We had a great dinner together. He seemed very friendly and joked around with his dad in particular. My other observation, a little bit awkward potentially, like most boys of his age, and he was a teenager then. But other than that, appeared very normal to me.
Okay, nothing unusual between him and the other members of his family?
Not that I have seen.
Okay. Now, in the time that you knew the Holmes family, did Bob Holmes ever express concern about his son?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Hearsay.
Can you approach?
Yes. Okay, the objection is sustained on hearsay grounds.
Mr. Zoldi, did you get the impression that Bob Holmes, in the early part of the year 2012, was he concerned about his son?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay response.
I don't think it does, Your Honor.
If you can answer the question based on observations without relying on anything that Bob Holmes said to you, then you may answer the question. If you have to rely on something that Bob Holmes said to you, then you cannot answer the question because that would be hearsay.
In around the year 2012, Bob needed to take time off from work. He was concerned. He needed to come to Denver, and he needed to visit his son because they had lost contact with Jimmy.
In the early part of 2012?
Correct.
And you gave him that time off in order to do that?
Yes, at least one or two times I did that.
Any time that you had contact with James Holmes, did you ever see him be mean or disrespectful to anyone?
I have not, no.
would you consider him a quiet person?
Yes, quiet and, as I said before, a bit awkward in the interactions, but always I found him to have a good sense of humor and interact well with people.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Is there any cross-examination, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Good afternoon, Mr. Zolli.
It's actually morning.
Oh, good morning. I apologize. Do you recall if the defendant's father actually came to Denver to see the defendant?
I believe he did, right? He took the time off and went to Denver. That's what I was told.
That's what you were told, but you don't know that he actually came to Denver. Is that true? That's outside your knowledge.
I never saw a plane ticket. It was his personal trip.
And the last time that you were able to observe the defendant was probably approximately 9 years ago?
Roughly. Yeah, in his high school years.
And do you know when in 2012 the defendant's father took time off from work?
I don't know the exact time. I believe it was in the summer.
No other questions, thank you.
Is there any redirect?
No, sir. Thank you.
May this witness be released from your subpoena, Ms. Brady?
You may.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
The record should reflect that the defense just finished presenting the testimony recorded in D-TR-374. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we'd like to put the testimony of Barbara Savory Martin in D-TR-380.
You may proceed.
Can we call Barbara Martin?
Come around this way, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could I have you raise your right hand, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, my full name is Barbara Sopa Martin, spelled BARBARASTOPAMARTIN.
Ms. Hayes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Martin. Where do you live currently?
I live in San Diego on Spannon Avenue.
How long have you lived there?
29 years.
Good. What do you do for a living in San Diego?
I do payroll, accounting, and HR work for the YMCA.
How long have you done that?
I've done that most of my life, but I've been at this current position for 9 months.
Okay. Do you know, was there a time in San Diego that the Bob and Arlene Holmes family lived on your street?
Yes.
And do you remember when it was that they moved there?
My earliest recollection was sometime 2003-04 time frame, I'm guessing.
Okay. Are you not quite sure of the exact year?
Maybe they were there before I met them.
Okay. Who did you meet first in the family?
I met Arlene. We had both found the Penasquitos Lutheran Church, and they offered new member classes. So when we enrolled and were in the same first session, we found out that we lived on the same street.
Did you immediately take a liking to her?
I did.
Tell us about that.
Well, I found out that she was a nurse, and I wanted to be a nurse, and so I love nurses. And it just was an instant gratification to, chat with her and sit with her, and we became friendlier as we carpooled and made arrangements to meet and go to the church together. So I felt comfortable and left her right away.
How long would you say it was after meeting Arlene that it was that you met the rest of her family?
I'd say within a year.
And what kinds of things did you do with the family?
Well, I always needed help at pet sitting at my house and yard work at my house. And they had young school-age children the same age as my daughter, Jim and Chris. And so if we needed to go away, I groomed the neighborhood children to watch my pets for me and help me do a little yard work, because it was supposed to be low maintenance yard that never really was. So.
When you say Jim and Chris, are you referring to Jim and Chris Holmes?
Yes, I am.
And do you recognize James Holmes sitting over here?
I do.
Tell me if you recall when you first met James Holmes.
I'm thinking I might have gone to their home first and met them at their home, and they had a swimming pool. I might have been in the swimming pool or something with them.
Had dinner maybe?
And had dinner, yes. I can't be sure about that, but I'm sure I went to their home.
Okay. Can you just describe for us a little bit what this neighborhood was like in that early 2000 period?
Well, a lot of the families were two parents working, upper middle class, highly educated people who wanted their children to grow up in the school district that was touted as, the best in San Diego County. Mm-hmm. So we all moved there with the anticipation that we would get them through school in a great place.
Did you think that the school system was a good school system there?
I personally do. Mm-hmm. And I put my daughter through all the way to the end until her interest lied in a position where her equestrian studies weren't approved PE, so I moved her to the district and we did independent study the last 2 years, so she could count that as her PE.
How old was she in relationship to James Holmes?
I think she's 2 years behind him in school.
So was she with him at Westview High School?
Or they might have had one overlapping year if he was the first class to graduate out or gone through the whole way. She might have been the incoming ninth grader that next year, but I can't be sure that. I didn't look it up.
In your experience, did you become very good friends with Arlene Holmes?
I did. I consider her extremely close personal friend.
Can you tell us can you describe for us what you think of her as a parent, as a family member?
Well, I have to tell you, I thought that they would have been, to me, wonderful parents. I couldn't imagine that either Bob or Arlene had ever raised their voices at their children. They're so mild-mannered and soft-spoken. So I figure they had brought their children up in a functional way and a very loving and compassionate environment.
Is that what you saw when you saw the family together?
Yes, absolutely.
Did they all seem to get along when you saw them together?
Yes.
Did you see much interaction between James Holmes and his sister Chris?
I did.
And how did they were several years apart, 5 years apart, is that right?
Yes. But for siblings, I don't know that they had exhibited in front of me any sibling rivalry or anything that is normally normal in a family. They were very cordial to each other.
Okay. How would you describe Arlene as a person?
Arlene is a wonderful, caring, and compassionate human being. I have to tell you, when my husband left me in 2005, I'm sorry, but I walked up the street and asked her if she had a few minutes to talk.
Hold on, there's an objection. The objection is sustained.
So you would consider her a good and supportive friend?
Yes. I could trust her with the information that I wanted to talk to her about.
I want to talk to you now about a couple of the experiences that you had with James Holmes. And you talked about needing some kids in the neighborhood to come pet sit for you.
Yes.
Did he help you with that on occasion?
I do believe so. I think with supervision from Arlene, I think she might have brought them down. I had a German Shepherd dog at the time, and not a lot of people are interested in watching your German Shepherd for you, so it was very brave of them to come down and offer to help. So yes, twice a day she had to be fed and water and taken out for breaks, so they had to come quite a few trips and then put her in at night.
Did you trust James to do that for you?
Absolutely.
What about, you also said you put some of the kids in the neighborhood to work in your yard?
Yes.
Was James Holmes one of those kids?
Yes, he was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I can. I know that he had an uncle that was an arborist, and I thought it would be great if he helped me do a little landscaping patch in the front of my yard where I had a vision for some flowers and some trees. So we worked hard together. I think I taught him a few things about how to do the work that I was going to do. We put a border around one section and a drip line through, and the soil, I brought in the soil, and we prepped it and made it ready, and then hauled those palm trees in and positioned them, and then we planted the flowers at the bottom that I wanted. And
do you recall about how old he was when he came and helped you with your yard?
I know that was 2004, so I think he was 17.
Okay.
And yes.
Do you have something else to add about that?
Well, I wanted to tell you that he was a good worker and took instructions from me, and I didn't want him to come home sunburned, so I said, please wear your sunscreen and bring your hat, and I've got gloves for you. And every day he came to work ready to work with what I asked him to do.
How would you describe his demeanor with you? Was he respectful?
Absolutely respectful. Polite. We got lunch and breaks and drinks to stay hydrated, and he was always very nice.
Would you say he was super talkative with you?
No, and I was not his friend personally. His mother and I were friends, so I didn't really expect him to be chatty with me. We had a job to do. We were workmates, so that's what we did.
Okay. When you, in all of your experience with James Holmes and with the Holmes family, did you ever see that he was causing any problems, getting in trouble?
No, he wasn't that kind of a student or a child.
Did you think that he was the kind of person that wanted attention?
No.
Do you think he was kind of the opposite?
I think he was perfectly happy doing whatever his pastimes were. I understood he liked the computer and video games and things he occupied himself with that normal teenagers his age did.
Was he, in your experience, anything other than a good kid, a good boy?
I would have to say absolutely nothing but pretty much a model child. He didn't give them any trouble at all.
Are you still close with the Holmes family?
Yes.
Do you consider this family to be friends of yours?
Absolutely.
Do you consider James to be a friend of yours?
Absolutely.
Is it important to you to support them as a family?
Yes.
And is part of the reason why you're here to support James Holmes?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. The prosecution, I don't know.
Do you have any cross-examination, Mr. Edson?
I have no questions for this witness.
All right. May this witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The record should reflect that the defense just finished presenting the testimony that was recorded in D-TR-380. Call your next witness, please.
We have the testimony of Martin Barrett, D-TR-376.
You may proceed. Brady, you may call your next witness.
We call Martin Barrett.
Good morning. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Martin Thomas Barrett, Martin Thomasbarrett.
Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. A little
Good.
rushed. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Can you please tell us if you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
Yes, I sure do.
And how do you know them?
We were neighbors with the Holmes family when we lived in the Oak Hills neighborhood in the Castroville, Monterey Bay area.
And is that in California?
Yes, in California.
And can you just tell us approximately where in the state of California you're talking about?
Well, Castroville is about 20 minutes north of Monterey, city of Monterey, and the neighborhood is about 3 miles east of Castroville.
So the neighborhood is called Oak Hills?
Yes, it is.
And the town was which?
Well, we were actually considered rural Salinas.
Salinas, California?
Yes.
Okay, and that's by Monterey?
Yes, it's by Monterey.
All right. Can you describe for us what that area is like, the Salinas area?
Well, our neighborhood was surrounded by strawberry fields, both on the south and north sides of it. And then the school that our kids attended together with Jimmy was about 3 miles away in a very small rural town.
Is it also near Castroville?
Yes, the school is actually in Castroville where all of our kids attended.
Okay, is that also somewhat rural?
Yes, very rural. It's considered the artichoke capital of the world.
All right. If I can approach, I'll show you D-TR-253.
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor would move for the admission of D-TR-253.
Any objection, Mr. Edson?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, D-TR-253 submitted.
Sir, can you tell us what that is a picture of?
It's the welcome sign into the town of Castroville. And they had a very small motel, they had a few restaurants, tiny grocery store, and then the elementary school where the kids from the town of Castroville and the surrounding rural area attended.
What was the name of the elementary school?
It was Castroville Elementary.
Right. And behind that welcome sign, can you also see sort of the rural area of Castroville?
Yes, it looks like some of the artichoke fields back behind there.
All right. Your Honor, I'll ask to publish that later to the jury.
Okay.
All right, sir. I think you said that you have 2 sons.
Yes, we have 2 sons, Ryan and Joseph.
And how old are they in relation to James Holmes?
Ryan is a year older, and Joseph is a year younger.
All right. And give us a little bit of history, how you met the Holmes family and what your impressions were of them.
Well, they lived 4 houses down from us on the street, Trefoil.
That's the name of the street?
That's the name of the street.
Okay.
We loved it that they had a young son and a young daughter because the son was right in the group of age with the group of boys that our sons were already playing with. It was very, really neat because there was 14 to 15 young boys in the ages between Joseph and Jim and Ryan that they all played together or they were able to get together, and so we were just excited, one more kid in the neighborhood that they could all get along with.
And how old would these boys have been when you first met the Holmes family?
My recollection, they were between 9 and 11 years of age.
Okay. All right, and explain what the neighborhood was like, what the neighbors were like, what the atmosphere was on Trefoil Street.
Well, it was a residential style neighborhood, but they were bigger lots because we were outside the city boundaries, so a little bit more square footage to our lots. There was lots of greenbelt spaces. The kids would be able to go out into the greenbelts and wander around in the little creek that ran through it. There were trees that they would climb. There was a neighborhood swimming pool that was part of our homeowners association that all the kids and families could go up to swim in the summertime. But it was a real community neighborhood. We really were able to bond quite closely with all the neighbors that we had. And so we kind of lived our lives through our kids at that time, as most people do when their children are growing up. And it's nice that, it was really nice for us because in raising kids, you want to know who they're playing with, and whether you want to steer them away from them or if you want to, foster that relationship to continue. And all the kids in that group, we felt very comfortable with our boys playing with them.
And one of those boys was James Holmes?
Yes, it was James, which we used to refer to as Jimmy.
Jimmy. And what were your observations, what were your impressions of who you knew as Jimmy Holmes back then?
Well, he was a gentleman, he was sweet, he never was involved in any altercations. The kids would have pickup football games or street hockey in front of our houses, and occasionally there'd be a sore feeling or two, and it might end up in a little tussle. But Jimmy was never involved in any of those. He was never like an instigator to try to push anyone forward to get involved in something negative like that. He would always stand back and just observe and, hope it didn't. I think he was hoping it didn't grow to anything bigger than what it was.
Did you ever see him be mean or disrespectful to anyone?
Never at all. Actually, my wife and I always used to compliment him after we'd have family gatherings, or sometimes he'd bring his little sister Chrissy over, and she would be shy. She was super shy around all the boys, and so she would scratch and paw at Jimmy to say, let's go home and get me out of here. These boys are looking at me funny. And he would just say, calm down, Chrissy, it's okay. He just had a nice, mellow mannerism to him.
Did you ever see him be mean to his sister Chrissy?
Not once. Not once.
How was he with the adults in the neighborhood?
I think he was just like most of the other boys. If the kids were infringing on someone's front lawn or something, in the driveway, skating, and they didn't want them there, they all, he along with the others would, respect the wishes of their neighbors. And I never saw any confrontations with any neighbors whatsoever.
Right. In that group of how many boys did you say all played together?
It was about 14 to 15 between that age group.
And at that age group, did it appear to you that Jimmy, who's James Holmes, did it appear to you that James Holmes fit in with the group or was outside the group?
I think he fit very much into it. There was one boy, Chris, who lived the house next to Jimmy, or actually the house in the street across from Jimmy. Chris Chun that he used to visit with, and that seemed to be more of his regular pal, I guess, because they were in the same grade. And you'd see those two, if they were by themselves, they were always playing basketball in the cul-de-sac by Jimmy's house, or they're dribbling down the street and wanting to go do a pickup, trying to organize a pickup game so that they could play.
Right.
So he was, not extremely outgoing, but he wasn't closed in or anything like that, or not an introvert at that time.
Did he seem happy to you?
Oh, extremely happy. I think all those boys were having a great childhood, and you know, it seemed like our house kind of became. I think my wife can explain that further. It's just like a gathering place for all the kids, because she didn't work after school, and some of the parents that worked, it seemed like the kids would just kind of congregate over at our house. They'd have snacks, they'd do their homework, and then they just organize their play day from there. Or if they went home, they'd go do their homework and then come over to our house, and that's where kind of a general gathering place was.
And never any trouble with James Holmes at your house?
No.
And were they the kind of kids that would do their homework and did well in school?
Yes, the majority of them were. I mean, there were a couple that school wasn't so exciting for them.
What about James Holmes?
Well, he never came down there to do his homework, but, you know, my wife talking with Arlene, I think they always talked about how he was doing well in school as our kids were.
Okay. Did the boys ever do things in the neighborhood, like, you know, make things or organize activities for the other kids to come play at?
Yeah, well, they would gather either at our house or out the street, or they go over to every Halloween. The Holmes would put together a Halloween party that they coordinate, and Jimmy and Chrissy would be the leaders on that and telling the kids what to do, and they had a real kick doing that stuff.
Did the kids, including James Holmes, participate in sports?
Oh yes, Jimmy was very active. Like I said, he loved basketball. He put together those basketball games. My son Joe, we used to refer to as JoJo at the time. They were on a traveling track team for Monterey County. Actually, Arlene was the one that informed us that there was a track team that was starting up that met at the high school 3 or 4 days after school. And so we got our son into running with Jimmy. And so they used to go to a number of track meets in Northern California over a course from like April till August, late July or something. So they did that for about a year and a half together until the Holmes had moved. But Jimmy was a great runner. He didn't like the long distance stuff, but he liked the middle distance stuff. And the coaches were always encouraged and very proud of his stamina and the effort that he put into doing his best to win a race.
Did he seem to fit in with the track team at that time?
Yes, he did. There weren't too many members of it at that time because it was just starting up. It was actually the county assessor from the city, or from Salinas County, or Monterey County, that was based in Salinas, and then a friend of his that ran like a door shop that formed the team together. And so they had a group of kids that focused on sprints and a group of kids that focused on middle and long distance. And Jimmy and my son seemed to get along fine with all the kids because there were kids from throughout. The majority of them were from Salinas proper and not actually from the Castroville area. They're actually the only two from Castroville. But the team actually met at the high school in Castroville, North Monterey County High School.
And were you involved with track also as far as going to the meets and taking the kids?
Yes. I would sometimes, if the Holmes couldn't take them to a meet, then Jimmy would ride with us because the meets were sometimes either in San Jose or Sacramento or even Petaluma one time. We went as far as there for a meet. And so we had lots of hours together in the car. Jimmy wasn't always the most talkative. We always had to, I'm a very talkative person, so I probably hounded him a little more than he wanted to with, stirring up some questions and to get some conversation going.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-254.
Yes.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do. I think this was their very first track meet. That was at Hartnell College in Salinas.
I'm sorry, move for the admission of D-TR-254.
Is there any objection, Mr. Edson? No objection. Without objection, D-TR-254 is admitted.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. What else?
And so in the left of the picture is my son, Jojo, Coach Tim, who worked with distance runners, and then Jimmy. And it looks like they had both won medals that day for their first track meet, so they were very impressed with them. They were, I think, a few of the only kids on the team at that time that actually earned a medal on that day.
Would you do me a favor? I put a pen up there. Would you mind just circling the face of Jimmy Holmes so that the jury will know which one is him?
Good.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I'll ask to publish that to the jury at a later time.
Okay.
Sir, as neighbors to the Holmes family, were you able to observe Bob and Arlene Holmes as they parented James Holmes and Chris Holmes?
Yes, well, actually, every day, the majority of those kids were at our bus stop, which is about 3 houses down from us and across the street from the Holmes' house. And so Arlene would usually walk over there, and my wife would always walk over there and monitor the kids in the morning. And occasionally I had to do that if she was sick or had to go do something different. So we had lots of good conversations there at the bus stop. And then we would get together as neighbors, as a neighborhood, and have barbecues and Christmas parties and celebrate birthday celebrations.
And approximately how many years did you know the Holmes family? How many years did you live right there next to them?
It was, I'm thinking, a 3.5 to 4 year period.
All right. And in that time, how would you describe Bob and Arlene as parents?
I think they were wonderful parents. I think they were very concerned with the development of their children academically. I think they were concerned about who they played with. Just like all of the other parents in the neighborhood were. I think they were super parents.
Did there come a time when the Holmeses moved away from Trefoil Street?
Yes, they actually moved in May of 2000, I think it was. And then we actually moved ourselves from that neighborhood to Reno in August of that year.
Okay.
So we had a kind of a separation anxiety from the neighborhood as well as separation from the Holmes family. And so my wife was very good, was trying to keep track of how all the kids were doing, how all the parents were doing. And so they became quite good pen pals. And
so they stayed in touch even after the move?
Yes, they sure did.
Right. Back then, when you lived on that street, did you consider the Holmes family, including James Holmes, your friends?
Oh, certainly.
And do you still consider that family, including James Holmes, your friends?
Yes, we do. Very dear friends.
Do you support the family?
Yes, we do.
Do you support James Holmes?
Yes, we certainly do.
Even now?
Yes.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Edson, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Barrett?
Very briefly, if I may, Judge.
Go ahead.
Mr. Barrett, isn't it true that you had not seen the Holmes family, particularly James Holmes, after they moved in 2000, May 2000, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Judge. No further.
Do you have any regret, Ms. Brady?
I do not.
May Mr. Barrett be released from his subpoena?
Absolutely.
Any objection?
Nothing.
All right, sir, thank you. You're welcome. Call your next witness, please, Ms. Brady. The record should reflect that the defense just finished playing the video and audio recorded testimony in D-TR-376. Ms. Brady, do you want to publish the two exhibits that were admitted through Mr. Barrett, D-TR-253 and 254?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Can we publish 253, please? And can we publish 254, please? Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we will play the testimony of Catherine Barrett, and that'll be D-TR-377.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. We call Kathy Barrett.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Catherine Lynn Barrett, KATHERINELYNNBARRETT.
Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Can you please tell us if you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
Yes, I do.
How do you know them?
They were neighbors of ours when we lived in Oak Hills,
Okay. Where is Oak Hills located?
California.
Near Salinas or
Yes,
Castroville?
Salinas and Castroville.
All right. And what kind of area is that?
It's mostly agricultural, small community.
What street did you live on?
We live on Treeport.
How did you meet the Holmes family?
Through our kids.
And how many kids do you have?
I have 2 sons,
All right. And what are their first names?
Ryan and Aurora.
All right. How was it that you came to meet Mr. and Mrs. Holmes and their family?
I just think through the neighborhood, they moved in after we did, and the kids started playing, and so we met that way.
How old were your boys at the time you lived on the same street as the Holmes family?
Our oldest was probably 7 or 8, and our youngest was around 5 or 6.
So how old do you think James Holmes was at that time?
He was probably, I'm guessing, 7.
All right. So elementary school age? Okay. Can you tell us about the neighborhood? What do you remember about the neighborhood and the people who lived in that neighborhood?
That was a really wonderful neighborhood. The kids all, played together. It was just a neighborhood right off of a highway, so it was just the neighborhood. So we didn't really have to worry about a lot of things. There was a lot of traffic and stuff. The kids went freely from house to house and played in the green belts behind the houses. It was a nice neighborhood.
How many kids were there how many played together?
There were about 15 boys all in that age range that played together.
And what sort of things would they do together?
They made forts and did Legos, played video games. played sports in the front yards, did bottle rockets. I mean, they all played together, and they, played pretty well together.
All right. Do you remember James Holmes playing with that group of boys?
Oh, yes.
And what did you observe about him? How did he get along with the kids? How did he interact with the other kids?
He did really well with the kids. He was shy around adults, but with the kids, he was just part of the group and played well. He was always polite. I remember him saying please and thank you, and I think he did really well.
Did he seem happy to you?
Yes.
Did you ever see him laugh or smile?
Yes.
Was that a seldom thing or something you would see a lot?
No, I think he did it a lot. I think the kids all played together, and I remember that the kids argued or whatever. To me, he was the least confrontational of the boys.
How would you say he handled confrontation with the other boys?
I would think that he would some of the boys would be arguing about what to play or how to do something. He would kind of just stand back. I think once in a while he would tell them what he thought, but he didn't get into the arguments.
Did you ever see him be mean to anyone?
No.
Did you ever see him act disrespectfully or rude to anyone? If I can approach with D-TR-255 through 259.
Yes. Your Honor, I will have no objection to these exhibits.
May I move to the admission?
Okay, Ms. Brady is indicating that she's moving the admission of these exhibits without objection. They are admitted. That's D-TR-255 through 259 inclusive.
Ma'am, if you can tell us, the first picture, I think it's 255.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of Jimmy and his sister Chrissy, and then two other their brothers that lived in the neighborhood. I'm not sure whose backyard this is, but Chrissy is hanging on to Jimmy, and he's kind of smiling. And that's kind of how I remember Jimmy.
I put a pen right there next to you. If you wouldn't mind, will you just circle Jimmy's face so that the jury will know for sure which one was him? And what do you recall about how James Holmes interacted with his sister, Chris?
Well, my biggest memory of Jimmy and Chrissy, the neighborhood, several families went to a water park in San Jose, and we took our kids. And most of the boys wanted to go on a bigger water slide that Chrissy wasn't old enough to go on, and she was kind of crying. And I remember Jimmy saying, "It's okay, Chrissy, I'm going to stay here with you and play with you." And he had his arm around her, and I just remember that was really sweet. And he stayed back with her while the other boys went.
Was he always nice to his sister?
Yes.
Did you ever see him be mean to her?
Never.
The next picture, 256. Can you tell us what's in that one?
This is a picture of the kids waiting for the school bus in the morning. It looks like it might have been around Halloween because some of the kids are in costume.
All right, and if you recognize James Holmes in that picture, will you circle it? And tell us about the bus stop, how that worked.
There were several bus stops along the street. So these are the kids that were closest to this bus stop. Usually one of the parents would come and wait with the kids.
Do you recognize all the boys in that picture?
Yes.
And are those part of the 15 approximately that you said all play together?
Yeah, the two or there's a little girl, the little girl at the end, she didn't really, she didn't play much with the kids, so.
But the boys all play
Boys
together?
were all, yes.
Okay. How about the next picture, 257?
This is a Christmas party a neighborhood Christmas party we had at our house. And I think the kids were just opening gifts. They drew names and got this.
Do you see James Holmes in that picture?
Yes.
Could you circle him, please? And 258.
This is before trick-or-treating, Halloween.
And how many kids are in that photograph?
6.
Do you recognize all of them?
Yes.
Despite the costumes?
Yes.
And would you please circle James Holmes if he's in that picture? How about 259?
And this is just another picture of them.
And what are they doing?
Right before trick-or-treating.
All right. Do you see James Holmes in there?
Yes.
Will you again circle him? And was it common for all of those boys, even on holidays, to play together and get together?
Yes.
Were the parents the same way? Did the parents get together as much as the kids did?
Not as much, but we all, like trick-or-treating, one of us all went, sometimes the parents stay home to hand out candy, but we all went as a group.
Remember, I can approach with D-TR-260?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a flyer for the haunted house the kids put on Halloween.
And where was that held at?
At the Holmes house in the garage.
And I would move for the addition of 260.
Any objection, Mr. Edson?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted.
How many years do you believe that you lived by the Holmes family?
I'm guessing 5 years.
During that 5 years, did you have a chance to see what kind of parents Bob and Arlene Holmes were to their children?
Yes.
How would you describe them as parents?
They were wonderful parents. They were very involved, very loving, very supportive, wanted the best for their kids, had them in, music lessons and sports, and I thought they were great parents.
Okay. Anything unusual about the family, or did they seem like all the other families?
Like all the other families.
Did the Holmeses eventually move away from that street?
Yes, they moved in, I believe, May of 2000, and then we moved around July of 2000.
All right. And after you guys both went your separate ways, did you stay in touch with Arlene Holmes?
We did, mostly through Christmas cards, but an occasional email.
Now, if I can approach with D-TR-261.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in 261?
Yes.
And what is it?
It was a note from Arlene's Christmas card, letter sheet included with it.
Is there anything else with that?
some emails that we had sent each other.
And are these examples of contact that you had with Arlene Holmes even after the family moved?
Yes.
And was it your impression that Arlene Holmes was always very loving, very concerned about James as her son?
Yes.
And is that exemplified sort of in the writings that she did too?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of 261.
Is there any objection, Mr. Answer?
We do object hearsay and relevance.
Would counsel please approach? The objection is sustained.
Ms. Barrett, when you lived in Oak Hills back then, did you consider the Holmes family to be your friends?
Yes.
Did you consider James Holmes to be a friend of yours?
Yes.
Do you still consider that family, including James Holmes, as friends?
Yes.
And are you here to support them and him?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Mr. Anson, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Barrett?
No, Judge, thank you.
May Mrs. Barrett be released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The record should reflect that the defense just finished playing D-DR-377, which contained the previously recorded testimony of Mrs. Barrett. Ms. Brady, do you want to publish D-TR-255 through 260 inclusive?
Yes, please.
You may proceed.
If we can see 255. $256. $257. Your Honor, did the court, is there a 258 and 259?
I thought
I show it went straight to 260, but maybe I missed two numbers.
No, that's what I showed too, 255 through 260 inclusive.
Okay, 258. Thank you, Judge.
You bet.
$259. And 260. Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please, Ms. Brady.
Your Honor, our last taped statement is the statement of Joe Barrett, and that'll be D-TR-378.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please, Ms. Hayes.
Judge, we call Joe Barrett.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Would you please be seated? And could you please tell us your full name and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Joseph Thomas Barrett, JOSEPHTHOMAS BARRET.
Ms. Hayes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, where are you living currently?
Currently in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney, but I'm currently working as a judicial law clerk.
Okay. Did you recently pass the bar out there?
About a year ago.
Okay. When you were a young boy, and you know we've just heard from your parents, when you were a young boy, did you live in a neighborhood called Oak Hills?
I did.
And can you just describe for the jury where that is?
It's in Salinas, California, right next to Castroville and Monterey area.
How old were you when you lived there?
I think I moved there when I was 3, and then I left at the conclusion of 4th grade.
And how old were you in 4th grade?
I think around 10.
Okay. Do you recall what it was like as a young boy living in that neighborhood?
It was a great neighborhood to grow up. We had a lot of kids that were, around 3 years difference in age, and always out having fun, playing games in the neighborhood with everyone. It's a good place to grow up.
Do you remember one of the boys in that group being James Holmes?
I do.
And do you recognize him sitting over here with us at the council table?
I do.
A little older today, yeah.
Yes.
I would like for you, we've heard from your parents, but sometimes kids are a little different around their friends and their parents. So if you could just let us know what your perspective is, what your description of James was when you were friends with him as a boy.
He was a very nice kid, very fun to be around. He just was always there, having fun with everyone else, normal kid. He's just a good friend.
How often do you think you would hang out with him in the neighborhood? Is this like a daily thing?
It was pretty daily, and then I was also on the track team with him, so we had track practice 3 times a week together, and then we would go on meets all across California together.
Okay. Can you describe him as a teammate?
Yes. He was a hard worker. He's a pretty good runner back then, and he was great to be around, always encouraging. So yeah, he was a good teammate.
Okay. When you guys would all hang out as a group in the neighborhood, was it all just a group of boys?
Mostly. Yeah.
Was there ever any trouble amongst the kids?
Yeah, they would, there's always the scuffles among boys, especially around that age.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us whether or not James was ever involved in any of those things?
No, he was never like the aggressor, never really got involved. He pretty much stayed off to the side when those things happened.
Were there other sports and stuff that you kids would play in the neighborhood aside from being on the track team with him?
Yeah, we played football, street hockey, baseball, anything there was, we'd play.
Okay. How would you describe him playing those games with other kids?
He was just a normal kid.
Was he like the one trying to steal the ball all the time and have all the attention?
No, I wouldn't say so.
What about, was he a poor loser?
No. He's pretty quiet about that and good about that.
Okay. And was that true of the whole group of kids for the most part?
No, there's definitely always the ones in the group who were upset when they lose. So we got those.
So he was different than that. Would you always say he was a good sport?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Did you have opportunity, do you recall ever hanging out at the Holmes home?
Yeah, so they would put on an annual Halloween party for all the neighborhood kids. So that's my main memory of going over there. And that was always really nice. They put a lot of work into it, and it's kind of a haunted house sort of thing.
As a kid, did you have a good time over there?
I did. I had a great time.
Do you recall, and you may not, do you recall at all James Holmes' little sister?
I do, but I don't have like specific memories of her.
You were mostly hanging out with, and did you know him as James, or what did you call him?
I knew him as Jimmy.
Okay. So you were mostly hanging out with James Holmes as not his sister?
Correct.
Do you recall her ever trying to hang out with a group of the boys?
Not specifically.
Okay. Your more strong memories are James Holmes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment. Mr. Barrett, I appreciate your time. Those are all the questions I have for you today.
Do the people have any cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir, you may.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you. The record should reflect that the defense just finished playing D-TR-378.
Your Honor, it's my request that we break for lunch.
Why don't you, counsel, approach, please?
Sure.
Thank you. It's about 11:45. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please make sure you follow all my admonishments during the break, and let's have you back in an hour. It seems like everybody's okay with taking 1 hour, so let's have you back at 12:45, please. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. In terms of deliberations during phase 2 or after phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, are the parties requesting an extended period of time between the jury arriving at a verdict and the announcement of the verdicts? And if so, would 1 hour suffice, or do the parties want longer than that? Mr. Orman?
Can we get back to you after the lunch break? I'd want to discuss that with Ms. Teach McGuire.
That's fine. And the defense?
1 hour is fine.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Is there anything we need to talk about before the lunch break from the people?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. I'll see you after lunch. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Hello again, welcome back inside our 7 News newsroom. I almost said good afternoon, but we're not quite there yet. Still a quarter to noon here in Denver in Mountain Time Zone. We're going to do things a little bit out of order from our normal this time. We just got off the phone with Dan Recht, our legal analyst, and he wanted to take a minute to review Colorado statutes before we get him on to talk to us today about the Phase 2 process, the Phase 3 process that may be coming up. Especially as we anticipate Arlene Holmes will be the last witness for the defense, and she's going to be on the stand very likely right after lunch. That said, because Dan is taking a few minutes to do his research and make sure he comes to us with the right answers, we're going to do things out of order and play the highlights from Robert Holmes' testimony before we speak to Dan. Of course, we'll interrupt this video and talk with Dan as soon as he's ready for it. But we have video from Robert Holmes' testimony prepared that we're going to play now and talk to Dan on the other side during this 1 hour lunch break. So remember, it is 1 hour, and we expect that Arlene Holmes will take the stand around 12:45, 12:50 this afternoon. That said, let's play Bob Holmes, and we'll come back to you when Dan is ready.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
Is James Holmes your son?
Yes, he is.
Have you been here throughout this trial?
Yes, I have.
Almost every single day?
Just about.
Has that been hard for you to listen to?
Yes, it's been a difficult experience.
I'm sorry, can you pull the microphone
Yep.
closer to you,
Okay.
please, to make sure we can all hear you? You can actually move the microphone.
Yep. Okay.
So that it's right up, right by your mouth, okay? Thank you. All right, Ms. Brady?
Can you repeat that answer? It's been difficult for you?
Yes, it's been a very difficult experience.
And have you heard the experts who've testified that James has a serious mental illness?
Yes, I have.
Prior to July 20th, 2012, did you know he was mentally ill?
No, I did not.
Did you have any concerns about him?
We certainly did. I mean, we know he'd broken up with his girlfriend and he dropped out of grad school. And so we made plans to see him. I assumed he might be depressed, but that was our main concern.
Right. Prior to July 20th, 2012, had James ever confided in you the suicidal or homicidal thoughts that he was having?
Nope, he's never expressed anything like that.
Didn't have any idea he was having these disturbing images in his head?
No, I had no idea he was having intrusive thoughts, disturbing thoughts, or anything like that.
Right. Do you still love him?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, he's my son, and you know, we always got along pretty well, and he was actually a really excellent kid.
How did he seem when he was about ready to move to Colorado?
He was looking forward to it.
All right. Did you help him move to Denver?
No, the way it worked out is I think he hopped in his car and went to Denver by himself, and then we came later and brought his snowboard and some other stuff that he wanted. So.
When you came, had school started?
No, I think it was May, so I think he might have started working at these lab rotations that he was doing. And so that may have just been starting, but school official classes hadn't started yet.
And so this would have been May in 2011?
Yes.
Okay, right when he got to the school?
Right.
Okay. How many times do you think you saw him, let's talk about 2011, May through December. Do you know approximately how many times you saw him while he was in Denver?
I'm trying to remember whether we saw him at Thanksgiving or not. That I actually don't remember. I know we saw him in December,
Okay.
so for Christmas break.
How did he seem in December of 2011?
In December, he was really sick.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, he just really looked sick and weak, and he didn't seem to be doing very well at all. And so we took him over to Kaiser, and I guess the doctor checked him out and determined he had mono. And I don't know too much else about what the doctor gave him. The doctor prescribed stuff for him. And
For the mono?
yeah, I guess for the mono.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure what he talked to the doctor about.
And
the doctors don't tell us.
I'm sorry, by the time he went back to school in January, how was he seeming at that point?
I think he was a little better. It seemed like most of December he spent kind of sleeping and resting, even though we drove over to see his Uncle Dex and his Aunt, I guess his Uncle Dex, because Aunt T might have been gone by then. So, oh, yeah, we went over, we drove over to see his Uncle Dexter, and his aunt had already passed away by then. So.
Did you have much contact with James from January until July of 2012?
Not much, just emails, and I guess we talked to him at least once, so.
Did you begin to become concerned about him in the spring of 2012?
Yes, we knew he had broken up with his girlfriend, and I guess we also knew, the way he put it was the professor in his second lab got peeved, as I think that was the expression Jim used. And so we knew some things weren't going very well there.
Right, and were you speaking to him on the phone during this time to get this information?
No, it was mostly email.
You did speak to him, though, on 4th of July, 2012?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the jury how James seemed when you spoke to him on the phone? First of all, did you have to arrange that, or how was it that you had a phone call?
Yeah, I think we did set it up by email, as I recall, or some either text or email, I'm not even sure which. But we did set up a phone call for around the 4th of July. And so we talked to him then, and historically, when we talk to him on the phone, we get yes or no answers and, little content. But this time it was quite different. We were concerned that because at that point we knew he was dropping out of school. And I think he had sent an email stating the fact that he was not going to continue at school. And
had you also heard from Dr. Fenton by that point?
Yes, she had called, I think, in June 11th.
Tell the jury about that first.
Yeah, she called Arlene, and my secondhand understanding of the situation was she had called to let us know that he was dropping out of school, but didn't really provide any more information. He was seeing a psychiatrist, or had seen one, and was planning to drop out of school. And we didn't know he had seen a psychiatrist at all. And we didn't know he was dropping out of school, but that's all she was able to tell us. And I kind of personally put it down to HIPAA type stuff. I know there's these privacy laws that she didn't tell us much. And that's part of what motivated us to get on a call with Jim just to find out what's going on. But she also mentioned that Jim had not given her permission to talk to us. Okay. So the other part of it is we've got to be able to talk with him, I guess, without letting him know that we knew he was seeing a psychiatrist. I don't know how that sounds, but anyway, that was what I was thinking about all this. But anyway, so after this.
Let me ask you a question real quick. After you heard from Dr. Fenton, did that sort of elevate your level of concern about James?
Of course.
And what were you thinking at that point about James?
Well, I thought it would be really natural for him to be very depressed. I mean, I know he wanted graduate school. We knew he didn't feel this was a good fit, so we wanted to kind of make sure he wasn't too depressed about it and would be able to kind of move on from that.
And did you guys try and get back in touch with Dr. Fenton?
Yeah, I sent her, Arlene and I talked about it, and I'd been reading in Yahoo about Asperger's, okay. And I thought, well, okay, that, to me, it seemed to fit, kind of social difficulties, but still decent academically. I told Arlene that we should call her back and say maybe he's got Asperger's or something.
Did
you
you or Arlene ever speak to Dr. Fenton again?
My understanding is Arlene left a voicemail and never heard from Dr. Fenton. So we had the one call with Dr. Fenton, and that was it.
Okay, and then you were going to tell the jury about the July 4th phone call.
Yeah, so we did finally talk to Jim, and in July 4th, I mean, my main goal was to find out, is he really depressed? Because I think I'd sent him an email recommending that he gets counseling. I was just hoping that would sort of, if he was going to see a shrink, he would keep going. And so, but anyway, so on the 4th of July, we wanted to sort of see, because I mean, we were thinking about flying out on the 4th of July. And so we called him, and we had what for us turned out to be a really long conversation. So he was talking quite a bit, and and he didn't seem depressed, and he certainly did seem to be making sense and everything. So it wasn't that kind of chatty. But anyway, so we had a talk, and so at that point, I think we were telling him, we were going to arrange to come out and see him, because I think I'd already told my boss, I'm worried about our kid. We probably got to make plans to see him, and so it was somewhere in that time.
All right. Given the sort of history with James on the phone, did his chattiness and willingness to talk a lot strike you as odd for the way he usually is?
Yeah, it was unusual, but it wasn't alarming.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, he usually didn't talk that much, and so that was kind of surprising. But I was looking for clues of depression, which would be kind of, I thought, even less talking. So.
When you, during the spring of 2012, were you calling him and leaving messages trying to get in touch with him?
Yeah.
And was he returning those calls or no?
No, but he would sometimes answer emails. So it's not like we were having no contact, but we were finding it hard to kind of have phone contact with him.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-393, 394, 395, 396.
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, have you seen those discs before?
Yes, I listened to him a couple days ago.
And what is on each one of those discs?
Most of them are just short voicemails of my calling him, asking him how he's doing, asking him if he needs anything.
And so are these examples of your attempts during the spring of 2012 to try and get in touch with James?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission and publication of 393 through 396, please.
Based on the previous record, D-TR-393 through 396 are admitted, and that's inclusive. 393 through 396 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we can start with 393, please.
Hi, Jan. This is Dad. We're just calling to see how you're doing. It's kind of Sunday afternoon 5 here. I guess it's like 7 your time, or is it 6? I'm not even sure. Anyway, everything's fine here. We're just calling to see how you're doing and find out if you need anything. Okay. Not too much else. Arlene, did you have anything else you wanted to ask? Oh, Arlene says love you. We love you too, and so take care. And I hope everything's going fine. Give us a buzz or send us an email. Okay? Okay, take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
If we can publish 394, please.
Hey, Jim, this is Dad. I was just calling to find out how you're doing. Nothing special going on here. It's cloudy, and we're just thinking of you, okay? So I hope everything's going good. Drop us a line if you feel like. Send us an email or a call. Anyway, we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
395, please.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Dad. I'm just calling around, I guess 3 o'clock your time, 1 o'clock our time on Memorial Day, just to find out how you're doing. You're probably out and about, probably maybe going to a Memorial Day barbecue or something. Anyway, nothing special to report. Everything's fine here, and so I guess just wanted to call and say hi. Anyway, you take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay? Bye-bye.
And 396, please.
Hi, Jim. This is Dad. I was just calling to find out how everything's going there. We kind of miss you here, and we're hoping to sort of stay in touch. We haven't heard too much from you recently. If you get a chance, give us a call, and we'll, like to sort of touch base with you and see how everything's going. Okay? anyway, you take care, and we love you, and just give us a call when you get a chance, okay? I'll try to call or email you sometime soon just to see how everything's going, okay? Take care. Bye-bye. It's Dad, okay?
Mr. Holmes, one of those voicemails, you referenced Memorial Day, so that would have been in late May of 2012. Are there dates connected to the other 3 voicemails?
Yes, there are.
Can you just read them off for the jury, please?
Sure. The first voicemail was April 1st. The second voicemail was April 29th. The third voicemail was Memorial Day, which is May something or other, and so end of May.
Late May.
Yeah. And then the last one is June 12th.
Now, as you're leaving those voicemails, you express to James that you're a little concerned because you haven't heard from him. Is that true that you had not heard from him much and were a little bit worried about that?
Yes, that's true.
Were you planning on going out to see him and check up on him?
We were planning, yes. I mean, definitely after we knew he wasn't going to continue in grad school, we were definitely going. And I would say we would probably go anyway, just to visit him.
As you were leaving those voicemails, did you have any idea what James was doing during that time?
No.
And you've heard the testimony about what he was doing during that time.
Yes.
Did you have even an inkling that any of that was going on?
No, it didn't even cross my mind.
If Dr. Fenton had told you how sick Mr. Holmes was, would you have done something to try and help your son?
Sustained.
When you had last seen James, which was in December of 2011, did you see him make any facial expressions that you thought were unfamiliar?
Yes, I did notice a couple of things. One is we were just kind of standing around, and I did notice kind of an odd facial expression, which a later picture of his kind of reminded me of it.
Mayor, if I can approach with D-TR-371.
You may.
Now, Mr. Holmes, is that the sort of facial expression you were trying to describe?
Yeah, this is a picture which reminds me of it.
And was in December of 2011, was he also making movements with his face that maybe you could describe or show to the jury that you thought he was doing that you had not seen before?
Yeah, it was more like this, just kind of odd facial expression. I don't know. It's hard for me to describe.
Okay.
And then he also wasn't making very good eye contact.
And that was something you noticed even back then?
Yeah, it was something I noticed back then, and it was part of the thing that when we sent that voicemail about Asperger's, it was kind of, that's what got me thinking about stuff like that, facial expressions and lack of eye contact.
Mr. Holmes, where were you when you heard about what happened in the theater?
Arlene and I were asleep in San Diego.
Right, and how did you learn about what happened?
We received a phone call from somebody in the media who had said there was a shooting. And my first thought, of course, was that Jim had been shot. And so my initial impression was it was probably some gang thing. But then
And you thought that Jim was the victim?
Yeah, didn't occur to me that he would be the shooter.
Right. What did you do with the information that he was the shooter? What did you do after learning that?
Well, once we found out, very shortly thereafter, the media arrived in front of our house, along with the police and the FBI. And then basically I just sent an email to work saying I had a family emergency. And then I booked a flight to Denver.
Right. You came to Denver?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see James while he's been in the jail here?
A few times.
How many?
I'm thinking 3, but, yeah, I guess.
Is there any reason why you haven't seen him more than 3 times?
Well, we got to see him shortly after the shooting while he still had his red hair, and then that one the sheriff arranged. And then, from what I understand, Jim doesn't allow any visitors. And so we hadn't been able to see him for a long time for that. And then every once in a while, we've been making like 12 or something trips here for the trials and the preliminary stuff. And so usually every time we come, we try to make arrangements with the sheriff to see if we can see him. And it doesn't happen very often.
When you saw him with the red hair, did he seem like the son that you knew?
No, he was clearly really messed up. And, his eyes were bulging out, his pupils were dilated. He was able to talk to us, which was good. And he actually told us he loved us, which was good. But I could see, something was really wrong with him.
Have you and your wife, tried to stay in touch with him through other ways besides visiting?
Yeah, we send letters to him, but that's all limited, really, because of the trial and the fact that all letters, from what I understand, get released to both the prosecution and the defense, and so that's part of the reason I don't think he's written any letters, and I don't think he's going to until the trial's over.
Assuming Mr. Holmes stays in jail or in prison, do you and your wife still intend to try and visit him if he will see you?
Yes.
And will you write him letters?
Yes, we will.
And will you always do that?
Yes.
What is your fondest memory of your son?
I think he was happiest when he was playing soccer as a kind of middle-aged, young kid. So probably in the Oak Hills time, I think that was probably the happiest time of his life, and probably ours too.
Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. The prosecution might have some questions for you, okay?
Sure.
Okay, you had a conversation with your son on July the 4th where you talked about, I imagine, a whole bunch of different topics, maybe even including his departure from school and what his plans were?
Yes, I believe we discussed that.
What did he tell you?
I don't remember we talked too much. We'll wait on July 4th, yeah. I don't remember too much actually about the discussion itself. Arlene might have a better memory of it. It just seemed like it was how was he doing? I mean, I wasn't so focused on the content as just trying to determine whether he was depressed, and he didn't really seem so. I don't know how much I remember too much about what we talked about. I mean, it's kind of the usual stuff, how he was doing in Colorado. Did he want to stay there? I mean, there's kind of things like that.
Did you have any awareness at the time, sir, that the defendant called your wife on Mother's Day, May 17th, that was a week after he had already purchased a gas mask, 2 tear gas canisters, and attempted to buy a handgun online?
We obviously had no knowledge of any of his activities in regard to the shooting.
And is it fair for us to conclude, too, and I think the answer is yes, that all of these other emails that take place...
I object to that comment that he suspects the answer is yes. I think that's an improper comment during questioning.
I'm not sure what the question was, so let him ask the question and then we'll go from there. Go ahead.
That all of the subsequent emails we've been discussing, the ones after Mother's Day, that throughout all of those emails you never had an inkling of the arsenal that your son was amassing in his apartment in Aurora?
No, he didn't. didn't tell us anything about what he was thinking of doing.
And after that phone call on July the 4th, again, you come away from it with no immediate sense of urgency, of needing to get out there that next day, nothing like that. Fair?
That's right. He certainly never mentioned anything about what was going on.
And in fact, on July the 12th, after you had, and I think your wife had proposed to him, coming out August 9th or 10th?
I think it was the 9th.
His response was, in essence, that's fine. I don't have any plans that
For
weekend.
That weekend, yep. I do remember that email.
And you now know that that was just 7 days before he would booby trap his apartment and head out to the theater.
Yes.
Couple last questions. Can we get, please, up on the screen, sir, the photo, and I don't know the number, sir. It was Defense Exhibit 3. The picture of him making the expression. See, and which one is this, sir? Sorry.
I think it's D-DR-371, but I'm not sure.
Well, sir, take a look at this. If it's not 371, we'll correct it. Thank you, sir. It looks like it's DTR 371. See this picture?
Yes.
This is a picture that you recognize as a booking photograph, correct?
I saw it somewhere in the news, and so.
Now, this particular picture right here does not look like he didn't anticipate this photo. This wasn't a surprise photo. This is one that clearly from the angle and the things that we can see in it, he knew this picture was going to be taken.
Judge, objection, speculation.
I don't know whether he can answer that question, so I'll sustain the objection.
Sir, can you tell from this if it looks like this was a surprise photo?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He's saying whether he can tell.
You know, I don't really know the conditions under which this photo was taken.
Fair. One, we don't know what he'd been doing prior to this in terms of sleep or other behaviors. Fair?
True.
And presuming it's a booking photo, you don't know if this was taken after he'd been medicated. Fair?
No, actually, I'm not sure. I don't. Actually, I was pretty sure this was taken before that.
And you don't know if, I'm sorry.
Because I'm trying to remember when I think I first saw this picture, you know, not too long after the crime.
And you don't know if this photo, well, and forgive me, he doesn't have red hair in this photo.
Yeah, so it's been a while since the crime. So
you'd agree, too, that we don't know from this, you can't tell from this if this photo was taken after he'd been accused of 165 counts of murder and attempted murder.
I object to that.
Overruled.
Do you know, sir?
Depends on, I mean, I knew he'd been, you know, accused of this crime, right? So this is after the shooting, so.
Understood. Thank you.
As, you know,
oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, I just don't, you know,
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether it was before or after the formal accusation or anything like that.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Final thing here. After the shooting, you are contacted by a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Do you recall that?
I had a couple contacts. There was one in the San Diego airport as I was going to Denver.
And during that conversation, that FBI agent asked you a series of questions about the defendant. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And in fact, one of the things that he spoke to you about was that phone call, that last phone call you had on July 4th. Do you recall that?
I don't actually recall much about what the investigator talked. I was sort of in shock or whatever. I don't know. So, but okay. I mean,
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If he has notes to that effect.
And I won't ask you what he said. I'm going to ask you if you remember telling him that on that.
Judge, I object to hearsay.
Would counsel approach, please? The hearsay objection is sustained, but you may proceed as we discussed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I was asking you about the July 4th phone call that you had with the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That phone call is one in which you came away from it feeling that the defendant seemed good and happy.
I don't know if he seemed happy. I'd always thought that he didn't seem like he was happy, but I didn't get the feeling he was depressed, right? I mean, I thought if he was depressed, he would not want to talk, not, but he didn't seem that way. So.
Do you recall talking with that FBI agent we sort of laid the foundation with shortly after you were notified of the shooting?
Sure.
And do you recall telling him, as you
Judge, I'm going to object. Improper foundation for impeachment.
Overruled.
He hasn't identified the agent, the date.
Sustained.
This was a conversation that you would have had on
July 20th.
July 20th, sir. Yes, thank you for that. And do you remember who the FBI agent was?
I'm sure he gave me a card, but.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Gracious. Sir, I'm going to read you a couple names and ask if you remember these FBI agents. Justin Fehlig, F-E-H-L-I-G, Menolacino, M-E-N-O-L-A-S-C-I-N-O. Do you remember that name at all?
I didn't pay any attention to their names.
There's another one. James Harold Butler. Do you recall that at all?
No, but okay.
Do you recall telling them on the 20th, after you were notified of this, in a description of the July 4th phone call, that you spoke with your son as a checkup, you wished each other a happy 4th of July, and you described him as, quote, seemed good and happy, end quote?
Okay. I could have said that, yeah.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. All right. Ms. Brady, do you have any redirect?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Holmes, let's follow up with that statement to the FBI. That was at the airport?
Yeah, I was in the terminal waiting for the plane, and then a couple FBI agents approached me, and they took me down to a little conference room under the terminal.
So was it just hours earlier you heard that your son was accused of a mass shooting?
That's true.
What sort of frame of mind were you in when you got to the airport?
Yeah, it was kind of turmoil, so.
Were you trying to catch a flight?
Yeah, I was waiting for the plane.
Were you worried about your son?
Yeah.
Were you worried about your family?
We're interrupting that portion of the father's testimony from yesterday, and if you happen to catch 7 News, we actually use some of those sound bites as Erica jumps in the shot to be seen. I won't make fun of you for that either. Marshall Dellinger here. It's 12:20 almost, about another 25 minutes of this lunch break. As I was saying, you can go on 7 News, thedenverchannel.com or the 7 News app and see some of that sound from Robert Holmes from yesterday. We want to join 7 News legal analyst Dan Recht right now, who's had some time to study what we don't even know anyways. But Dan, what we wanted to ask, this 3-phase sentencing process, that's new to us, and I'm from Colorado my whole life, and those tuning in online probably are questioning, what is this process? Why can't you just present some witnesses and let the jury go in and say life or death? Why? Why are we going through a 3-phase process?
Let me give you a little bit of history. Back prior to 2002, so 13 plus years ago, we had a different process in place. At that time, in a death penalty case, if a jury, just like in this case, if a jury found a defendant guilty of first-degree murder and it was a death penalty case, then the body that determined whether or not the death penalty should be imposed was what was called a 3-judge panel. It wasn't jurors, it was 3 judges that would sit as a panel, and they had to unanimously decide to impose the death penalty after hearing evidence just like this, or it would be life in prison. The U.S. Supreme Court then found that process to be unconstitutional because the U.S. Supreme Court said, rightfully I think, that these are jury decisions, not judge decisions about life and death. And so in Colorado, then we went to this process whereby the jury determines life or death based on this statutory scheme with the 3 phases of deliberation. And if you get to the 3rd phase, if the jury, in this case or any case, gets to the 3rd phase, the ultimate question is, what sentence do you impose, life in prison or death? Interestingly, so that was in 2002 when the law was changed and this 3-phase process went into effect. The 3-judge panel existed for 9 years. Prior to the 3-judge panel, we were using the same process as we use now. And frankly, that's going back far enough. I don't know how long it was in place before it was replaced with the 3-judge panel. So that's a brief history of the evolution of how we try to deal with death penalty cases in Colorado.
The way I understand what's supposed to happen in deliberation of phase 2 is the jury's supposed to determine which phase so far has outweighed the other. If phase 1 and the aggravating circumstances outweigh what they've learned in phase 2, we continue to phase 3. And if the jury determines that what they've learned here of who the shooter was growing up and what he has dealt with outweighs what he actually did, then we would stop and do life in prison. 96 of the 98 factors that were presented to the jury were found by the jury in phase 1. Does that mean that the jury has to find 97 things in phase 2, or they just say, man, this is just, it's heavier, what he's gone through in his life, that really put him at a disadvantage, and that's why what happened in what we found in phase 1 happened, and is that how the weight goes, or do they really have to find 97 specific things to outdo the 96 they found in phase 1?
Yeah, that's a good question. And the answer is no, it's not a mathematical equation. The jury will simply be asked, does the mitigation in general outweigh the aggravation in general? So they are to consider all of the aggravating factors and the significance of the aggravating factors in phase 1, balance that against the mitigation that was shown in phase 2, and decide which was greater. If, just like you said, Marshall, if they decide the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors, but without a mathematical equation, just if they, in their minds, that they outweighed it, then they go to phase 3. If they decide that in general the mitigation outweighs the aggravation, that's the end, and James Holmes gets life in prison.
Briefly walk me through the difference of calling the parents to the stand in this phase versus had they been called for whatever reason during testimony. What are you allowed to cross-examine with in this phase as the district attorney? What can you ask, or what can't you ask? And is it any different than what you would have been able to ask if they were called during a testimony section?
Yeah, let's go back to the direct examination to start. The questions that can be asked of the parents by the defense in this penalty phase are much broader than the questions that can be asked of the parents or any witness in the guilt phase. So here at the penalty phase, the parents can be asked a whole broad spectrum of questions simply so that they touch on an element of mitigation, which is very broadly defined all by itself. So there aren't very many limitations on what those parents can be asked. It's sort of up to the defense what they believe is helpful and shows mitigation. The same is generally true of the cross-examination, and that is that they can go into certainly anything the defense has gone into in their questioning of the parent. And beyond that, I guess we'd have to think of examples. I mean, there are certainly things that they couldn't go into that are totally irrelevant. I mean, let's take a wild example. They couldn't cross-examine the dad about affairs that he had, for example. That wouldn't have anything to do with this. So there are certainly limitations when it comes to relevancy, but everything asked on direct is fair game on cross-examination, and we've seen that to some extent.
Dan, how many cases have you gone through with this three-phase system? I want to ask that because I'm curious how long phase 2 deliberations might take, because it was about 2.5 days for phase 1.
Boy, you know, I don't know. You would, anytime you're thinking about, and us trial lawyers think about it all the time, how long a jury will deliberate. It's a little like reading tea leaves. You know, a jury can go days, or they can go hours, or they can go minutes. But with that as a caveat, I'd have to say that this phase will be more difficult for them than the last phase, and that we will see them deliberate a bit longer than the last phase. But frankly, that's, I like to think, an educated position, but an educated guess.
Which side, from your attorney background, does it benefit a jury to begin deliberation and then have a 3-day weekend? If you're sitting on the defense side, is that something that you're like, I don't want them having this out there that long and then getting back together and possibly forgetting what we've done over the last week? Or is it, hey, let them have as much time as they want, it might be better for us?
You know, that varies on the case too. I would say, given the difficulty that the defense has had here, the longer that jury deliberates, the better, and the better it is for them. I would say a quick verdict here in phase 2 is not good for the defense. A long verdict, the longer they go, the more likely it is that they're leaning, that they're arguing and wrestling with what the defense presented. And so that's not exactly an answer to your question, but that's the start of an answer to your question. So I think the defense wants them to be able to go as long as possible, including, if they need to, into next week.
If you're on
that's my thought.
Dan, if you're on the defense, if you get to phase 3, have you already assumed that you're not getting life in prison, and would you even try to cross-examine any of the family members that take the stand or the victims that take the stand?
Well, the answer is no, you don't just assume you're getting the death penalty, and you do have to be very gentle with victims and family members of victims. So, first of all, what the jury's being asked to decide in phase 2 is a balancing test. That's way different than what they're going to be asked to decide if we get to phase 3 and there's a deliberation in phase 3. In phase 3, they're being asked the ultimate question that's got to be hard for any sensitive human being, whatever way they end up, and that is, do you want to have this person executed or not? So no matter what decision they've made, and even if they decide that aggravators exceed mitigators, the defense will not give up, because in the end they're hoping the jury, or at least one of the jurors, because that's all they need, just can't, in essence, pull the switch and have James Holmes be executed. And that's what they're looking for, a reluctance to impose the ultimate penalty. But with regard to victims and victims' families, it will not help them to aggressively or cross-examine victims and victims' family members. And it may be the best strategy not to ask questions at all, which the defense has done, you'll recall, when there was testimony in the first phase, in the guilt phase, when victims would testify. Often they wouldn't ask any questions, and that's a good strategy on the defense part, because they've said to the jury from day one, we don't dispute who did these shootings, and we don't dispute the agony that the victims and their families have gone through. So the last thing the defense wants to do is look like they're disputing the pain that a victim has gone through, and I don't think they will.
7 News legal analyst Dan Reck joining us at this shortened lunch hour. It's about 12:32 Denver time. Another 10 or 15 minutes to go. 12:45 is when we expect court to get back underway. We're going to pick up where we left off with the testimony of Robert Holmes, and you heard the testimony was getting into when he found out about the shooting and getting to Colorado. We've backed it up just a bit so that we can get a complete record, so you can understand exactly where this questioning was going. But this was yesterday's testimony by the shooter's father.
You know, I don't remember we talked too much. We'll wait on July 4th. Yeah. I don't remember too much actually about the discussion itself. Arlene might have a better memory of it. It just seemed like it was how was he doing? I mean, I wasn't so focused on the content as just trying to determine whether he was depressed, and he didn't really seem so. And I don't know how much I remember too much about what we talked about. I mean, it's kind of the usual stuff, how he was doing in Colorado. Did he want to stay there? You know, I mean, there's kind of things like that.
Did you have any awareness at the time, sir, that the defendant called your wife on Mother's Day, May 17th, that was a week after he had already purchased a gas mask, 2 tear gas canisters, and attempted to buy a handgun online?
We obviously had no knowledge of any of his activities in regard to the shooting.
And is it fair for us to conclude, too, and I think the answer is yes, that all of these other emails that take place...
I object to that comment that he suspects. The answer is yes. I think that's an improper comment during questioning.
I'm not sure what the question was, so let him ask the question and then we'll go from there. Go ahead.
That all of the subsequent emails we've been discussing, the ones after Mother's Day, that throughout all of those emails you never had an inkling of the arsenal that your son was amassing in his apartment in Aurora?
No, he didn't. He didn't tell us anything about what he was thinking of doing.
And after that phone call on July the 4th, again, you come away from it with no immediate sense of urgency, of needing to get out there that next day, nothing like that. Fair?
That's right. He certainly never mentioned anything about what was going on.
And in fact, on July the 12th, after you had, and I think your wife had proposed to him, coming out August 9th or 10th?
I think it was the 9th.
His response was, in essence, that's fine. I don't have any plans that weekend.
Yep. I do remember that email.
And you now know that that was just 7 days before he would booby trap his apartment and head out to the theater.
Yes.
Couple last questions. Can we get, please, up on the screen, sir, the photo, and I don't know the number, sir. It was Defense Exhibit 3. The picture of him making the expression. See, and which one is this, sir? Sorry.
I think it's D-DR-371, but I'm not sure.
Well, sir, take a look at this. If it's not 371, we'll correct it. Thank you, sir. It looks like it's DTR 371. See this picture?
Yes.
This is a picture that you recognize as a booking photograph, correct?
I saw it somewhere in the news, and so.
Now, this particular picture right here does not look like he didn't anticipate this photo. This wasn't a surprise photo. This is one that clearly from the angle and the things that we can see in it, he knew this picture was going to be taken.
Objection, speculation.
I don't know whether he can answer that question, so I'll sustain the objection.
Sir, can you tell from this if it looks like this was a surprise photo?
Objection, speculation?
Overruled. He's saying whether he can tell.
You know, I don't really know the conditions under which this photo was taken.
Fair. One, we don't know what he'd been doing prior to this in terms of sleep or other behaviors. Fair?
True.
In presuming it's a booking photo, you don't know if this was taken after he'd been medicated. Fair?
No, actually, I'm not sure. I don't. Actually, I was pretty sure this was taken before that.
And you don't know if, I'm sorry.
Because I'm trying to remember when I think I first saw this picture, you know, not too long after the crime.
And you don't know if this photo, well, and forgive me, he doesn't have red hair in this photo.
Yeah, so it's been a while since the crime. So
you'd agree, too, that we don't know from this, you can't tell from this if this photo was taken after he'd been accused of 165 counts of murder and attempted murder.
I'm going to object to that.
Overruled.
You know, sir?
Depends on, I mean, I knew he'd been, you know, accused of this crime, right? So this is after the shooting, so.
Understood. Thank you.
As, you know,
oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, I just don't, you know,
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether it was before or after the formal accusation or anything like that.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Final thing here, after the shooting, you are contacted by a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Do you recall that?
I had a couple contacts. There was one in the San Diego airport as I was going to Denver.
And during that conversation, that FBI agent asked you a series of questions about the defendant. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And in fact, one of the things that he spoke to you about was that phone call, that last phone call you had on July 4th. Do you recall that?
I don't actually recall much about what the investigator talked. I was sort of in shock or whatever. I don't know. So, but okay. I mean,
yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If he has notes to that effect.
And I won't ask you what he said. I'm going to ask you if you remember telling him that on that.
Judge, I object to hearsay.
Would counsel approach, please? The hearsay objection is sustained, but you may proceed as we discussed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I was asking you about the July 4th phone call that you had with the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That phone call is one in which you came away from it feeling that the defendant seemed good and happy.
I don't know if he seemed happy. I'd always thought that he didn't seem like he was happy, but I didn't get the feeling he was depressed, right? I mean, I thought if he was depressed, he would not want to talk, not, you know, but he didn't seem that way. So.
Do you recall talking with that FBI agent we sort of laid the foundation with shortly after you were notified of the shooting?
Sure.
And do you recall telling him as you
Judge, I'm going to object. Improper foundation for impeachment.
Overruled.
He hasn't identified the agent, the date.
Sustained.
This was a conversation that you would have had on
July 20th.
July 20th, sir. Yes, thank you for that. And do you remember who the FBI agent was?
I'm sure he gave me a card, but.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to read you a couple names and ask if you remember these FBI agents. Justin Felig, F-E-H-L-I-G, Menolascino, M-E-N-O-L-A-S-C-I-N-O. Do you remember that name at all?
I didn't pay any attention to their names.
There's another one. James Harold Butler. Do you recall that at all?
No, but okay.
Do you recall telling them on the 20th, after you were notified of this, in a description of the July 4th phone call, that you spoke with your son as a checkup, you wished each other a happy 4th of July, and you described him as, quote, seemed good and happy, end quote?
Okay. I could have said that, yeah.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. All right. Ms. Brady, do you have any redirect?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Holmes, let's follow up with that statement to the FBI. That was at the airport?
Yeah, I was in the terminal waiting for the plane, and then a couple FBI agents approached me, and they took me down to a little conference room under the terminal.
So was it just hours earlier you heard that your son was accused of a mass shooting?
That's true.
What sort of frame of mind were you in when you got to the airport?
Yeah, it was kind of turmoil. So.
Were you trying to catch a flight?
Yeah, I was waiting for the plane.
Were you worried about your son?
Yeah.
Were you worried about your family?
Yes, everybody. Yeah.
Were you thinking very clearly at that point?
Probably not.
So right here, right now, do you believe that your son James was happy on 4th of July of 2012?
No, I mean, I'm trying to remember the conversation with the FBI agents, and from what I recall, they were interested in whether he had a history of violence, which he didn't, and then they were interested, I thought, whether he was a terrorist, which I told them I didn't think there was any chance he was a terrorist. And so that's the kind of thing I remember about that conversation. I don't remember saying, I could have said he was happy. I mean, I certainly, what I kind of meant was he didn't give any inkling that he was homicidal or stressed or anything, at least to us on the 4th of July.
And you described earlier how what seemed unusual about that conversation was that he had just quit school and that he didn't seem depressed and that he seemed very talkative, which was unusual for him.
Yeah, we were trying to decide whether to sort of go immediately or kind of go a little bit later, which was more easier for our schedules. And after that, it seemed like he was doing well enough. He didn't seem despondent in any way about dropping out of school. And in some sense, he even gave me the impression that it was, he thought it just didn't work out.
Okay. Regarding those emails that Mr. Brockler went through with you, would you agree that in those emails, sometimes you'll write paragraphs, multiple paragraphs to Jim, and then he'll respond with 1 or 2 sentences?
That's typically the way it would go.
Okay, so you would get a response from him, but would it be as much information as you would like to have from your son who's away in college?
No, we'd obviously like to find out more about what's going on, but he would share some information.
Okay. But not as much as you were hoping to get?
True.
Do you know for sure when James was told that he didn't pass his prelims? Do you know whether it was June 9th or June 11th?
I don't know the exact dates, and I'd have to find out, I'd have to look back at these emails again to find out exactly when he told us. But
Okay.
it was shortly after.
So if James was actually told by Professor Sukumar on June 11th that he had not passed his final exams, that would have been the same date he told you?
Yes, okay. That's right.
That booking photo from the jail that you were shown, the one that looked like the face that you had not seen on Jim before December of 2011, do you remember seeing that photograph close in time to when you visited him at the jail for the first time?
That's hard. Actually, I don't really remember whether it was close in time or not. I just remember seeing that photo, and it just seemed to remind me of an expression he had.
Do you remember seeing that photo before he went to Denver Health Hospital in November of 2012?
That I still don't remember before or after.
Had had your son experienced frustration and disappointment?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The records reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is now back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Good. Call your next witness, please.
Going to recall Arlene Holmes.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My full name is Arlene Rosemary Holmes, ARLENE ROSEMARYHOLMES.
Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is James Holmes your son?
Yes, he is.
Have you sat here every day for this trial?
Every day except for 2. I had to go home to San Diego for 2 days. Every other day since April 27th, yes.
Has that been something that's been difficult for you?
It's very difficult and painful and tragic, yes, for everyone.
Have you heard then the testimony of most of the experts that have talked about your son's serious mental illness?
Yes, I have.
Is that something that also has been hard for you to listen to?
Yes, it is.
Before July 20th of 2012, Did you know that your son suffered from a serious mental illness?
No, I didn't.
Now, we'll talk about some of this, but you've had some concerns about your son as he's been growing up, is that right?
That is true.
At the time in his life, the various times in his life that you had some concerns, did you ever think it was some sort of serious mental illness like schizophrenia?
No, I did not.
How can that be?
He was the most responsible person I knew, my own son. He managed his finances, looked after himself completely, went to school every single day without complaint, did all his chores without being told. You tell him once what he needs to do, and he did it. He never harmed anyone ever, until July 20th, 2012.
As you sit here today, do you still love your son?
I still love my son. Yes.
Why?
Because I understand he has a serious mental illness, that he didn't ask for that. Schizophrenia chose him. He didn't choose it. And I still love my son. I still do.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about that time in the months before July 20th of 2012, okay?
Okay.
Now, I understand was it your main method of, what was your main method of communication with your son?
Email.
And I said James Holmes, what name do you call him by?
I called him Jimmy until high school, and now I call him Jim.
Why was email the main mode of communication that you had with your son, Jim?
He never really liked talking on the telephone. He did once in a while, and sometimes we'd call him and leave a voicemail, and he'd respond by email.
Was there a time that you had to actually practice with him about talking on the phone?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, he was in middle school, and there were times when he had to communicate by phone. It was before the days when everybody just texted and tweeted and really didn't call each other. There were times when people actually called each other, and so we would have a dry run and practice using the telephone so that he would not get too stressed by having to use the phone.
How old again was he then?
Middle school.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
So when sort of email came about as a primary mode of communication, did he take to that?
Yes.
When he went away to college, is that how you communicated?
Yes.
And the same for while he was at graduate school here in Colorado?
Yes, email.
Okay. Even when you communicated with him in email, was he verbose? Did he speak a lot, even in the emails?
No, but if you're asking me about the time in Colorado, it got shorter and shorter in his emails.
When did you notice that it was getting shorter and shorter?
Probably May, June.
Was that alarming to you or concerning to you in some way?
I was concerned because when he called me on Mother's Day 2012, he said, I'm having trouble in school. I'm having trouble with presentations. And I kept doing what I thought was right, was to encourage him and to remind him that he did well in presentations back in high school era. And so I just kept telling him, just keep trying, but I didn't realize that his loudest cry for help was his silence.
Somewhere in that period of time, did you get a phone call from a Dr. Fenton?
I got a phone call from Dr. Fenton on June 11th, 2012.
And did she express to you some concern that she had about your son?
Yes, she said that she saw him for social anxiety and that he had come to her for this problem. But initially, the very first thing she said was, did you know that he was going to quit school or had quit school? And I said I suspected it because he said he was just struggling. It wasn't fitting with his personality to do these presentations.
Mm-hmm. Did she ever tell you she had concerns because he had expressed homicidal ideation?
No, never.
Do you wish she had?
Of course I do. Of course. We wouldn't be sitting here if she had told me that.
Would you have been out here the next day?
I would have been crawling on all fours to get to him. He's never said that he wanted to kill people. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. She didn't say that she thought he might be psychotic.
Your Honor, that's the answer.
Sustained. Wait till the next question, please. Next question.
Did she tell you he thought he might be psychotic?
She did not.
Did she tell you that, did she leave you with the impression that it was okay for you to tell your son that she had talked to you?
I said, did he give you permission to call us? And she said, no, he doesn't want to worry you. And I said, we can call him and not mention that you called. And she said, that would be good.
Did she tell you that he had quit counseling?
No.
Did you have some relief in this idea that you thought he was still in counseling with her?
Yes, I was reassured by her phone call. She said he's coming for help, and that at the end of the month he wouldn't be a student anymore, so his student insurance didn't cover it. And I said, we work, we have money, we can pay for it. And she said that would be fine.
Did you continue to communicate with your son after that? Did you communicate anything to him about that conversation?
No, we called him as soon as my husband got home. Dr. Fenton called about 4 o'clock California time. And so my husband got home from work at 5, and we called him and left a voicemail, and he didn't call, so we emailed, and he said, it's true, I've quit school. It just wasn't a good fit. But we didn't tell him that we talked to Dr. Fenton.
Did you ever communicate again with Dr. Fenton?
I tried. She said, call me anytime, and gave me her cell phone. And we called her, but she did not call back.
What did you ask her to call you back?
Yes.
Okay. You left her a message?
Yes, the voicemail.
And you never heard from her again?
Right.
Do you recall when it was that you left that voicemail?
Well, she first called June 18th, and then we went to Monterey on the weekend, so the following Monday would have been, she called June 11th to me. So we went to Monterey, so the following Monday would have been June 18th. So it was about June 20th, 2012.
There has been a lot of talk by the prosecution about the continued emails that you and communication you had with your son in May, June, and July.
Yes.
And that he never communicated to you what he was doing at that point in time. I want to talk to you about sort of the nature of his communication with you historically. You do recall that he communicated initially with you it would have been the fall of 2011 about his girlfriend?
Yes.
And you had to actually ask him to let you know what her name was?
Yes.
Okay. And you also communicated with him throughout the year with regard to various sundry things, what you were doing, recommending a book, recommending a TV series, things like that. Is that about fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you recall that he did communicate with you and your husband in February and March of 2012 about his breakup with his girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And he initially said that it's not been the best of times, but he also wrote back later to you and told you that they were kind of seeing each other again, but...
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall that email?
Yes, and I don't know if it was in the email or on the phone, he said it's a little confusing because usually when I break up, it's for good. And so I don't, this was I, meaning James, I don't know what to make of it. That's not verbatim.
Right. Did he also let you know that it was a courteous breakup?
He used the word courteous, yes.
And he let you know that one of the things that he did he let you know one of the things that he did in response to that was kind of do his usual complete disassociation?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did he let you know that he did his usual complete disassociation or not?
He said that's usual for him, so this was different with Gargi to want to continue.
Okay. Historically in his life, did he withdraw to himself when he was stressed or when he was sad?
Yes.
Did you see that with him even as a young boy?
Yes.
Now you said that the emails over this year continued to get shorter and shorter. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a phone call that you had with them on July 4th.
Okay.
And that was 2012.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury about that phone call?
My husband and I both talked to him. We were on each phone to talk to Jim, and we wanted to know how things were going since he wasn't in school anymore, and if he would be all right financially, and that we had sent some money to make sure he was all right financially. We knew that he has his whole life been frugal and saved and thought before every purchase, and he'd send us his budget for the school year in advance of the school year, right down to pennies. And so we wanted to know, if not having his grant anymore, if he would be okay for money, and asked what he was doing during the day, if he was, we encouraged him to apply for a job at the school, since he lived right across the street from the school. It couldn't be part of his graduate program anymore, but maybe there was a job at the school.
What was your biggest concern at that point in time for him?
That he was not sitting alone playing video games.
Were you concerned that he might be depressed?
I was concerned, yes. If you've lost your girlfriend and your job and your plan as far as grad school, yes.
Were you in any way ever concerned that he would act violently?
Never. I was totally shocked that he used a gun. We never had guns in the house. We never were hunters or target shooters. When I heard, I thought, how does he even know how to use a gun?
In that phone call, did he ask you questions about your daughter, Chris?
A lot.
Okay. Did he usually ask about Chris when you spoke to him on the phone?
He had just talked to me on Mother's Day, and he asked about Chris then, and he asked if he could speak to her because she was with us when he called. And he was talking to her about school and asking how her first year of college had been. And so they spent some time on the phone together. That would be Mother's Day, May 2012.
Okay. And then he asked about her again on July 4th?
Quite a bit of that conversation was about her. He wanted to know why she hadn't passed all her classes, and she wasn't with us at the time we called. She was with her friends, but he said, please tell her that 5 classes is too many. She shouldn't have taken so much, and that it's too hard in college to do that much.
Was there anything about him during that conversation that was different to you?
It lasted a long time, and usually he's either quick on the phone or email, and he must have talked to us for a good half hour. That's unusual.
Did he seem sad to you? Or did he seem happy? What was his expression, do you know?
Neither.
Okay.
Neither, just talking.
Was it an alarming phone call for you?
In the sense that I didn't know what was going to happen to him next. I didn't get that sense from his phone call that he had a job yet. And his tone of voice was not alarming.
Okay.
No.
After that phone call, did you still plan on coming out to Colorado?
Yes, even more so, actually.
Okay. Was it, in your mind at that point, was it extremely urgent or not?
No. You mean because of that phone call?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't talk about anything that would have made it urgent.
I want to back up a little bit. He had told you a couple times throughout the school year that maybe this program wouldn't be a good fit, that he was struggling with his presentations.
Yes.
And I know you talked just a moment ago about trying to be encouraging. Did you also let him know that you would support him no matter what he would do?
Yes. In fact, many times through his adolescence, I tried to check in and say, are you sure you still want neuroscience? Because he decided at 14 and never changed his mind. And I said, you know, think it over. People explore options, and whatever you choose should be okay.
Did you ever put any sort of pressure on him that he had to go get some sort of degree, a master's or a PhD?
I did not.
Did you always let both your children know that no matter what they did, you would be there for them?
I did.
And I know you did that with your daughter, Chris, as well, with her music?
I did, yes. I was worried about that choice because it's not so easy to get a job if you choose to be a musician. But I told her we would be supportive of her choice.
Is that something that's important to you as a parent?
Yes.
Let's back up a little bit further to the family holiday you had in December of 2011, okay?
Okay.
Tell how long was that holiday for?
The actual time we went away.
Yeah, the actual time that your son was home was with you.
Okay, I need to think a second. I think he came home from Denver about the middle of the week, so maybe 10 days.
Okay. How did he seem when he came home?
He was ill. He had swelling on each side of his neck. He was tired all the time, and he wouldn't eat. And I asked him, well, he was not feeling well.
Would he kind of sit at the table and stare at his food?
Yeah, he wanted to get up and lie down, and ever since he was born, he's been a chow hound, so I was worried if he didn't eat.
Okay. Eventually, at some point during that vacation, did you and your husband make sure he saw a doctor?
Yes, my husband went with him to Kaiser.
Okay. Now, despite the fact that he came home and seemed very ill, did you all still do a trip to Arizona?
We did. He slept in the car, and we went to Arizona, and we stayed in a hotel because my brother had cancer, and we didn't know if Jim would ever see him again. So we just let the kids sleep, and Jim and Chris he was better after a lot of sleep. They went on a hot air balloon ride together in Arizona.
Did they also stay in the same hotel room together?
They did.
Did they do any other activities together?
Went to lunch.
Okay. And you all hung out together as a family?
Yes.
Chris ever complain about having to hang out with her brother?
Not then. By the time they were older, they were over it. Yeah. When they were younger, they did good when they were little. Then they had a time when they got tired of each other, and then they were good again.
So they appeared to have fun with each other on that trip?
They did. We played apples to apples with my brother. That's our usual game.
Okay. And when you talk about your brother, is this your brother Dex?
James Dexter Eagan. We call him Dex.
Okay. I want to touch on one last subject from 2012, and that's when you first got to visit your son after July 20th. Do you recall visiting him?
In jail?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was in relation to July 20th?
Yes. It was about August 12th.
Okay. Did he seem different to you at that time?
Completely different.
What was different?
He had trouble finding each and every word. Each word, it was chopped, like he couldn't just say a sentence. And he didn't look at us. He just looked down, and his hair was red, And of course, he was in jail scrubs, not clothes, and his feet were shackled, and his eyes were kind of darting back and forth. They weren't like now he can look, he's looking at me. But in 2012, they were just not controllable. And not around his eyes, but his eyeballs were, well, the word bulging has been used, and I can't think of a better word. They were bulging.
Like a physical difference.
Physically different and unable to communicate in the same way as usual.
Was he still able to understand your conversation?
He did.
But he just had difficulty finding the words?
Yes, he wasn't talking gibberish, but it took forever to get each word out and put it into a sentence.
I want to really change gears now, okay?
Thank you.
Your background and where you grew up.
Okay.
Where did you grow up?
In Los Angeles, California.
Is that where you were born?
Yes, 1954. I'm 61.
What are you working now still?
I am. My employer has placed me on hold until I come home.
What is your profession?
I'm a nurse, and my current position is a case manager and discharge planner.
How long have you been a nurse?
I got my RN in 1974, but I haven't worked that entire time as a nurse. I took time off to be with the kids and do other things. I got a bachelor's in English.
Where did you get your bachelor's from?
UC Berkeley.
Is that where you met your husband?
Yes, I did.
What appeals to you about your job as a nurse?
I mostly work with the elderly, and a discharge planner, the main thing is to give people a safe discharge so they're not going out into the community and going to an unsafe situation, home alone or out on the street or without equipment. So I find that very satisfying to set that up for them.
Would you say you had much mental health training as a nurse?
Before, and I trained at a VA, and it would be maybe 1 to 2, definitely 1, but maybe 2 days a week in the psych hospital at the VA. And back then, people mostly were very medicated and sat in the day room staring at the TV. And that's 1974.
Do you wish you had had a lot more training as a nurse in mental illness?
I do.
Sustained.
You said you met your husband, you call him Bob, right? He goes by Bob?
Bob.
At UC Berkeley. Do you remember when that was?
What year?
Yeah.
I went there in 1980, and I met him in 1980 in a tennis class. My tennis ball was stuck in the chain link fence, and he helped me grab it.
How soon after you met did you all get married?
1985, August 10th. So we'll be married 30 years in August.
How soon? Did you immediately know that you wanted to have children?
With Bob?
Yeah. When you guys got married, did you decide?
Oh, when I was married, yes. Yes.
Not from birth, not at birth, right? With your husband, how soon was it after you got married that you had your first child?
2 years. We got married in 85, and Jim was born in 87.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about how you felt. How did you feel when you first found out that you were pregnant?
Oh, it was,
Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
How did you feel when your son was born?
it was exciting. He was planned for and wanted and waited for and hoped for, and he was just this miracle that we wanted a child and we had one.
Was he a sort of the first even grandchild in the family?
Yes, on both sides.
And we saw his birth announcement yesterday. His birthday was again
December 13th.
And was he a loved child even before he came into this world?
Yes.
And if I can approach, Your Honor, with D-TR-103, 104, 105, and 107.
You may.
Your Honor, I have no objection to these photographs.
All right, thank you. Without objection, then D-TR-103, 104, 105, and 107 are admitted and may be published.
Would you, and if we can get 103, which is 979, would you say that, is this a picture of Jimmy?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the, is that a special toy that he had?
Yes, he's 3 months old, and that's his bunny.
Would you say that he, in general, was a happy baby?
Yes, generally. He had some ear infections and a little short period of colic, but when those were clear, he was such a happy baby. I'd take him out in a stroller, and people would say, "You're lucky. You're lucky."
And if we can see 104, which is 976. So tell the jury about this picture.
He would be about 9 months old. And we sent out Christmas cards that had our new address when we moved to a little bigger house in anticipation of having a second child.
Was that when you moved to the Prairie Dog neighborhood?
Yes, it was. Our first house was in San Diego, the first house we owned, and Prairie Dog was the second house we owned.
Can we get 105, please? 973. Were you and your husband happy with having a baby in the home?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, I asked for extra time off from work, and we did without my income so that we could be with him more, and it was just it was what we had prayed for.
We can get 107. And we saw a number of, which is 1036. We saw a number of baby pictures yesterday as well. Is this another picture of your son?
Yes, I can't tell you exactly what age he is here, but I'm guessing he was under 1.
Did you take a lot of pictures of him?
So many. We have so many books of him, and back then there was no digital, so they were just pictures.
Now, I'm going to, if I can approach with D-TR-108.
Yes.
I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, without objection, D-TR-108 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Do you recognize what that is, Mrs. Holmes?
Yes, it is. It's some people would call it a baby book or a baby calendar. It's just each day for the first year of his life, each of his milestones.
Did you write in that calendar every single day that year?
Every day.
What kinds of things did you note in there?
Well, the milestones of babyhood, when he walked at 10 months, when he rolled over, when he sat up, when he walked, when he ate solids, when he was weaned off breastfeeding, how he got along with the dog, how he would try and get rid of his vegetables by feeding them to the dog. It's just the things mothers write about babies.
Did you note in there where, like, your mother would come to visit or your brother would come to visit?
Yes.
Would you say that people in the family were pretty excited about having this child?
Yes, my mom especially. She was just thrilled to be a grandma.
Okay.
Yes.
And if I can approach with D-TR-381.
Yes.
Sorry. And this is a disc that you've had the opportunity to look at, is that right?
Yes.
And you see that by your initials and date on there?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of D-TR-381.
No objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Here's little Jim, just going right after the drawers, the pots and pans. Jim, good boy. Yeah. Well, we're gonna go see Dad. Gotta go throw up on Dad's knee. All right. Okay. Hey, that's right. Yeah, you're doing good. All right. Darling, oh, that's a good boy. Playing with it, huh? Breaking it in, I know that. No, we look like decent boys. One arm, tiny little Jimmy. Finally laying down and getting tired. He's sitting on her lap, listening to the melody music.
The record should reflect that the defense just finished publishing D-TR-381.
Can you tell the jury who some of those people that they heard and saw in that video were?
My brother Dex.
You heard him talking?
Yes, my mom and dad and Bob and I and Jimmy, and that's all the ones that I remember their voices.
Okay. Where was that?
At my brother's home.
Okay. Could you kind of tell that he's this firstborn child in the family?
Yes, if everyone is applauding him opening a cupboard door, yeah.
All right. What kinds of things did you really like to do with your son when he was young?
A baby or just in general?
Sort of in those younger years, 1 through 3 sort of time frame.
There was a nice park near us, Twin Trails Park, and we'd take him to the swings and take him out in his stroller in the neighborhood. And as he got a little older, maybe 4 years old, we played soccer with him. He started playing soccer right away and took to that right away.
Did you like to read to him?
Yes, yeah, a lot, every day.
What were his favorite books?
There's one about Slow and Steady Wins the Race with Goofy and his jalopy.
Did he also like the Goosebumps series?
Yeah, that was when he was old enough to read by himself.
Okay.
That's all the kids were reading, Goosebumps.
If I can approach with D-TR-109, 110, 111, 112, and 113.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no objection to these.
All right, without objection, D-TR-109 through 113 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Now, was he, how would you describe him as a kid? Was he an organized kid?
Yes, more than above average with organization.
Was that even from a very young age?
Yes, his toys, his books, everything were lined up.
Did he put his Goosebumps books in a particular order?
In order of acquisition.
And how old was he then?
Goosebumps would be about 9.
Was he a kid that wanted to please everyone?
Yes.
If we can get D-TR-109, 1041. And he's a little bit older here.
Yeah, I'm guessing 5 or 6.
Okay. And 110, 1021. And what's he holding there?
His blanket, a blankie.
What, can you tell us about this blanket that he had? Did he carry it around with him everywhere he went?
Yeah, it got pretty ratty. This is the same one that was in the baby picture.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, eventually, we just cut a square of it off and stuffed it in his drawer so that someday we would give it to him and laugh.
When he started school, even in kindergarten, did he ever complain about going to school?
Never. I never had any problem with that.
Okay. Did you try to stay involved with him in his school over the years?
Yes, I volunteered, and we'd always go to parent-teacher conference, and if there was some event like a carnival that we could help with, and it was on a Saturday, then we would do that.
Did you keep some of his schoolwork?
Yeah, I kept a whole big book. I have a lot of his schoolwork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can we see D-TR-111, 2579? Is this one of the things that you kept?
Yes, 1997 he would be in second, third grade.
Can you read that to the jury?
My family. My family is nice. My family is really helpful to me. I love my family a lot.
Can we get D-TR-112, 479? Do you recall this, what this is? You have it there if you want to flip through it.
Yeah, I think Mrs. Heston that came to court assigned this. And it was to get the kids to write a longer essay.
And he chose to write about you.
I honestly don't remember whether he was assigned to write about
you?
his mom or whether he chose it.
Did he interview you for this?
He did.
It's hard for us to see, but on that front page, is this entitled About Arlene?
Yes.
Okay. And can we get D-TR-113? Now this was, that's 483, yeah. This was another project you did with him, how to make a pizza?
Yes, this was Mr. Carr's class. Mr. Carr that came here.
Is that something that you helped him with?
Yeah, it was something he needed some help with, even in 5th grade, to get it in the oven, and then we took it over to school and served it to all the kids. And the assignment was, you need to do a how-to.
And if I can approach with D-TR-394.
I have no objection.
All right, without objection, that's D-TR-394 is admitted and may be published.
You remember his Holmes family book?
Yeah.
Or Bach, as you...
Bach, yeah, he wrote 1995. Yeah.
Can you read through this to the jury? It's very short.
It is short. I'm Jimmy Holmes, and I don't know what that says. He's still learning to write in 1995. He was 7 and 8 years old. So I don't know that word. My mom and sister are San Diego I don't know that word either. He's pretty young. He's describing the pictures that are in the book. This is my backyard. I think that's backyard. It's spelled B-C-U-E-D. I like my T-E-R-B-O-L. I don't know.
What are the photos of?
His little car. He has one of those little Tykes cars. And then it's his dogs. My dogs are Zuby and Wimby. We had a Labrador and a Sheltie. And this is my sister. I like to give her a hug. I like to ride in this car. So it's his little Tykes car again. This is my sister in the car. This is where we like to eat. It's the dining room. This is and then this is our house in Salinas. So it's right when he first moved to Salinas.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of those moves that you made. The jury has heard a lot of people testify about the Oak Hills neighborhood.
Yes.
We heard from Sandy Becker from the Prairie Dog neighborhood. So I'd like to kind of just run through that timeline, not too quickly, but not too lengthy, from your perspective, okay?
Okay.
With regard to the Prairie Dog neighborhood, can you describe that neighborhood from your perspective for the jury?
Very extroverted, very busy, lots and lots of kids. I couldn't even tell you how many. Everybody had kids. And so there was always things going on in the street and lots of things to play with and barbecues. And if you needed help, there was someone to go to.
Okay. And was that a neighborhood that you and Bob were involved in with the neighbors and the kids and?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
You couldn't not be involved.
Okay. Did you enjoy that type of neighborhood? Did you think it was good for your kid?
Yes.
Okay. And was Chrissy born when you moved there?
Not when we moved there. She was born in 1992.
While you lived there?
While we lived there.
And if I can approach with D-TR-119.
Yes. All right, without objection, D-TR-119 is admitted and may be published.
And if we can publish 119, 235, and 236 all together, those were introduced previously through Sandy Becker, and that would be 3271. 3274. So you saw the photo on the left and the photo on the bottom when Sandy Becker was here to testify?
Yes.
Okay, and the one that you just looked at that we just introduced is on the upper right. Are all these kind of representative of activities in the Prairie Dog neighborhood?
Yes. The one on the left is they're playing Red Rover with Gary Becker. And the upper right is we used to have Easter egg hunts for the kids. So there was so many kids, we'd keep them in the garage until they went out back to look for the eggs. And then down below is some of the neighborhood kids. One has a Etch-a-Sketch, and they must be watching TV because I don't see any controllers, so they're not playing video games.
Fair to say that video games are something popular in the time that Jim and Chrissy were growing up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any concerns about your son when he was in this neighborhood, socially or developmentally or anything?
No.
Okay. Now, after you lived here, you said you moved in 2005? 1995?
1995 to Salinas.
Okay. And we've heard about that neighborhood, that it was very similar to Prairie Dog. Is that fair?
Lots of kids. The difference was that they were all boys except for Chris.
Now, when you were in Salinas, Oak Hills, Castroville, all same area, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes.
yes? Thanks. At some point, you decided to go to counseling at a Salinas counseling place. Is that right?
Family Services of Monterey.
Okay. Why was it that you decided to do that?
They put an ad in the paper that they had a character building program, and it said that it fosters good family relationships and trust and responsibility, and I thought, oh, who wouldn't want that? So we went, and
when you say we, who is we?
Bob was at work, and I worked only part-time, so I took Chris and Jim and myself, and we went 3 or 4 times.
Now, was that that was around January through April of 1996?
I can't remember the exact year, but it was in Salinas, so it was probably 96, 97.
But fairly soon after you moved there?
Yeah, a year maybe.
Okay. When you went in for the first visit with your son and your daughter, tell me how that first visit went.
Well, Chris did all the talking, but she always does. We're a pretty quiet family, and there was a social worker. His name was John, and we waited in the waiting room a really long time, so we didn't spend a full hour with him, and he just asked about our family.
Do you recall him asking about your son specifically?
Yes, because Jim doesn't talk a lot. He wanted to know, if I had concerns about that, and I said, yeah, I think it would be good for him to talk more.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about him not making as many friends in the neighborhood yet?
Well, we came from a neighborhood that there was just a kid everywhere you turned, and it wasn't quite as many kids, and it would be impossible to have as many kids as there was on that street. So when we moved to Salinas, there was still a lot of kids, but Jim was still finding his feet, and I am not a fan of video games. I think that it's better if the kids are doing just out and getting exercise and in nature. And
not a fan of TV either?
I would prefer they're out playing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So was that something that you also mentioned there at the counseling?
That I don't want him to be too many hours playing video games.
Up until this point, your son was a good child, but are you saying that he was like a perfect kid? He never threw a toy or never got upset or never...
No.
Was there anything about his behavior as a child that you thought was alarming? At that point in time?
Alarming? No.
Nothing more than you might expect from every child growing up?
Right.
Okay. Do you recall the second visit that you had there at in Castroville? Or, well, let me ask you this. Do you recall what the goals were that you set with the counselor? increased cooperation, increased socialization?
Right. And I wanted the kids to be kind to each other and to everyone. That was important.
Were you worried that they weren't being that way?
I was worried in today's world that outside influences might not be good, and it was an important thing to me.
Okay.
And this was advertised as character building.
Okay. So it wasn't that you saw something specific with your children, rather you saw this opportunity in the advertisement?
Yes.
Okay. When you went back on the second visit, the counselor told you that there was improvement already. And that was like 3 weeks later, is that right? Do you recall that?
He'd always say, "Oh, just come back in 3 weeks." Kind of cavalier voice. And so we did. We came back in 3 weeks. And we're talking like 1996, so I can't recall
every moment
what exactly he said, but I know he did ask for the kids to draw pictures of their home. I don't remember what they look like. He didn't give them to us. He kept them.
Do you recall your son being more talkative already in that visit with him?
Yeah, I think he was a little less worried about what are we doing here with this strange man. Yeah.
And then the third visit was, what, again, 3 weeks later?
3 weeks.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you feel that your husband came with you at that point, right?
He came once. I don't know which visit.
Okay. Did the counselor talk to you and your husband about some techniques with parenting?
He did.
Okay. And by that third visit, did you all agree that the goals had been met and you didn't feel the need to come back anymore?
I don't know if the goals are ever met.
Okay, fair. Can you explain to the jury a little bit more what you mean by that?
Well, people say to me that when your kid turns 18, you're done. And it's not true. We're not done. We're never done, and that's why we're sitting here. We're not done.
When you had your son, was it your plan to love him for his whole life?
Yes.
Regardless?
Yes, regardless. Regardless.
When you decided not to continue any more counseling there after 3 visits.
Yes.
Why was that?
I just didn't see that anything was to be had from going there. It was 20 miles away. It was pouring rain every time. It was expensive. And I thought we'd be better off just being at home gardening.
You didn't get that much when you went there?
No.
Okay. You said they made you wait for a long time before your first visit. Did they do that the second and third visits as well?
Every time. And I spoke up and I said, well, we're paying out of pocket. It's for an hour. We should sit with you for an hour. But he said, I have to go on to the next person.
That time in Castroville, you said your son, when you initially moved there, was trying to get his feet underneath him. How did he progress with the kids in the neighborhood and with school while he was in Castroville?
Oh, good. He was part of a group of kids that played a lot together, and they rode bikes. They dug bike jumps because it was rural. They had fights in the strawberry fields with strawberries. They had a tree house. They had a fort. They played tag at night with flashlights in the backyard. They got along well.
Did you see that he found his footing?
Yes.
Okay. We've heard a lot about this group of boys in the neighborhood. We've heard from Joe Barrett, one of those boys, and from a lot of family members that lived in that neighborhood. I just want to show you a couple pictures. I don't want to review every photo. If I could approach with D-TR-126, 127, and 129.
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any objection to these photographs.
All right, thank you. Without objection from the people, D-TR-126, 127, and 129 are admitted and may be published.
If we can have, actually, can we start with D-TR-255 that was previously admitted, which is 985? We just saw this a little bit earlier today. Do you recall what this is?
This is their book sale. They took the books they'd already read, and it's like having a lemonade stand.
Okay. You see your daughter in this photo?
Yes, she's hugging Jimmy from behind.
Is that fairly representative of their relationship during that period of time?
Most of the time, there was like 14 boys there, and she wanted to play with them, and sometimes they'd just be like, get her out of here. Sometimes.
Right. And the two other boys there, are those neighbors from the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Good
Brothers.
Friends of Jimmy's?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can get 126, which is 1073, and this is one of those boys as well, right?
Yes, they were brothers, Chris and David Chun, and they took, after we'd known them a couple years, they took Jimmy on a camping trip to the beach with them.
Okay. And 127, which is 982?
Yeah.
Same camping trip they went on?
Yeah, lime kiln. It's a kind of, you can see it's a more unspoiled beach because the sand's nice and clean and all, and they went camping.
Okay. And if we can get a previously admitted exhibit D-TR-129, which is 989. So is this pretty, what is this, what's happening in this picture?
They're just all goofing at our house. The Barrett boys and the Chun brothers and Jim and another kid, Michael, that lived there. They're just playing around.
Did they do this every day?
Every single day, because they all took the bus home from school, and some of the mothers didn't work. So
If I can approach with D-TR-382.
Yes.
And you've watched this disc as well?
Yes.
Your initials are on that?
That's my initials.
We do move for admission of D-TR-382. And this is just a short clip of some of his friends in that neighborhood. Is that right? Do you remember?
It says friends on it, so I'm
Roll
assuming.
with that? Okay. Can we please play that,
Oh, hold on,
2578?
I haven't ruled on it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Without objection, D-TR-382 is admitted and may be published now. Go ahead.
Thank you.
He's pointing at you, watch. If he has a finger like that, it's not at the...
Let's see it. Yeah, hold it up.
Hey, Jim. Cool. And dogs making it.
Jim. Let's see it. Oh, hey, cool. Good shot. Upside down.
The color above the red.
There he is.
Yeah. Wow, way up there. There they are. That was Jimmy and Ryan doing their
snow cone boots. The customers are getting her red light, blue lights.
The record should reflect that the defense just played D-TR-382. You may proceed.
Thank you. Did you have any concerns during that time period with regard to your son and his behavior, his development?
During the time we were at Oak Hills?
Yeah.
Only the things at the Family Service Center that I said that I want a good culture and upbringing and want he and his sister to be nurturing and sharing. And it wasn't so much specific to Jim, but in general, I saw the video game culture approaching.
So this was generally things that were important to you with regard to how you raise your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you left Oak Hills, that was what year?
What year? We were there 5 years, 95 to 2000, June of 2000.
And that would have been your son's 6th grade year?
Yes.
Now, how old would he have been in 6th grade?
He was born in 87, so December of 87, so he was 12 when we moved.
Okay. During that year of 6th grade, did you notice something change in your son?
Yes.
Can you kind of describe that for the jury?
He would stay inside more. He was, some people call it living on a blue note sort of a thing, where you're just not so exuberantly joyful. He was subdued.
Was this a change that occurred one day or kind of over the course of that year?
Gradually.
Okay. Did it start before you moved to San Diego?
Yes, it really coincided with puberty.
Okay. If I can approach with D-TR-133.
Yes.
And we do move for its introduction.
Without objection, D-TR-133 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we could publish that. Is this a photo where you see that change in him?
Yes. He just, the joy went down.
Okay. Did you know what that was due to?
I thought it was puberty, that he was kind of working his way through puberty and that grouchiness was part of the parcel.
If we can get a group of photos that have already been introduced, which is D-TR-327, 326, and 328, which would be in 3271. Do these photos also kind of show that?
Yes, they do.
And what time frame are the two photos on the left?
Salinas, so it's prior to the year 2000 on the left. And then on the right is, he'd be maybe 13. That's the Christmas tree. And so that's like 2000.
Okay. So kind of late 1999 in Salinas through the spring. The Easter photo that we just saw was in the spring of 2000 before you moved?
Correct.
And then you still saw it after you moved, is that right?
Correct.
Was he happy about the move?
No.
Was Chris happy about the move?
Well, Chris is pretty easygoing, so she was like, you can swim more often, the weather's great, we built up the good points, and so she was fine.
Was she sad when she left her best friend, the Bidwell son?
Yes, and she had another good friend, Holly Price's daughter, Savannah, that she was very sad about leaving the kids.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, did you ever attribute part of it as a possibility that part of James's loss of joy could have also been part of your move? Was that a concern for you?
Yes, a big concern.
Okay. What did you do as a result of that when you guys moved to San Diego and you continued to see this with him?
We contacted our insurance for a referral to a counselor to help get some counseling for a adjustment for a whole family to this move. But in particular, we were worried about Jim being happy, and especially because the kids in the neighborhood were not welcoming.
Before you sought out the counseling, because I understand the counseling began in James's 8th grade year? 8th to 9th grade?
I believe it might be 7th grade.
Okay. Did you make any efforts to try to get him to make friends in the neighborhood?
Yes. I went door to door introducing myself that we were new in the neighborhood, and there was someone from church had a kid his age that I asked the mom if he could come down to see Jim. And there was a mom I knew from when we were in San Diego before, and I called from the Prairie Dog neighborhood. But the kids were now in a different phase of their life, and they were really highly scheduled.
Was he able to make friends in San Diego easily?
Not as a result of my effort.
Okay. Eventually, he did make some friends through school.
At school, they had like a rec room with ping pong, and he would go there to play ping pong. So I was happy about that because, A, I had nothing to do with it. He did that all by himself, and B, that's pretty good initiative that he did that on his own to make some friends.
You talked about looking for getting a referral for a counselor. Was that Mel Lipsy?
Yes.
And how long did you all go see him?
Probably over the course of 1 year.
Why did you stop going? Did you think the counseling had done anything, had solved the problem? What was your reasoning?
I saw better adjustment, and after the course of a year, we were just all kind of going there, didn't have more to say.
Did he ever ask to speak to your son alone?
Never.
What was the positive change that you began to see, and when did you begin to see that?
Well, he was playing soccer, and he loved that. And every Friday night, he went to a comic store where they sponsored Magic. It's a card game. So he had everybody, it was like cheers. Everybody was greeting him as he walked in the door. And he was doing well in playing the trumpet. Knew some people that were in band. So yeah, I saw some getting integrated into his new situation.
Did you see things get even better by the time he got into like his sophomore and junior and senior years of high school?
Well, transitions are tough for Jim. Going to a new place or a new school, it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
And so most of the time, he chooses his own activities, but we kind of push him into cross country because the coach had stuff over the summer, and so I thought that would keep him busy practicing and running over the summer, and then do cross country in 9th grade.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't his choice, he didn't want to, but he wanted to make us happy. So he did it, but he was not happy there, really not happy, and I could certainly see that. One time I went to pick him up, and they were pairing up groups, and he was just kind of staring off into space.
Did he become more busy and focused on school the more he got into high school?
Yeah, Westview is a very hard school. The expectations are that you buckle down and do hours and hours of homework.
Did he seem to get better? These concerns you had about his sort of loss of joy, his social isolation, did that seem to get better?
It did.
Did it ever go back to how it was in Oak Hills?
No.
Okay. During this period of time, did you have, whenever you had parties or he was around groups of people, did you try to give him tasks to focus on?
Well, not just this period of time, but always.
Okay.
Like when we had Easter egg hunts, he would be the one to pass out the baskets or the bags. When we had a Christmas party, we would have him host the one to pour the hot apple cider. When my mom died, he was the one that greeted the people at the funeral mass and handed them the book to sign. So I think I read somewhere that shy people, if you give them a task, it kind of eases any kind of discomfort when there's a lot of people around.
Did you, was that effective with your son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Throughout this period of time when you moved to San Diego, when you moved from Oak Hills, moved to San Diego, you had concerns about his isolation, you had concerns about his loss of joy. Did he ever have any problems in school?
Certainly not academically, and never getting in trouble. The only time I ever, in 13 years of school, had a teacher or a worker talk to me about him was he and another kid in after-school program. There used to be, I don't even know if kids use them anymore, but there used to be a little plastic army men about that big, and they were getting bored and they were throwing them through the chain link fence at the cars. And so the teacher told me, that he was in trouble. And he said, well, why is that bad? And I said, well, the drivers get distracted. So he said, okay, I won't do that again. And in 13 years, that's the only time anybody from any school ever talked to me about Jim.
Was the fact that he wasn't he wasn't also the kind of kid that was staying out late, getting into trouble at home?
No.
And I know that you said there came a point between your son and your daughter where they didn't want to hang out that much anymore. By this point in high school, are they sort of into their separate interests and getting along okay?
Right.
The fact that he's not getting in trouble, that he's doing well in school, he's always getting good grades, did this sort of balance against any concerns you had about being isolated or losing his joy?
I think that's true. I always thought I had a good kid.
So even with the concerns that you did have, do you think it was anything at the time out of the ordinary, that maybe other families had their issues with their kids, that it was along the same lines?
I wouldn't say it was out of the ordinary. I just would say I felt guilty that he wasn't happier. And I know happiness is up to the person, but I'm his mom. So I felt like there was something more I could do.
So you always continue to try?
If I cook better, if I make a better vacation plan, if I do something, it will make happiness.
For both of your kids?
For all of us.
Right. I want to talk to you. You mentioned before that you had some pets, that Jimmy put a picture of his pets in one of his family books. And I want to show you a couple things with regard to that, and that's D-TR-137, 38, 140, 139, and 142.
I don't have any objection to these exhibits, Your Honor.
Thank you. I do move for their admission.
All right, D-TR-137, 138, 139, 140, and 142 are admitted and may be published.
Why was it important for you to have pets in your home?
Well, they're fun to have around. They do bring happiness, and I think there's something to the studies that show that they keep people calmer. And it's good for teaching responsibility to look after pets. Kids need to have that.
What is, can we publish 137 and 138? Or, well, we have to do one at a time. 137. Is this a picture that you actually sent to your son since he's been in custody?
Yes.
You write him a lot of letters, don't you?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Wimby. He's a Sheltie, and he was the runt of the litter. Nobody wanted him, and they were going to euthanize him. So we took him, and he was actually a difficult dog because he had a lot of health problems, and being a Sheltie, he's a herder, and he barks a lot, and then the neighbors get mad, but we did the best we could with him.
And if we can have the next one.
This is Exuberant. We call him Zoopy, and he was a canine companion. It's a program where you adopt a puppy and raise it for a disabled person and train it and socialize it. But he had bad hips, so he was unable to go to a handicapped person, so we kept him.
How did your son get along with the dogs?
Oh, good. Yeah, he was always good with animals. He walked them and bathed them and liked to pet them and cuddle them. He was good.
Do you, can we see D-TR-139, 1080? And this is both of those dogs again, but together in the same photo?
Yes.
Zuby and Wimby?
Yes.
Do you recognize this from your son's, from, if you open up D-TR-142, which is the book, the journal?
Oh, the journal. Okay. Yes, the picture's in here.
Yeah. Can you read that second entry from the journal?
This is from 12/18/98. Today my dog died. His name was Zuby. He was born 1986. Zuby died at the age of 12. He died of old age. He has white fur. He used to chase tennis balls. He was a retriever. Zuby was a good dog. Zuby and my other dog, Wimpy, were best friends. They knew each other for 9 years. I like Zuby, and I think he was a great dog and retriever. Zuby and Wimpy Zuby and Wimpy are both wonderful dogs to me. This is a picture of them together.
Do you recall when Zuby died?
In Salinas, he had bad hips to begin with. That's why we got him. So we had to, these big dogs, it gets worse. And when he was about 13, we had to euthanize him.
Do you recall ever talking to your son at length about that?
We didn't talk about euthanizing. We just told both the kids that he was getting old and couldn't walk anymore and couldn't eat anymore and couldn't do anything anymore, and to say goodbye to him because he was going to die probably the next day. And they were so young, and they didn't say, "How do you know it's tomorrow?" We didn't tell them we euthanized.
Was your son sad when that happened?
Yes.
Is it something that he talked to you about, his sadness?
The neighbor came down, Sue. She was in that picture that making snow cones.
Mm-hmm.
She came down and gave the kids a card and some flowers to put on his grave, and they talked to her.
Let me ask you this. Historically in your family, is the culture of your family to talk much about emotion?
No, we don't talk much in general. We're all introverted. Chris is the chattiest.
Okay.
But emotions, not very much. When we get together, we're more doing things, like we'll get together and hike, or we'll get together and kayak, but to just sit and talk, that probably isn't my family culture.
Okay. Is it part of your family culture to kind of be more stoic? Is that a word that you would use?
Yes, definitely.
How else would you describe that family culture?
Well, it goes back one more generation that I was taught to be stoic, don't complain, be grateful, help other people, don't be weak, be responsible, be strong. And that was the same I handed down.
Do you think that had an impact on how communicative you guys were as a family with regard to some of the difficult things?
Yes.
For example, we've heard some testimony from your daughter about your husband's sister, Aunt Betty.
Yes.
And that you all didn't really know about or talk about her mental illness.
We didn't, partly because we would see her at holidays, and if you're all having a good time with your Thanksgiving turkey, you don't really start talking about mental illness.
Right. But was it also a little bit more than that it just wasn't something talked about in your family?
Right. We did not. At one point I knew she was very anxious and that impaired her from working. And I asked Bob's mom point blank, what is wrong with her? Because if something happens to you, I need to help look after her. And Bob's mom said, I don't know, but she knew.
When you say that Bob's mom wouldn't talk about it, you heard your husband talk yesterday about it wasn't really the culture of their family to talk about these things. Was it the same with the Eagan family, your family, growing up?
The same culture. Be grateful. Don't be a complainer. Be strong. You're here on this earth to help weaker people, so you need to be strong.
Okay. So if you're sick, don't complain about it.
Don't complain about anything.
Just get better.
Just put one foot in front of the other.
Okay. Do you think that culture that came from your side of the family also came into your family with your children?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just touch briefly on some of Jimmy's relatives. You said your mother and father were very happy at his birth?
Ms. Hicks, I'm sorry, before we move on.
Certainly.
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break,
Okay.
okay? All right, members of the jury, it's time for a break, so let's take the afternoon break right now. Take 20 minutes. Please make sure you follow all my advisements during the break, and I'll see you back here in 20. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Let's take our break, and I'll see everyone back here in 20 minutes, all right? The court will be in recess.
A rare glimpse inside the mind and emotion of what must be an unthinkable time in someone's life. The mother of a shooter, of now a convicted shooter, of someone who killed 12 and injured 70 others. The mother of the defendant, Arlene Holmes, on the stand now for the better part of an hour, about an hour and a half now. We're going to take you back to the start of her testimony, and I call this kind of unprecedented because in many cases when you have a mass shooting, we don't end up with a trial. Normally, not normally, in most cases it seems that the shooter of an event ends up taking their own life, and in Colorado we learned that sometime, I think it was next year, later this year, next year, Diane Sawyer might have an interview with one of the Columbine shooter's parents, and that's someone we've never heard from, and here we are for the first time hearing from the mother of a shooter and the emotion that she is going through, testifying that she's been in court all but 2 days since April 27th. 2 days she had to go back to San Diego. But for the 90 minutes now, we've been hearing from Arlene Holmes, the mother of the shooter, and we're going to take you back to the start of her testimony and get you back into court when it resumes in about 20 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is James Holmes your son?
Yes, he is.
Have you sat here every day for this trial?
Every day except for 2. I had to go home to San Diego for 2 days. Every other day since April 27th, yes.
Has that been something that's been difficult for you?
It's very difficult and painful and tragic, yes, for everyone.
Have you heard then the testimony of most of the experts that have talked about your son's serious mental illness?
Yes, I have.
Is that something that also has been hard for you to listen to?
Yes, it is.
Before July 20th of 2012, did you know that your son suffered from a serious mental illness?
No, I didn't.
Now, we'll talk about some of this, but you've had some concerns about your son as he's been growing up, is that right?
That is true.
At the time in his life, the various times in his life that you had some concerns, did you ever think it was some sort of serious mental illness like schizophrenia?
No, I did not.
How can that be?
He was the most responsible person I knew, my own son. He managed his finances, looked after himself completely, went to school every single day without complaint, did all his chores without being told. You tell him once what he needs to do and he did it. He never harmed anyone ever, until July 20th, 2012.
As you sit here today, do you still love your son?
I still love my son. Yes.
Why?
Because I understand he has a serious mental illness, that he didn't ask for that. Schizophrenia chose him. He didn't choose it. And I still love my son. I still do.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about that time in the months before July 20th of 2012, okay?
Okay.
Now, I understand was it your main method of, what was your main method of communication with your son?
Email.
And I said James Holmes, what name do you call him by?
I called him Jimmy until high school, and now I call him Jim.
Why was email the main mode of communication that you had with your son, Jim?
He never really liked talking on the telephone. He did once in a while, and sometimes we'd call him and leave a voicemail, and he'd respond by email.
Was there a time that you had to actually practice with him about talking on the phone?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, he was in middle school, and there were times when he had to communicate by phone. It was before the days when everybody just texted and tweeted and really didn't call each other. There were times when people actually called each other, and so we would have a dry run and practice using the telephone so that he would not get too stressed by having to use the phone.
How old again was he then?
Middle school.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
So when sort of email came about as a primary mode of communication, did he take to that?
Yes.
When he went away to college, is that how you communicated?
Yes.
And the same for while he was at graduate school here in Colorado?
Yes, email.
Okay. Even when you communicated with him in email, was he verbose? Did he speak a lot, even in the emails?
No, but if you're asking me about the time in Colorado, it got shorter and shorter in his emails.
When did you notice that it was getting shorter and shorter?
Probably May, June.
Was that alarming to you or concerning to you in some way?
I was concerned because when he called me on Mother's Day 2012, he said, I'm having trouble in school. I'm having trouble with presentations. And I kept doing what I thought was right, was to encourage him and to remind him that he did well in presentations back in high school era. And so I just kept telling him, just keep trying, but I didn't realize that his loudest cry for help was his silence.
Somewhere in that period of time, did you get a phone call from a Dr. Fenton?
I got a phone call from Dr. Fenton on June 11th, 2012.
And did she express to you some concern that she had about your son?
Yes, she said that she saw him for social anxiety and that he had come to her for this problem. But initially, the very first thing she said was, did you know that he was going to quit school or had quit school? And I said I suspected it because he said he was just struggling. It wasn't fitting with his personality to do these presentations.
Did she ever tell you she had concerns because he had expressed homicidal ideation?
No, never.
Do you wish she had?
Of course I do. Of course. We wouldn't be sitting here if she had told me that.
Would you have been out here the next day?
I would have been crawling on all fours to get to him. He's never said that he wanted to kill people. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. She didn't say that she thought he might be psychotic.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained. Wait till the next question, please. Next question.
Did she tell you he thought he might be psychotic?
She did not.
Did she tell you that, did she leave you with the impression that it was okay for you to tell your son that she had talked to you?
I said, did he give you permission to call us? And she said, no, he doesn't want to worry you. And I said, we can call him and not mention that you called. And she said, that would be good.
Did she tell you that he had quit counseling?
No.
Did you have some relief in this idea that you thought he was still in counseling with her?
Yes, I was reassured by her phone call. She said he's coming for help, and that at the end of the month he wouldn't be a student anymore, so his student insurance didn't cover it. And I said, we work, we have money, we can pay for it. And she said that would be fine.
Did you continue to communicate with your son after that? Did you communicate anything to him about that conversation?
No, we called him as soon as my husband got home. Dr. Fenton called about 4 o'clock California time. And so my husband got home from work at 5, and we called him and left a voicemail, and he didn't call, so we emailed, and he said, it's true, I've quit school, it just wasn't a good fit. But we didn't tell him that we talked to Dr. Fenton.
Did you ever communicate again with Dr. Fenton?
I tried. She said, call me any time, and gave me her cell phone. And we called her, but she did not call back.
What did you ask her to call you back?
Yes.
Okay. You left her a message?
Yes, a voicemail.
And you never heard from her again?
Right.
Do you recall when it was that you left that voicemail?
Well, she first called June 18th, and then we went to Monterey on the weekend, so the following Monday would have been, she called June 11th to me. So we went to Monterey, so the following Monday would have been June 18th. So it was about June 20th, 2012.
There has been a lot of talk by the prosecution about the continued emails that you and communication you had with your son in May, June, and July.
Yes.
And that he never communicated to you what he was doing at that point in time. I want to talk to you about sort of the nature of his communication with you historically. You do recall that he communicated initially with you it would have been the fall of 2011 about his girlfriend?
Yes.
And you had to actually ask him to let let you know what her name was?
Yes.
Okay. And you also communicated with him throughout the year with regard to various sundry things, what you were doing, recommending a book, recommending a TV series, things like that. Is that about fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you recall that he did communicate with you and your husband in February and March of 2012 about his breakup with his girlfriend?
Yes.
What was your biggest concern at that point in time for him?
That he was not sitting alone playing video games.
Were you concerned that he might be depressed?
I was concerned, yes. If you've lost your girlfriend and your job and your plan as far as grad school, yes.
Were you in any way ever concerned that he would act violently?
Never. I was totally shocked that he used a gun. We never had guns in the house. We never were hunters or target shooters. When I heard, I thought, how does he even know how to use a gun?
In that phone call, did he ask you questions about your daughter, Chris?
A lot.
Okay. Did he usually ask about Chris when you spoke to him on the phone?
He had just talked to me on Mother's Day, and he asked about Chris then, and he asked if he could speak to her because she was with us when he called. And he was talking to her about school and asking how her first year of college had been. And so they spent some time on the phone together. That would be Mother's Day, May 2012.
Okay. And then he asked about her again on July 4th?
Quite a bit of that conversation was about her. He wanted to know why she hadn't passed all her classes, and she wasn't with us at the time we called. She was with her friends, but he said, please tell her that 5 classes is too many. She shouldn't have taken so much, and that it's too hard in college to do that much.
Was there anything about him during that conversation that was different to you?
It lasted a long time, and usually he's either quick on the phone or email, and he must have talked to us for a good half hour. That's unusual.
Did he seem sad to you? Or did he seem happy? What was his expression, do you know?
Neither.
Okay.
Neither, just talking.
Was it an alarming phone call for you?
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. And Mrs. Holmes, you may resume the witness stand. Go ahead. Thank you. Are the parties ready for the jury? Ms. Brady?
Judge, I did want to just bring up with the court before the jury comes back, as far as scheduling, to me at least, it seems like we're going to be rushing a bit if we try and get to closings tomorrow. So I did just want to tell the court that I had that concern. And I don't know if the court wants to talk about it now or see how the rest of the afternoon goes, but I feel compelled to tell you I'm getting a little bit nervous if we're going to try and get everything done in time to do closings tomorrow.
Well, let's porch ahead and see how far we get. I may need you to stay late so we can work on instructions, but just not everybody has to stay here. So just the attorneys who are involved with the instructions need to be here.
And I think I'll speak for Ms. Nelson. Her concern is that she wants to incorporate some of the testimony from today into the instructions. And so that's going to be that she'll have to work on the instruction after the testimony is completed before she can present it to the court. And I think that's our concern, is trying to work in what happened today into the instructions.
Well, we might be able to work on the rest of the instructions. I don't think that would affect most of them. It might affect one, and we can hold off on that one until tomorrow if we need to, so.
And also to let the court know, Mr. Brockler and I have exchanged slides for closing, and I'm going through those as I can, and I know Mr. Brockler suggested that he and I talk before we address it with the court, but that's another thing that's sort of stressing me out.
Okay, I understand. It may be something where we finalize that tomorrow morning, but I tell the jury to come in a little bit later. What I don't like is having the jury wait. If we plan ahead and we say, okay, we're gonna talk about slides tomorrow at 8:30 or at 8:40, then we can figure out if we can have the jury come in at 10 or something like that. Same thing with the instructions. If we can finalize most of them and perhaps leave one until tomorrow morning, we can finalize that one and finish the copying before the jury gets here, and I can have the jury come in a little bit later, okay? All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Volume control.
And Ms. Brady, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Mrs. Holmes, I remind you that you're still under oath, okay? And Ms. Higgs, you may proceed with the rest of your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may approach with D-TR-146, 145, 148, and 151.
No objection to these photographs?
Okay, thank you. So D-TR-145, 146, 148, and 159 are all admitted without objection and may be published.
Thank you. Could we start with 146? So we left off, and I wanted to just speak with you briefly about your mother, Helen, and your father. What was your father's name?
Bert.
And was this their first grandchild?
It was.
Did they come for the birth?
Shortly thereafter, a couple days after the birth.
Okay. Was your mother actively involved with, well, your father has passed away. Did he pass away soon after Jimmy was born?
Jim was born in 87 and he passed away in 92.
So for those first years, were both your mother and father involved with coming to visit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have 1003? And so this is this a photo of your mother and father?
Yes, it is. That's at our home in San Diego before we moved to Prairie Dog. So that's just maybe a few weeks after he was born.
Okay. Was your mother really involved with your kids as they were growing up?
She was. She didn't live in San Diego. She lived about 150 miles away in LA, in the house that we grew up in. But she was pretty healthy until she got cancer. And so she would drive down and spend time with the kids.
Would the kids go visit her in the summer?
Yes, I would take them up and actually leave them with her for several days.
Okay. Can we get 145, D-TR-145, number 1003? Where is this?
That's at the Prairie Dog House, and that's my mom, and Jim's probably about 5. That's his little pool table. And we must have been in preparation for Chris, because that was a new high chair.
Is this one of the photos you also sent your son in one of your letters?
Yes.
And if we could have D-TR-148, which is 1008.
And that's our van. And they have a little, Chris and Jim have a little koosh ball. That was kind of a fad back then of The Lion King and my mom.
As the kids got older, was she still trying to be very involved with them?
Yeah, I think she always wanted them to come and stay with her.
Mm-hmm.
But as my dad got sicker, she didn't have the time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
She was looking after him until he passed away.
Okay. If I can approach with D-TR-383.
You may.
I have no objection.
All right, D-TR-383 is admitted and may be published without objection.
And this is a short clip of your mother making gingerbread with your son.
Okay, yep.
Do you remember watching that?
I do.
Okay, if we can play that.
Get a Christmas tree out of this, Jim. What do you think? Okay, we're gonna get the rolling pin ready for you. Okay, roll away. I'm the sous chef. Whoops. That's okay. Now try one more time across, because then you'll have it big enough. See, when you do it harder, it does out bigger. I'll bet you can do a Christmas tree there. What do you think? Okay. Wait, no, that's not. Grandma hasn't got that quite right. Now, it'll fit upside down. Do you want us to do all the dough? There's a whole clump of dough. Oh my goodness. We do not say this. Doing a lot of them. You're going to have cookies for me. When we're done taking our nap, can we eat all these? Sure. You going to decorate them, Arlene, too? Mm-hmm. Watch it. Daddy's here. Okay, don't run into Daddy. Okay, well, I think Grandma's going to sit down. Okay. Grandma's taking a break. Okay. Grandma's going to take a break. Maybe Jimmy can too. Break time. Break time? Yep. We took a broom and we swept away. There was some cobwebs there, so Jimmy found them.
Yes, come sit on my lap. That'd be a nice thing to do.
Well, hi, guys. Yeah, hi.
Yes, we're good partners, aren't we, Jim? You're huggable.
He's a huggable. He likes being hugged.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turkey gobble.
We'll have our turkey pretty soon.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Okay.
Okie doke, guys. Yeah.
What year did your mother pass away?
2008,
Where was your son when she passed?
UC Riverside.
Did he come down for the services?
He did.
How did he feel about her passing?
He was very sad because there was a long-term relationship from birth. He didn't say much. My brother gave the eulogy, and they had a church service, and he, as I said before, he greeted people as they came in, and then we went to my mother's retirement community and had some kind of, after the Mass, we had a reception.
Did he talk about being sad about it?
No, he did not, but I could certainly tell that he was we went to the graveside, and that was when I could see that he really was looking sad.
I want to talk just a little bit about your brother Dex.
Okay.
When you were growing up, you talked about some of your family culture. Was family in general also important, a part of that family culture?
Yes, very important to get together.
Okay. Now, was Dex older or younger than you?
5 years older.
Okay. What was his relationship with Jimmy?
Well, he and his wife didn't have children, so he really looked forward to Jim and was interested in him and wanted to know what he was doing and took delight in playing with him. And as he got older, the kids would fly up to my brother's and stay with him and his wife.
If I can approach with D-TR-154, 155, and 156.
I have no objection to these photographs.
All right, D-TR-154 through 156 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
If we can get 154, 3264. So what is this a photo of?
That's Lassen. It's a national park in California, and it's volcanic. So my brother and his wife Terry and Jim went hiking there. It's a volcanic vents, fumaroles, and it's a boardwalk that goes out over the bubbling hot water.
Mm-hmm. Chris also went on this trip?
Chris too. Jim and Chris flew up and stayed with Dex and Terry.
So this was one of the
vacations.
The weeks that they did up there?
Yes.
What other things did your son and your brother do? Do you know, didn't he help him with gardening work and stuff when he went up there on those trips?
Yes, my brother was a dentist, and he had he liked nature, and he had a fairly large yard, so he needed a ride-on mower, and Jim got a kick out of that, and he had a big rose garden, and Jim trimmed our roses at home, so he helped Uncle Dex do all that. He already knew how to trim roses. And fishing, they went fishing. Dex had his own little pond.
Can we get D-TR-155, 3261? Before that, the photo that we just saw at Lassen, that's one of the photos you sent your son in a letter, is that right?
That's true.
And this photo as well?
Yeah, this is Uncle Dex.
How old is Jimmy?
I'm thinking 3. That's a preschool hat.
Would you say that your brother and your son were close?
Yes.
Okay. And I think your daughter said that Dex and your son were close, and she was close to Terry.
Terry, yes.
That if I can approach with D-TR-384.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, it is admitted without
Thank you.
objection and it may be published.
And did Dex also come to your home and visit quite often?
Not quite often, because he lived first in Northern California at the northern half of the state, and then in Arizona. But holidays, whenever he could.
And if we can get D-TR-156, Exhibit 1084. Is it, no, 1054, sorry. What are you guys doing here?
I'm looking at the money to see if it's Monopoly.
There's no board.
Yeah, there's no board. Oh, we're playing poker. With Monopoly money.
With Monopoly money. Is that your brother Dex on the left?
Yes, it is, and Jim in the middle, and Chris.
Is this fairly common? Is this representative of the types of activities you guys would engage in when you got together on family vacations and family holidays?
Yeah, we played a lot of board games, and Jim usually won.
And if he didn't win?
Oh, I'm trying to remember when he didn't win. But we had to play another game and see if he could win if he didn't win.
Was everybody a good sport about these games?
Well, you can see Chris does not look happy. She liked to win.
Okay. But your son?
Yes, he was.
If we can play D-TR-384, which is 2573.
What are you going to do today?
Go to the beach.
Oh, boy.
And boogie board.
What are you going to do today?
Go to the beach and go on the gym.
Oh, boy.
And boogie board.
And boogie board. And what did you do yesterday?
Surfing the USA.
Would you like to sing a little bit of that song for us?
Surfing in the USA.
That's very good. Do you know any other surfing songs?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here's the star player. Oh, there's the big number 6 on the back there. Okay, what's your strategy for today's game, Jimmy?
I'm going to beat them.
But effective.
Only steps away from the beach. And Jimmy was playing soccer with Uncle Dex today.
And won by 1 point.
Maybe we'll get a little film of that later.
Sure.
Right in Bushy Trail at the beach, right after breakfast. Here's the morning, here's the boys. We're headed for this flock of seagulls. We're kind of zero in on them a little bit here. And see if the birds just scatter. Oh, there they go. Bye, birds.
Was that your brother either talking or seen in the video at the end, especially on the beach?
He was seen. I don't think he'd be talking because it looked like I was filming it from way far back.
Earlier in the clip when he's talking about surfing in the USA.
Oh, I think he was filming.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed that a lot of these clips, the kids are young.
Yes.
At a certain point, did the kids not want to have home videos made of them anymore?
Right. And technology-wise, we were not to the point where you can take it with your cell phone easily. So we still had that big old clunky style video cam, and you get tired of hauling it around and then finding out nobody wants to be photographed anyway. So there's a time period when videos stop.
We have heard that your brother passed away.
Yes.
When was that?
August 2012.
Were you with him when he was sick in August of 2012?
Yes, we came, well,
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Did he know about this case when he passed away?
he did. It happened July 20th, and he passed away August 30th.
Did he want Jimmy to know that he still loved him and cared about him?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll allow it overruled.
Yes, he definitely wanted Jim to know that he was thinking about him even as he was dying.
And that he loved him?
And that he loved him.
I just want to talk briefly about your daughter and her evolving relationship with your son.
Okay.
When was she born?
December 26, 1992.
So almost exactly 5 years after your son.
Yes.
Okay. What was his... Was he excited to get a sister?
Yeah, we took him to a big brother sibling class at a local hospital where they could show him, you know, what babies eat and how tiny they were to prep him, and he really liked that.
If I can approach with D-TR-307.
Yes.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted without objection from the people. D-3R-307. And it may be published.
Thank you. I'd like to show a group of photos that have all been admitted. If we can get 3288, and it would be D-TR-307, 308, 309, and 163. So these are all photos of your son and your daughter when she was quite young.
Right. She's still using a bottle, so yeah, she was young.
In the upper left photo, what's going on there?
He's reading a Disney book to her. And in the upper right, did you say?
Did I say right? I meant left. You hit the right photo.
Okay.
Is that something that he liked to do with her?
Yeah, sometimes he'd climb in his crib and lie there and read to her.
In her crib?
In her crib, yeah.
Was he gentle with her and
yes,
appropriate with her, good with her?
Yes.
As a baby?
As a baby, yes.
Can you describe, as they got a little bit older, not yet into middle school or anything, when they were still young kids, like in the Oak Hills neighborhood, did they continue to get along pretty well?
Sometimes they didn't. They'd have minor spats sometimes. I think it was mostly when he was with friends and she'd be in the way because she was littler than the rest of them.
You had an older brother, a brother older than you by 5 years.
Yes.
Same age range as Jimmy and Chrissy?
Yeah, I didn't plan that.
Did you see anything in their relationship that caused you concern? Anything that you never had with your older brother?
Well, my older brother kind of ignored me more when I bugged him. And so I'd go away, but Chris was insistent that Jim would play. Like if the message was leave me alone, Chris kept at it. She didn't leave him alone.
She described that as being the annoying little sister.
She did. She said one time, I just bugged the crap out of him. She just wanted to be there, whether she was in the way or not.
Despite that, do you think that when they were younger, they got along fairly well for siblings?
Most of the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not perfect?
Not perfect, no.
If I can approach with D-TR-2576, oh no, it's D-TR-385.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, D-TR-385 is admitted and may be published.
We can play that, please.
There, how's that?
We're getting sound, but no visual. We'll try one more time and see if we can get it. We have to shut down and restart, evidently. As they got older, like after you moved from Oak Hills back down to San Diego, and we've heard about this, did they have periods in their relationship where they didn't get along?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you find that problematic, or did you find that like sort of a normal part of siblings growing up together?
Well, certainly siblings have times when they don't get along. I'm well aware of that. And when we went to Mel Lipsey, we did touch on that issue that, it's been mentioned in court about basketball issues. Chris, being 5 years younger, a girl, smaller, just wanted desperately to play basketball all the time with Jim. And he didn't necessarily want her glued to his side all the time while he was trying to practice his basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe that's probably one of their biggest issues, is that he just wanted to shoot hoop and be unencumbered by his sister in the way.
But certainly there were plenty of times that he didn't mind her being around.
Plenty of times.
Okay.
Yes.
What about as they got older into their teen years?
Then they went kind of separate ways because they each had their own activities and they weren't doing side-by-side activities. They were different.
And when he went off to college?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't call each other all the time or email each other all the time, no.
Was your family still getting together regularly for family holidays?
Yes, every year.
Doing family vacations together in the summer?
Every year.
Okay. Was there, and I understand, I think you heard your daughter testify?
Yes, I did.
You didn't see the prosecution ask her any questions?
No, I didn't.
And she talked about going to his graduation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did she ever complain to you about having to go with you to your son's graduation?
No.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she want to go with you to visit him at UC Riverside?
Yes.
Okay. Did she want to go to his graduation?
Yes.
when you would get together for family holidays or family trips, did your son and your daughter do things together?
Yes, we'd put them in the same room, either a cabin that we all shared or a hotel. And the outdoor activities we did, they shared.
Did they seem to enjoy being around each other during
Yes.
those vacations?
Yeah.
Did they enjoy having that kayak race when you guys went to Hawaii?
Yes.
Did they enjoy playing on the bumper boats with the water guns at Big Bear?
Yeah. And we went, well, I didn't, but the kids went wakeboarding.
Mm-hmm. And
one at a time. You can't both get on a wakeboard.
did they have a good time doing that together?
Yes.
When you were together at Christmas in 2011, you said they stayed in the same room.
Yes.
Did you ever have any concerns, even though they grew distant, that your daughter did not love your son?
I never worried about that.
Did you ever have any concerns based on all of your experience with them that your son didn't love your daughter?
I never had any concern about that.
We've already talked about your son being a, well, let me back up for a second. You heard some allegations here that your daughter has abandoned your son, James.
I saw that on the videotape.
Has she, in your opinion, abandoned your son?
No, quite the opposite, actually. She is always wondering how he is.
Always interested in how he's doing?
Yes. I told her about the allegations, and she said I need to come out.
Sustained.
Clear that up?
I sustain the objection.
Now, with regard to some of the letters that you've sent your son over the past couple years, you have also included in there photos of your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And that was with her permission, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we won't show those photos again, the jury's already seen them, but you also got together on her birthday, I believe it was, and took photos of her and you and her and your husband also to send to your son, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you intentionally took those photos with the goal of sending them to your son, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. We've talked already about your about James's school career. In all the years that he was going to school, those 13 years, academically, how did he perform?
Really well, above average.
Do you recall your husband talking about going to a ceremony for his scholarship after he graduated high school?
Well, they had a scholarship ceremony before they graduated at Westview for anyone who got a scholarship.
Was it around the time of graduation?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they honored each individual that got a scholarship, and there were balloons and cake and certificates and stuff like that.
And if I can approach with D-TR-188?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, without objection, it is admitted. That's D-TR-188, and it may be published.
And what is this, if we can see it? Are we up and running again? And it should be 686. It's not a video, Judge.
Oh, it's not. All right. And if you want to publish 385, once you get your system up, let me know. You can do it.
Looking at that document that you have there in front of you, what is that?
It's a certificate from the University of California, Riverside, in recognition of high academic achievement and demonstration of outstanding promise. Hereby awards the Regent Scholarship to James Eagan Holmes.
Was that a scholarship that he had for college at UC Riverside?
Yes, for tuition, for 4 years of tuition.
Okay. Is that one of the reasons you chose UC Riverside?
Yes, but also his best friends Earl and Richie went to Riverside.
Okay. When he went to UC Riverside, you initially went to visit him, is that right?
Well, we helped him move in on move-in day into the dorms. It's kind of a celebratory day when they have orientations and food, barbecues. It's a big deal because it's the first time you move away from home.
Did your daughter, Chris, go with you guys for that?
Yes.
Was that the only time you went to UC Riverside?
No, we went, he moved from the dorms to on-campus apartment for 2 years there, and then again to an off-campus apartment for the 4th year. And we went for all of his moving and settling in, and we went to something honoring people who were going to UC Riverside who got scholarships. They had a big barbecue, and we went to orientation for parents, and Bob went to one where they even stayed in the dorms. And we went to homecoming, and Chris went with us for homecoming. And that was a basketball game. UC Riverside doesn't have a football team, so homecoming is basketball.
During his time at UC Riverside, did he also come home for holidays?
Yes, although I think there was Thanksgiving where he just stayed there because his dad went to Monterey and I had to work in the hospital on Thanksgiving, so he stayed in the dorms for one, I think.
Do you remember, so you said he moved into an apartment after the first year? Did he eventually move into his own apartment?
Yes, first it's an on-campus apartment. It's got 4 bedrooms and a living area, and he stayed there 2 years. His roommate from the dorm, Dale, wanted to live with him again for the next year in the 4-plex. So they each have their own bedroom, which is a big deal after the dorm where you share a bedroom. And then he lived there 2 years, and then his last year he had his own apartment.
And when he graduated, did you go up for graduation?
No, he didn't want to walk.
He didn't want to attend the ceremony?
Right.
Did you find that unusual?
We were sad. We were teasing him that we'd go find somebody who was a foreign student who didn't have parents, and we'd go take them out to lunch or something. But I didn't attend my graduation ceremony at UC Berkeley. I was just like done. So it wasn't that weird.
Okay. You understood?
I understood.
Okay. It sounds like you did visit him a fair amount while he was at UC Riverside. When he was growing up through his sort of elementary school years, did you participate with him in his classes, with his teachers as much as you could? Did you and Bob try to do that?
In elementary school, is that what?
Elementary school, middle school?
Not so much in middle school. I was working full-time there.
Okay.
Elementary school, I only had to work part-time.
Okay.
But yeah, we were there a lot. I helped, with parties and painting and carnivals and book sales, things like that.
If I can approach with D-TR-182 and 181?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, D-TR-181 and 182 are both admitted and may be published.
And that, I think, is 695 and 702. Do you remember his teacher, Dee Trundle, from the 6th grade?
Yes.
And that first photo that you have, do you recall that museum trip with his 6th grade class?
Yes, it's in San Jose to the Egyptian Museum.
And that was while you all still lived in the Castroville area, is that right?
Yes, 6th grade.
And then this card, and if we can show, do you see the card there in front of you?
Yes.
And can you flip it over and read us the back?
It's a thank you card to his teacher, Mrs. Trundle. Thank you for your hard work and your pursuit of excellence. Your students are so lucky to have you for a teacher, and we are appreciative of what a difficult job teaching must be. Your friends, Bob, Arlene, Jim, and Chris Holmes.
Is that something that you frequently did with your children's teachers?
Yes, I like to write letters.
You said there was only one time in all of the years that James was in school that you ever had a phone call about him. Were you proud of the academic achievement that he had throughout the years?
Very proud. Okay. Very studious person, very self-motivated. We never had to tell him to do his homework. He did it.
Very independent?
Yes.
When he went away to college, was he pretty independent there?
Very independent.
Okay. Do you recall what he did the summer after he graduated high school?
That was the Salk, I think, at the Salk Institute. He applied through Westview High School for an internship, and the Salk is in San Diego. So he still stayed at home and drove to work every day at the Salk.
Pretty prestigious internship he had that summer?
Yes, they do neurological research, and they had a week of pre-training at a community college in San Diego to get all the interns ready to go to the Salk.
Okay. If I can approach with D-TR-386.
Yes.
This is just some.
Without objection, D-TR-386 is admitted and may be published. And if you want to publish 385 and 188, now that your system is up, you can do that.
Jimmy has now been playing for 1.5 years with Mrs. Vincent, and he's studying for a test to get a certificate in something.
And Chris got to know.
Okay, let her finish. She's almost done.
those are just some of the events that you attended as a parent.
Yes, yes,
Did you think that it was important for you to be involved in your kids' school?
yes.
Why?
Well, partly just to show them that we're thinking of them and we care about what happens at school and we care about what happens to you, and partly to see if things were on track and good academically, and to see what happens at school in terms of the environment and whether it's safe and whether the kids are getting what they need.
There was also a little clip in there of your son playing the piano. Is that something that you encouraged him to do? You mentioned the trumpet before as well.
Both the kids had piano lessons. We bought a used piano. I had piano lessons. My brothers had piano lessons. So they started with piano and then they picked their other instrument. And Jim did trumpet and Chris did clarinet.
Why was it important for you to have music in their lives?
I just think music in general is important for calming people down, and it's a good hobby. I've read things that say it helps you with mathematics.
Sustain.
Did your son continue, after trumpet, did he continue on with music?
No. Once he started high school, he had too much homework for much else.
Okay. And I think he was also playing soccer in high school.
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you noticed him stop playing soccer?
When he went to Riverside, there were like, what do you call them, like in pickup game type things from different dorms play each other. But I think after the second year, he had a lot of work to do, so he didn't do that.
Did you notice his coordination in soccer decrease over time at all?
Yes.
About when was that?
10th, 11th grade.
Okay. He still continued to play for some time after that?
He did.
Okay. He wasn't as good as he was before?
No, he was very, very fast when he was young, but as he got older, his coordination was a little less. Yeah.
After he graduated from UC Riverside, I want to talk just a little bit about that year. Tell us about your son during that year.
After UC Riverside?
Yes.
That was a difficult time. He came home and didn't come home with a plan. And I'm a planner, so that was hard for me to accept, that he didn't know what he was going to do next. He slept a lot, stayed up late, and slept in. So I would be already gone to work, and he was still in bed. And he did some gaming and TV. I just didn't see him as the guy that was so motivated and busy that I had seen prior. He was not talking or getting up and doing stuff, or once in a while going out with his friends, but almost never. And so I got mad.
What'd you do?
I told him, you need to do something. You need to get up and do something, get a job. You didn't get into grad school, you must do something. And he didn't react angrily or say anything. He just went to the computer and started job hunting.
And how soon after that was he working?
We signed on with the temp agency because he still wanted to try and get into grad school, so he knew he wanted a temp job. That's what he told me. So the temp agency found a job, and in 2 weeks he was working full-time.
I understand he was working a night shift, is that right?
Yes, 10-hour shifts.
Did you see him, although at points during the time that he was working that job?
Well, I worked a day shift, and he would leave for work in the afternoon and would not get home till the middle of the night, a 10-hour shift, 4 days a week. And I well know that shift work makes you really, really tired, and when you have a day off, you sleep a lot. And so I really did not see him very much during the time he was at Marical.
Okay. Did you see him like on weekends?
Yes.
Okay. Did he seem to like the job?
Yes, he did. He didn't. He didn't intend to stay there, but he said that it wasn't hard work, and that they weren't mean, but that at lunch break everyone spoke Spanish, so he didn't really have interaction at break time.
When he was reapplying to graduate school, was that something that you guys encouraged him to do?
Yes.
You and your husband?
Yes.
Is it also something that he seemed to want to do?
Yeah, he just did it. We didn't make him do it.
When he didn't get into graduate school the year before, what was his reaction to that?
Well, he said he was disappointed. I believe he did have one interview at UC Irvine, but he said that he felt he didn't interview well. He was very quiet about it. He just withdrew.
Okay. Did he act out in any way?
No.
And was that, again, very consistent with who he was as a person, who you knew him to be?
Yeah.
And then he tried again the next year?
Yes.
I want to talk just a little bit, I want to touch on some of the family trips that you did. Before I get there, though, I want to approach with D-TR-195, which is 981.
No objection.
All right, D-TR-195 is admitted and may be published without objection.
And what is this, Mrs. Holmes?
It's an invitation to the baptism of both the kids.
Why was that important that your son be baptized?
I was raised in the Christian faith, and I still am a Christian, and I believe in the principles of that faith. And baptism is a way to recognize that you are a part of the church and a part of the faith, and that you recognize the existence of God.
Now, that was something that was important to you, is that right?
Yes.
And we have heard that when your children were younger, they did attend church with you.
Yes.
That in Oak Hills, you bribed them with Taco Bell.
Yes, that is true.
Did that seem out of the ordinary to you, that young kids would not want to get up early on a Sunday morning and go with their parents to church?
Not at all out of the ordinary.
Did you see that with some of your other friends?
Yes, some of them just gave up.
And to be fair, your son did not, while he was baptized in 1994, and he did go to church with you when he was younger,
Yes.
in later years, that tapered off. Is that fair?
Yes, after we moved back to San Diego, he was old enough to ask me questions about how I could believe in something that wasn't tangible. He didn't use that word, but he was old enough to start being scientific and questioning, how can you believe that God exists, God created everything, and his questions were not answered to his satisfaction, that he could believe in these things without proof.
Now, nonetheless, did he still participate with you in some activities at church?
Yes, he did. It was a friendly church, and the people were nice to him there.
Okay. And the church really encouraged volunteer service, is that right?
The church has a lot of opportunities for volunteering, a lot.
And he never complained about having to participate in those things with you, did he?
No, he didn't. Mm-mm.
Okay. With regard to your family trips, if I can approach with D-TR-198, 199, 200, 201, 202, and 203.
I have no objection to these photos.
All right, you may approach, and D-TR-198 through 203 inclusive are admitted without objection and may be published.
And if we can get 3281, which is a group of photos, one has been introduced before, which are D-TR-355, 198, and 199. When we've talked already about some of the family trips that you did, was it always important to you and your husband to take your kids out to activities?
Always. Yes.
And so what are these activities that are shown here?
The left is Where's Waldo at the San Diego Zoo. It was a hunt around the zoo, and they would stick a figure of Waldo at different spots. You would follow the clues, and then at the end, you got a live Waldo to take your picture with.
Is that something your son really enjoyed?
He did.
Okay. And then we've heard your husband talk a little bit about the upper right-hand photo, which is Disneyland.
Yeah, that's the teacups.
Okay. And your kids had a good time?
Yes.
And then the bottom right photo?
Yeah, that's Disneyland also.
Okay. Jimmy's a lot younger there.
Yes.
Was Chrissy even born yet?
No.
Okay. If I can have D-TR-200, which is 991. I think I'm back in order now. No. The Dos Picos. Can I see D-TR-200? Thanks. That's 991. Your husband talked about some camping trips that you guys went on when you were...
Yeah.
When the kids were young. Did you continue camping as the kids got older?
I'm trying to think when we stopped camping. We started out with a tent when they were little, and then we bought a crank-a up the top, a pop-up tent trailer, and we had that until they were maybe until Jim was about 15.
Mm-hmm. Was it, if I think it's, I was wrong, it's 997, if we can have D-TR-200? Was it important for you to have your kids out in nature?
Very important, a priority.
Why?
Well, for one thing, just to keep active and not get overweight. And for another thing, to be appreciating creation and to learn about plants. And we have farming in my background. I still have relatives who are farmers. And I think it's really important to understand how things grow.
If I can get 3283, which is a group of photos that are there in front of you, which are D-TR-201, 202, and 203. So are those some examples of activities that you took your kids on to get them outside?
Yeah, the one on the left is Pinnacles, it has become a national park in Northern California. They have a lot of caves with bats, and we go hiking. And then upper right, it snows, so it's probably either Big Bear or Lake Tahoe.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go tubing, and Jim snowboarded. And then lower right is Pismo, and we had the tent trailer still then, so we went just running around the beach and horseback riding. You could ride your horses right on the beach.
When you guys would go hiking,
Mm-hmm.
who was in the lead? Who was at the end?
I was at the end, and Jim would kind of check on me, especially on the uphill. And Bob was a good hiker, and so Chris would want to be with Bob because she wanted to be in front.
Did you appreciate that your son would stay back and make sure you were okay?
Yeah, I did. Somebody had to.
We've already talked a lot about your family, it being important to your family to get together on the holidays. Did that include your entire family, the extended family, when they could come?
Extended meaning
like outside you and Bob and Jimmy and Chris?
Yeah, siblings and grandparents, yes.
And what holidays were important to your family?
Thanksgiving and Christmas and Easter, we usually stayed home because we had these Easter egg hunts for the neighborhood for 5 to 7 years. We did it quite a long time.
And we've seen the photograph of you and your daughter and your son and Bob's mother up at Aunt Betty's.
Yeah.
Do you go up there regularly?
Every single Thanksgiving, that was the time we went to Betty's for dinner.
And you would also see your husband's brother?
Yes, he lived up in the Bay Area.
Okay. And what holiday then would you spend Christmas with your mom or alternate back and forth?
Yes, sometimes we do both. We drive to Monterey and drive to my mom's place.
Okay. If I can approach with D-TR-25388.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you say 388?
I did.
Okay. D-TR-388 is admitted without objection, and it may be published.
Uh, 2580. Now we have video and no sound.
this wonderful day and a happy Christmas we've had, that everybody's healthy and happy, and I'm glad everybody's here, and hope everybody has a good Christmas.
And thank you. We're very glad to be here. Merry Christmas. Amen. Merry Christmas. Wonderful. I'm just gonna say great. We need you. Bob. Sorry. Okay. Need you here too.
Okay, thank you for this wonderful day and a happy Christmas we've had, that everybody's healthy and happy, and I'm glad everybody's here, and hope everybody has a good Christmas.
I object to watching this twice.
Well, I think he's doing it because of the sound, but it's still not there, so.
Is this your family sitting around the holiday table?
Yes, the grandmas and Bob's brother and little Jimmy. We called Bob's brother Big Jimmy. It's Christmas.
The last couple areas I want to get into is based on knowing your son since he was born. In your experience with him, have you ever known him to be a mean or mean-spirited person?
No, the opposite. I would say he was sensitive to what people were thinking and needing.
Did you ever know him to be rude or disrespectful?
No.
Would you ever describe him as being the poor loser?
No.
The guy that wanted all the attention?
No.
Would you describe him as selfish or self-centered?
No.
I want to talk to you about some of the things that your son has done in his life. Are you, well, if I can approach with D-TR-216 and 392.
Yes.
No objection.
Without objection, D-TR-216 and 392 are admitted and may be published.
And if I can get 216, which is 1088. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Truscott?
There was a family karate center about 3 miles from our house, and Mr. Truscott ran the family karate center.
Okay. And did he ask you to write up the good deeds of your son?
Yes, he wanted to emphasize more than karate moves and to build character. And at that time, karate was really big among kids. They were signing up in droves.
And can you read this letter to the jury?
It says, good deed letter for Jimmy Holmes. Dear Mr. Truscott, Jimmy Holmes has done several good deeds for his family. He has helped watch out for his baby sister Chris and made sure that Chris didn't fall or hurt herself. He's helped set the table for dinner and cleared the dishes after dinner. He brings in the mail, feeds the dogs every morning. Jimmy enjoys martial arts. He has never misused his karate skills and never plays, in quotation, karate. Thank you for your time and your good teaching. Sincerely, Arlene Holmes, Jimmy's mother.
What year would that have been around?
Let's see. Probably 93.
So he would have been 6 years old?
Yes. Chris was born in 92.
You've also heard some testimony about your son volunteering, doing some volunteer work at the church?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was he required to do that volunteer work for the school?
They actually are required to do volunteer work.
Okay. And he wrote a report about that?
Yes.
And if you can read what he wrote, that last, not the entire thing, it's a little lengthy, but if you can read the last paragraph.
Okay. Okay.
On page 2. And this was the volunteer work that he did that Doug Shemansky testified about the other day. Do you recall his testimony?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. It's about the volunteer work he did on the maintenance day at the church. So you want the last paragraph of this? Primarily, community service lets people in need to be served. I serve these people in need by tidying up their environment. I also help children directly through supervision of them producing crafts. My activities gave me a sense of joy and productivity. I knew that what I was doing for the community was truly benefiting people. Hopefully the people who are subjected in my community, that's how it's written. Hopefully the people who were subjected in my community service will now advocate kind means in their community also. After helping people, one can know that they have done something useful in their society.
Was it important to you to teach your children the value of volunteer service?
Yes.
Is that something that you grew up being taught?
Yes.
Do you feel that your son embraced that value?
Yes, I think he did. I think he enjoyed it. He didn't complain about any of the volunteerism he did at Westview. He volunteered at the Red Cross, and he came home and told us every day what he did, and that he liked it there, and they liked him.
Did he get some sort of appetizer coupon when he volunteered at the Red Cross sometime?
Yeah, they gave him a reward coupon for Chili's, and he took us out, and we ate his coupon.
What about his time at Camp Max Strauss? Now, that was a summer job.
Yes, it was a paid position.
Okay. Were there other things he could have been doing that summer?
Yes, that was his choice. We knew nothing about the job listings at UC Riverside. He went to get the job himself. He picked the job himself.
Did it seem to you that he enjoyed that work with the kids?
Yes, he had a lot of concern for the kids, that they weren't too homesick or crying. And he came home once for a 4-day weekend and told us about different kids. Some of them had never been away from home before. It was the first time.
Did it seem to you that he enjoyed working with kids in general?
Yes, he liked kids a lot. They kind of gravitated towards him because he was so quiet.
Were you aware of his work at Corazon de Vida in Mexico?
I knew that was for UC Riverside volunteerism.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I don't know how many times he went.
Again, that was an opportunity that he chose.
Yes, there were lots of different choices for volunteer work.
Mm-hmm. Did he tell you, or did he seem to enjoy that work with the children in the orphanages?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there a time that he had fire evacuees stay at his apartment in UC Riverside? He opened up his home to them.
Yes. I think they were actually from San Diego, and there was an enormous fire in San Diego, and his roommate had friends that needed somewhere to stay, that had to be evacuated, so they stayed in their apartment.
Was there an elderly woman in the neighborhood that he helped out?
Next door, she was in her 80s, and she wasn't very well, and so he would pick up groceries, and he would take her garbage out for her because it's heavy to push. Yes.
Was that something you made him do?
No, not at all.
Did you all as a family donate food for people in need? Food that you would go get at Stater Brothers?
Yes, when we went grocery shopping, I'd give the kids money, and they would be maybe high school and middle school ages, and then I would explain what's perishable and what's not, and then I would just let them spend the money, and buy non-perishable and put it in, at holidays, they have those baskets where you donate at the front door. And so they got to do their own shopping and pick what they wanted to donate.
Did he ever buy stuff for himself instead?
No.
Was he good at spending that money wisely?
He's very good at budgeting and incredibly frugal.
Was he able to get the most out of that money to donate?
Yes.
Were these activities typical of your son growing up?
The volunteering and the helping, yes.
I want to just talk to you a little bit more about your contact with your son since this case came about. And I understand that you were able to see him shortly after the events of July 20th.
Yes.
Have you been able to visit him much more? How many times have you been able to visit him since then?
3 times.
And would you like to be able to visit more?
Yes.
Do you know why it was that you were not able to visit as many times?
Part of it is that he needs to be protected. We can't just go to the visitor room like any other inmate family arrangement. He needs security. I guess that's obvious from the courtroom. And it's inconvenient for law enforcement to make these arrangements, but they did it and got the extra security for us to be able to see him.
Is part of it because you're not here? You don't live here in Colorado as well?
No, we've flown to Denver 12 times easily, and Bob's come without me, and Chris has come 3 times, and it's not because he's here. It's just not always possible to come and see him.
Okay. When you've come on the other trips, have you come in part to see your son in court?
Yes.
Has it been important for you to actually see him?
Yes.
In any way you can?
Yes, to be in the same room with him, but also to follow his case and see what's going to happen.
In lieu of, well, not in lieu of, but in addition to the times that you visited him, you've also written him really regularly over the last several years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I think that you write him almost on a weekly basis.
Yes.
In a lot of these letters, you talk about his life.
Yes, I do.
Why has it been important for you to talk to your son about his own life?
To show Jim that what...
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yes. All right, the objection is sustained, but Ms. Hicks, you may proceed as we discussed.
Why was it important to you to write so frequently to your son?
To maintain a connection and show him that even though we're not here, we are thinking of him every day and we care.
In the future, is it important to you to continue to visit your son?
Yes.
And to continue to write to your son?
Yes.
Do you intend to do that as much as you possibly can?
Yes.
Is he, after it all, somebody that is important to you?
Yes.
After it all, is he still a member of your family?
Definitely.
Is he still your son?
Yes.
Do you still love him?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Do you have any cross-examination, Ms. Pearson?
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. There may be a question. Hold on a second, if you would, please. Thank you. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Mrs. Holmes, the jury has submitted some questions that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law I have determined that are appropriate. The questions are as follows. You said James showed sadness out of his grandmother's gravesite. Did you ever see him shedding any tears at that time or later, at least that you saw?
Not at his grandma's gravesite, but earlier as a kid. I did see tears when the dog died. I did see tears when his dad got real sick from a business trip to Washington, D.C. and came back with pneumonia. And he was crying because he was worried. He did cry.
The next question is, when did James begin talking?
about 18 months.
The next question is, did he talk more when he was little than he did as he grew up?
Yeah.
The next question is, was James an affectionate child?
Yes, as a young child, probably about 11, he wanted us to hug him and all, but there are some kids that are just constant huggers, and I wouldn't describe him that way.
And the last question is, did James talk much and share his feelings with Mel Lipsy?
No, not really, not very much.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Higgs, either based on the questions from the jury or based on my comments at the bench?
Yes. Mrs. Holmes, why is it important to you to this day to talk to your son about his own life experiences?
It's important because I want him to remember. I don't want him to forget the past, and hopefully that he can carve out some kind of a future in these circumstances based on what he was in the past.
Do you have concerns that why are you concerned that he might forget?
I've heard the court testimony that this disease.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. All right, Ms. Higgs, you may ask that question.
Thank you. And Mrs. Holmes, the question was, why are you concerned that your son might forget about his life?
I am concerned that he may have decline in cognition in the prison environment, and I want to help him keep his mind active and not declining as much as I can, and to keep a connection and reassure him that we're there for him if he has some need.
Ms. Pearson, do you have any follow-up questions based on the jury's questions or the discussion of the bench?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
Do I leave this?
You can leave those there, yes, thank you. Would counsel approach, please? members of the jury, it's 4:30. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn for the day. I know you were enjoying talking to each other with the static noise in the back, but I think what I'm going to do is just break for the day and then have you come back tomorrow at 11:30. That way you're not waiting around for us. There are some things that I need to get done with the attorneys outside your presence. And the last thing I want to do is have you wait around too much at least. And I'm hoping that when you get here at 11:30 that we're ready to go. So since we're starting late at 11:30 tomorrow, let's plan on you having lunch before you get here. We'll still take breaks throughout every hour and a half to 2 hours, and you'll be able to have snacks and things like that. But if you would either eat a late breakfast or brunch or eat an early lunch, that would help, because we're probably not going to take a typical 1 hour or 1.5 hour lunch break. Does that make sense? All right. So make sure, please, that you comply with all my advisements overnight. They all continue to apply. They all continue to be extremely important. And then let's plan to have you back here tomorrow morning at 11:30. It gives you a little chance to sleep in. For those of you who are not feeling well, I hope you feel better, and hopefully that helps the rest. And then for those of you who are hanging in there and healthy, remember my order. You got to stay healthy, all right? I'll see you tomorrow morning at 11:30. Thank you, folks. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. I need to give my court reporter and my staff a break, and I'm sure you folks could use a break. So what I propose is taking about a 15-minute break and then proceeding after the break with the Curtis advisement and the advisement related to allocution, and then going into the instructions after that. In terms of the attorneys, I don't need everyone to stay here. Whoever wants to be here can be here. Whoever thinks he or she needs to be here can be here. So I'll leave it up to you. And if you want to stay here for the Curtis advisement and the advisement related to allocution, you can stay here for that and then leave if you wish. That's okay as well, all right? So let's plan to be back here in 15 minutes. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon at 4:33 here in Denver. We are taking a 15-minute break. The judge announcing that he wants, well, first of all, he's let the jury leave the room, but after this 15-minute break, the judge announces he wants to do the Curtis advisement and the allocution advisement. These are the instructions we've heard now 2 times. This will be, I believe, the 3rd time we've heard this. This is when the judge informs the defendant that he has a right to make a statement in his own defense or a statement of allocution in his own case. Of course, we know that he has refused that twice now and is likely to refuse it again. Certainly that's what our experts have told us. But we heard now what may have been one of the most anticipated pieces of testimony in this case. We heard from both of the gunman's parents. Now after he's convicted, they're discussing that they still care and love him despite everything that's happened, despite his being convicted of this crime. She said, quote, that she still loves him because, quote, I understand he has a serious mental illness. He didn't ask for that. Schizophrenia chose him. He didn't choose it. So, of course, this is another way of reminding the jury not only of his childhood and his not having had any previous criminal history or violent history, all of that is mitigating circumstances, but also it gets to the mental health issue, which is at the core of the case and is certainly to be considered a mitigating circumstance that now the jury will have to deal with and think about tomorrow. The jury being told they're going to be coming back at 11:30 tomorrow, already have lunch, the judge said, because we're going to work through the afternoon. We know that both sides want to present presentations, PowerPoint slides to the jurors, get them to give those closing arguments for phase 2, and then the jury is going to have potentially the rest of the afternoon, however much is left, to do their deliberations. In the morning, we'll spend time certainly finishing the jury instructions for their deliberations. We heard the beginning of that yesterday evening, and it is possible that we'll hear more of that tonight, but it does appear the judge is saving time tomorrow morning to get that finalized. In the meantime, while we wait for the rest of this recess to continue, let's replay some more of what Arlene Holmes, the defendant's mother, had to say. We'll play that for you now and, of course, interrupt it when the judge does return for those Curtis and elocution advisements.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is James Holmes your son?
Yes, he is.
Have you sat here every day for this trial?
Every day except for 2. I had to go home to San Diego for 2 days. Every other day since April 27th, yes.
Has that been something that's been difficult for you?
It's very difficult and painful and tragic, yes, for everyone.
Have you heard then the testimony of most of the experts that have talked about your son's serious mental illness?
Yes, I have.
Is that something that also has been hard for you to listen to?
Yes, it is.
Before July 20th of 2012, did you know that your son suffered from a serious mental illness?
No, I didn't.
Now, we'll talk about some of this, but you've had some concerns about your son as he's been growing up, is that right?
That is true.
At the time in his life, the various times in his life that you had some concerns, did you ever think it was some sort of serious mental illness like schizophrenia?
No, I did not.
How can that be?
He was the most responsible person I knew, my own son. He managed his finances, looked after himself completely, went to school every single day without complaint, did all his chores without being told. You tell him once what he needs to do, and he did it. He never harmed anyone, ever, until July 20th, 2012.
As you sit here today, do you still love your son?
I still love my son. Yes.
Why?
Because I understand he has a serious mental illness, that he didn't ask for that. Schizophrenia chose him. He didn't choose it. And I still love my son. I still do.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about that time in the months before July 20th of 2012, okay?
Okay.
Now, I understand was it your main method of, what was your main method of communication with your son?
Email.
And I said James Holmes, what name do you call him by?
I called him Jimmy until high school, and now I call him Jim.
Why was email the main mode of communication that you had with your son, Jim?
He never really liked talking on the telephone. He did once in a while, and sometimes we'd call him and leave a voicemail, and he'd respond by email.
Was there a time that you had to actually practice with him about talking on the phone?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, he was in middle school, and there were times when he had to communicate by phone. It was before the days when everybody just texted and tweeted and really didn't call each other. There were times when people actually called each other, and so we would have a dry run and practice using the telephone so that he would not get too stressed by having to use the phone.
How old again was he then?
Middle school.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
So when sort of email came about as a primary mode of communication, did he take to that?
Yes.
When he went away to college, is that how you communicated?
Yes.
And the same for while he was at graduate school here in Colorado?
Yes, email.
Okay. Even when you communicated with him in email, was he verbose? Did he speak a lot, even in the emails?
No, but if you're asking me about the time in Colorado, it got shorter and shorter in his emails.
When did you notice that it was getting shorter and shorter?
Probably May, June.
Was that alarming to you or concerning to you in some way?
I was concerned because when he called me on Mother's Day 2012, he said, I'm having trouble in school. I'm having trouble with presentations. And I kept doing what I thought was right, was to encourage him and to remind him that he did well in presentations back in high school era. And so I just kept telling him, just keep trying, but I didn't realize that his loudest cry for help was his silence.
Somewhere in that period of time, did you get a phone call from a Dr. Fenton?
I got a phone call from Dr. Fenton on June 11th, 2012.
And did she express to you some concern that she had about your son?
Yes, she said that she saw him for social anxiety and that he had come to her for this problem. But initially, the very first thing she said was, did you know that he was going to quit school or had quit school? And I said I suspected it because he said he was just struggling. It wasn't fitting with his personality to do these presentations.
Mm-hmm. Did she ever tell you she had concerns because he had expressed homicidal ideation?
No, never.
Do you wish she had?
Of course I do. Of course. We wouldn't be sitting here if she had told me that.
Would you have been out here the next day?
I would have been crawling on all fours to get to him. He's never said that he wanted to kill people. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me. She didn't say that she thought he might be psychotic.
Your Honor, asked an answer.
Sustained. Wait till the next question, please. Next question.
Did she tell you he thought he might be psychotic?
She did not.
Did she tell you that, did she leave you with the impression that it was okay for you to tell your son that she had talked to you?
I said, did he give you permission to call us? And she said, no, he doesn't want to worry you. And I said, we can call him and not mention that you called. And she said, that would be good.
Did she tell you that he had quit counseling?
No.
Did you have some relief in this idea that you thought he was still in counseling with her?
Yes, I was reassured by her phone call. She said he's coming for help, and that at the end of the month he wouldn't be a student anymore, so his student insurance didn't cover it. And I said, we work, we have money, we can pay for it. And she said that would be fine.
Did you continue to communicate with your son after that? Did you communicate anything to him about that conversation?
No, we called him as soon as my husband got home. Dr. Fenton called about 4 o'clock California time. And so my husband got home from work at 5, and we called him and left a voicemail, and he didn't call, so we emailed, and he said, it's true, I've quit school, it just wasn't a good fit. But we didn't tell him that we talked to Dr. Fenton.
Did you ever communicate again with Dr. Fenton?
I tried. She said, call me anytime, and gave me her cell phone. And we called her, but she did not call back.
What did you ask her to call you back?
Yes.
Okay. You left her a message?
Yes, a voicemail.
And you never heard from her again?
Right.
Do you recall when it was that you left that voicemail?
Well, she first called June 18th, and then we went to Monterey on the weekend, so the following Monday would have been, she called June 11th to me. So we went to Monterey, so the following Monday would have been June 18th. So it was about June 20th, 2012.
There has been a lot of talk by the prosecution about the continued emails that you and communication you had with your son in May, June, and July.
Yes.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Ms. Brady, is this an appropriate time for me to give your client the courteous advisement with respect to phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, I need to speak to you directly at this time. If there's anything that I say to you that you do not understand or do not hear clearly, would you please let me know?
Yes.
And can you hear me clearly so far?
Yes.
I need to tell you that you have a right to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. If you want to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, which is the phase that we're in right now, no one can prevent you from doing so. You may take the witness stand and testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, even if it is contrary to the advice of your attorneys. And you're represented in this case, as you know, by Mr. King, Ms. Brady, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Spengler, and Ms. Higgs. All 5 are skilled attorneys, and it's a good idea to talk to them about this, but in the end, you have to make that decision, and you may take the witness stand and testify even if it is contrary to the advice that your attorneys give you. If you were to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, then the district attorney would be allowed to cross-examine you. If you've been convicted of any felonies, the district attorney would be entitled to ask you about those convictions and thereby disclose those convictions to the jury. If any prior felony convictions are disclosed to the jury, I will instruct the jury that it can consider them only as they bear upon the issue of your credibility. I would instruct the jury that it cannot consider those felony convictions for any other purpose. Now, in this case, I've given you this particular advisement twice, once at the end of the trial and the second time at the end of phase 1 of the sentencing hearing. Both times, I asked the prosecution if they were aware of any felony convictions in your past. And both times, the prosecution represented that they are not aware that you have any felony convictions. And I'm going to ask them to confirm that at this time. Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, we are not aware of any felony convictions.
Did you hear that, sir?
Yes.
As you know, Mr. Holmes, in this case, jurors are permitted to submit written questions that they would like to have asked of witnesses. The same rules of law, including the same rules of evidence that apply to attorney questions, also apply to juror questions. The court will not permit improper juror questions to be asked of a witness. If you decide to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, and if the jury submits one or more questions that the court determines are legally proper to be asked, you will be asked those questions. And you've seen throughout the proceedings how when a witness testifies here in court live, I have allowed the witness to submit questions to me that they would like me to ask of the witness. And each time, the way the process works is that I ask counsel to approach the bench. At the bench, we have a bench conference outside the presence and the hearing of the jury, and I ask the attorneys if they have any objections. If there are any objections to a question, I rule on the objections. If I find that a question is not legally proper, I do not ask the witness that question. On the other hand, if I find that a question from a juror is legally proper, then I ask the witness that question, and the witness is then given an opportunity to answer the question. And following all of the juror questions that I ask of a witness, and of course those would only be questions that I find are legally proper, I ask each side, starting with the side that called the witness, whether there are any follow-up questions based on the jury's questions. The same process would be followed if you decided to take the witness stand and testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. I mentioned a moment ago that you have the right to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. I need to advise you that you also have a right not to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. You are protected by a constitutional provision against self-incrimination. Therefore, you do not have to testify if you do not wish to do so. If you choose not to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, then the jury may be instructed about that right and that no negative inference can be drawn from the fact that you chose not to testify. And I would give the jury such an instruction unless your attorneys asked me on your behalf not to do so. I'm going to read to you the specific instruction that I plan to give the jury if you elect not to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. And this is an instruction that I would give the jury at your attorney's specific request and a request that has been made on your behalf. The instruction, which was tendered by your attorneys and submitted to the court by your attorneys, in conjunction with your attorney's request that I give it to the jurors, is as follows. Every citizen charged with a crime or convicted of murder in the first degree has the constitutional right not to testify. The defendant did not testify during the first trial or during phase 1 or phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, as was his right. You shall not draw any negative inference from his choice as to the punishment to be imposed or any other matter. You shall not allow his choice to prejudice him in any way. His decision not to testify cannot be used as a reason to support or impose the death penalty. You must not discuss the defendant's choice not to testify or permit it to enter into your phase 2 deliberations in any way. Did you hear that instruction?
Yes.
The decision whether or not to testify is a decision that must be made by you and by you alone. It is a personal decision. As I mentioned before, in this case, you've been advised and represented by 5 attorneys. I mentioned the 5 attorneys earlier. Have you discussed with your attorneys whether or not you will testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing? And have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your attorneys?
Yes.
Do you need more time to talk to your attorneys about this matter?
No.
Have you made a decision as to whether or not you will testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
I choose not to testify.
Is this a voluntary decision?
Yes.
Is this a decision that was made as a result of pressure, influence, threats, promises, or coercion?
No.
Do you have any questions for me about the advisement that I just provided to you?
No.
Do you understand both your right to testify and your right not to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
Yes.
Is there any other record that the people are asking me to make, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Any other record the defense is asking me to make, Ms. Brady?
No, sir.
All right, based on my discussion with Mr. Holmes, I find that his decision to not testify in the phase 2 of the sentencing hearing is one that has been made knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently. And that conclusion on my part is based not only on the content of his responses to my questions, but also my observations of him here in court. Is it okay with you, Ms. Brady, if I proceed to advise your client about his right to make an allocution statement?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Holmes, I need to talk to you now about your right to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. Can you hear me still?
Yes.
And are you understanding me so far?
Yes.
If at any point you don't understand something I say or you can't hear me clearly, would you please let me know that?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to allocution?
Yes.
And do you know what that means?
Yes.
And do you know the difference between your right to allocution and your right to testify or to not testify? Do you know the difference?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you make a statement, an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, you will not be under oath? Do you understand that if you make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, you will not be cross-examined?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you want to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, no one can prevent you from doing so?
Yes.
Do you understand that you do not have to make an allocution statement and no one can require that you make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you decide not to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, the jury will not be advised in any way that you have decided not to make an allocution statement to them in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
Yes.
Have you consulted with your attorneys concerning this issue?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorneys concerning this particular issue?
Yes.
Do you desire more time to discuss this issue with your attorneys?
No.
Whether or not you give an allocution statement is your personal choice. Although you may have consulted with your attorneys and they may have given you advice on this issue, do you understand that whether or not you give an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing is your choice and not the choice of your attorneys?
Yes.
Whatever your decision is it your free and voluntary choice and your own personal decision. Do you have any questions for the court before I ask you about your decision?
No.
And have you decided whether you are going to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
No think.
So you will not make a statement, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you understand that I will give you this advisement again if there is a phase 3? If there's not a phase 3, obviously it's a moot issue, but if there is a phase 3, I'll give you the same advisement again at that time, and you'll have an opportunity at that time to make an allocution statement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Is your decision not to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing a free and voluntary decision?
Yes.
And is it your own personal decision?
Yes.
Any other record that the people are asking me to make with respect to Mr. Holmes's right to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Any other record that the defense is asking me to make with respect to this issue?
No.
All right, and based on the record made, I find that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary decision by Mr. Holmes not to make an allocution statement in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, and that finding is based not only on the content of his answers to my questions, but also based on my observations here in the courtroom. All right, with that then, let's proceed to talk about the instructions.
Your Honor, can I have a second to review the transcript? You may have misspoken on one thing, and I just want to check that.
Yes.
That's okay? Thank you.
You don't mean the transcript, you mean the real time.
Your Honor, it's possible that you said that witnesses would get to ask him questions instead of jurors. And I don't know how to search this for that, but if that's the case, I just wanted to make sure that was corrected. I'm not saying it is.
Okay. Well, we can just play it safe and I can go back through it. This is with respect to the right to testify or to not testify, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Brady, is it okay with you if I go back over that again?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Holmes, let me come back to the first advisement I gave you a moment ago. Not the last one, but the first one.
Okay.
That's the advisement I gave you with respect to your right to testify and your right not to testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. Do you remember that advisement?
Yes.
I went through the process that we would follow in the event that any juror or jurors submitted questions to me that they would like me to ask of a witness. Do you remember that discussion? Okay. So to the extent that I said that a witness may wish to ask you questions, what I meant was a juror may submit questions for me to ask of a witness, and if you take the witness stand, you would be a witness, and if I found that any questions from a juror was legally proper, I would ask that question of you. Do you understand that?
Understood.
On the other hand, if I found that a question was not legally proper, a question submitted by a juror was not legally proper, then I would not ask you that question if you took the witness stand and decided to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And if I asked you any questions that were submitted by the jury, I would give each side an opportunity to ask follow-up questions, starting with your attorneys. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Mr. Orman, does that clarify it?
I would just ask the court to inquire whether that changes his mind or his decision regarding whether to testify or not.
Does that in any way change your mind about whether you wish to testify or to not testify in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing?
My position remains
Okay, and so your decision is what?
not to testify.
Okay, and is that still a voluntary decision?
Yeah.
And is that a decision that has been made as a result of pressure or influence or threats or promises or coercion?
No.
And do you need any more time to talk to your attorneys at all about this?
No.
Have you talked to your attorneys about this before?
Yes.
Okay. Any other record, Mr. Orman?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for doing that.
All right, thank you. Any other record, Ms. Brady?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let's move on to the instructions.
Your Honor, could I ask the court to talk about 2 brief scheduling matters really quickly before jury instructions?
Yes, and actually, I'm going to preempt you because I asked a question earlier, and I think your co-counsel said they needed to check with you. So is that one of the issues you want to talk to me about?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, I polled the victims briefly, and they requested that I ask the court for 2 hours to get to the courthouse after the verdict. And so the court knows I have victims who live in Canyon City who do actually come up for the verdict announcements, as do I have victims in Fort Collins who'd like to come down from Fort Collins. So I don't know if that's acceptable to the court, but that's their request.
All right, is there any objection, Ms. Brady? No? Okay, that's acceptable. This is not a typical case, and I understand there are a lot of people interested in it, so the request for 2 hours is granted. What else?
Thank you, Your Honor. The other question that people had is, if we get to phase 3, whenever the jury may come back with verdicts for phase 3, for scheduling purposes for victim impact witnesses that the people may have, we were wondering if the court would permit us to start putting on the witnesses the day after the verdicts are announced.
Say that again, I didn't follow that.
Sorry, so if, let's say the jury came back with verdicts on Thursday, if they found that we were to go on to phase 3, would the people be permitted to then start putting on witnesses on Friday instead of, like, let's say they came back Thursday morning? I don't know that I would have witnesses ready for Thursday afternoon, so I'm wondering if we could have until the start of the next day to start putting on our witnesses.
Does the defense have a position, Ms. Brady?
Your Honor, that probably makes sense, because I think there will also be the
Right. So I think we can use that time anyway. So that request is granted as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let's talk about instructions.
The question, does the court plan on going until we're done?
Yes. Okay, let's start with the instructions. Yesterday, we went through some of the instructions, and to the extent that anyone wants to make any additional records or objections with respect to the instructions we spoke about yesterday, we can come back to them. But what I would like to do is just go forward. The first thing I want to do is I want to clarify the record that earlier today, Mr. Edwards withdrew the objection that the people made yesterday to some language in the instruction that starts with a mitigating factor is not a justification or excuse for the crime. And my understanding is that Mr. Edwards withdrew the objection to the language that begins in the 3rd sentence of the 3rd full paragraph of the 1st page of that instruction, and then it ends on the 2nd page, wherever that paragraph ends. He had objected to all of that language yesterday. And so that objection has been withdrawn. Is that correct, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate your candor. There was
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I've been shifting around. Can I just ask the court to remind me where that instruction is?
It starts with a mitigating factor is not a justification or excuse for the crime. This is the one where we had a lengthy discussion yesterday about Lockett and McCoy and some of their case law. So there was an additional objection, and McCoy, by the way, has an unusual spelling. I think it's capital M, small c, K-O-Y. So there was an additional objection that Mr. Edwards had made, separate and apart from that objection and without waiving that objection, and that is to the first line of page 2 of that instruction. He had suggested that, actually, I think that there was a request by Ms. Nelson and then a request by Mr. Edwards. Ms. Nelson had suggested that the last part of that first line read as follows: cannot and does not limit your individual determination about mitigation. Mr. Edwards had asked that part of that very first part of the second page of the instruction read as follows: cannot and does not limit your deliberations and individual reason moral judgment. What I think makes sense to do is to have it as follows: cannot and does not limit your determinations about mitigation. I think that takes care of the request by Ms. Nelson, and I think it takes care of the concern expressed by Mr. Edwards in terms of the use of the word individual and whether this was an anti-deliberations type of change. So that's how I've decided to change it. With that in mind, let me tell you that I have made all the changes that I indicated yesterday I would make to instruction, the first instruction, the second instruction, the fourth, there were no changes to the third instruction. The fourth instruction is the one we were just talking about, and I have made the change that I just mentioned, as well as the other change that I said yesterday that I would make. And then one additional, actually yesterday I said I would make two changes on this instruction. One was with respect to the first paragraph at Ms. Nelson's request in the second sentence to add or as diminishing the appropriateness of a death sentence. That change has been made. The other one was at Mr. Edwards' request in the last paragraph of the last page, the second line, to take out the words as aggravation or right before the words as an aggravating factor. So I made that change as well. And then I have made the change also that I just talked about earlier today in terms of the first line of the second page will not read cannot and does not limit your determinations about mitigation. The next instruction is the fifth instruction. I made the changes that I said yesterday that I would make, including listing the aggravating factors that were proven by the prosecution in phase 1. And what I've done is I have listed them, instead of listing them as alleged aggravating factors, to keep it simple, I've listed them as first aggravating factor proven, and then rather than put the title of it or any type of heading of it, I put the actual language of the elements. For example, that the defendant knowingly, and then it goes from there, whatever was proven with respect to each aggravating factor. And I've listed the 4. I have not done it as elements. I've done them as sentences, but I've actually included all the language of each aggravating factor, which is, I think, the best way to do it. The next instruction, I have made the changes that I said yes. Actually, there were no changes in that instruction. On the 7th instruction, and we'll come back because I know we didn't talk about some of these instructions, so we'll come back to them in a moment. But on the 7th instruction, the one that starts with, you must treat the defendant as a uniquely individual human being, I have made two changes at Mr. Edwards' request. It now reads, further, in reaching your decisions in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, you must not be influenced by prejudice or bias of any sort for or against the defendant, and you must not consider any public opinion or community sentiment for or against them. So I have added for or twice in that sentence, and I think that makes it neutral. I don't have any changes on the next instruction or the next one after that.
Judge, could you read the first several words? because I think I've got my instructions confused here.
Okay, the next one is you may consider mercy for the defendant during phase 2.
That's fine, thank you, Judge.
The next one is, as to each count of murder in the first degree, the sentencing hearing will only continue to phase 3, and then it goes from there. The next instruction is, neither party has the burden to prove anything in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. The next instruction is the reasonable doubt instruction, and I have decided to leave it in, and I'll give Ms. Nelson an opportunity to make a fuller record if she wishes to. But I think I have to define reasonable doubt. I know the point that she made yesterday, but I think that point is addressed in the instruction that precedes that one, that tells the jury this is not being given to you as a term that applies to a burden of proof. Reasonable doubt is referring here to the moral certainty that a juror has to have before the juror may conclude that the mitigating factors that exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors proven by the prosecution in phase 1. But in the end, I still have to give the jury a definition of reasonable doubt. So it's in. The next one starts out with, you are instructed that the fact that the prosecution seeks the death penalty in this case is entitled to no weight, and then it goes from there. There are no changes that I have made to that one. The next one starts with, in reaching your phase 2 sentencing verdicts, you may consider all of the evidence admitted during the proceedings. I have not made any changes to that one. The next one the next one is, the court reminds you that a fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. I have not made any changes to that one. The next one starts with, the court reminds you that the number of witnesses testifying for or against a certain fact, and it goes from there. I have not changed that one. The next one starts with, the court reminds you that you are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness, and it goes from there. I have not changed that one. The next one is, the court reminds you that you're not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts. I have not changed that one. The next one is, every citizen charged with a crime or convicted of murder in the first degree has the constitutional right not to testify. I have not changed that one. The next one is, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses during the trial, and it goes from there. I have not changed that one. The next one starts with, you have been allowed to take notes. I have not changed that one. The next one is, once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, I have not changed that one. The next one is one that starts with, there is no requirement that you articulate, explain, or justify to your fellow jurors why you reached a particular determination, whether with respect to the existence of mitigating factors, the weight assigned to each aggravating factor and each mitigating factor, or the weighing process. Mr. Edwards objected to this language, and I went back and looked at the tendered instructions from the people, and they have one that's very similar to this one. It says, while there is no requirement that you understand or articulate to anyone why your individual reasoned moral judgment leads you to any particular result, you must each be given a complete opportunity to speak during the deliberative process if you wish to speak. And then it goes from there. That's part of the one that was tendered by the people. What I did do on this instruction is I deleted the sentence that follows in my instruction, the one that started out with, nor are your decisions required to reflect the determinations, opinions, feelings, or thoughts of other jurors. And the reason I took that out is because I think that's confusing, and I think it could be misinterpreted. In the end, if the jury reaches a verdict, the verdict has to be unanimous. So I took that sentence out, and we can come back to it if the parties want to argue further about that. Those are all the changes that I have made from yesterday until today. There is one last instruction that follows the one I just talked about, and I have not made any changes to that instruction. So with that being said, Mr. Edwards, where do you want to start? Do you have any other objections that you haven't made and that I haven't addressed?
Judge, I'm not sure that this is so much as an objection as pointing something out. On the direct and circumstantial evidence instruction,
Yes.
it says, reminds you that a fact may be proven. Well, here they're instructed that mitigation doesn't have to be proven or disproven, so I don't know if the court wants to do something about that language or not. Frankly, for me, it's a little issue, not a big issue.
Ms. Nelson, what are your thoughts? It's given, of course, because the jury can consider the testimony from the trial, and so it would apply to that extent. In fact, it would apply to the testimony, to some extent, to the testimony presented in phase 2, although I understand your point that the ultimate determination isn't solely a factual one, and I don't want to mislead the jury.
Your Honor, I think the position that we took with respect to this instruction is that it's not necessary or appropriate in phase 2, so we don't have an objection to the court taking it out.
Mr. Edwards, are you okay with me taking it out?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay, I'll take it out. The reality is that the jury has seen this instruction twice now, so they get what direct evidence and circumstantial evidence is, and I think if we leave it in, it runs the risk of confusing them more than anything. What else, Mr. Edwards?
Your Honor, the last one that I have is the one that the court pointed out that starts, there's no requirement that you articulate, explain, or justify.
Okay, let me get to it. Yes, and like I said, I took some of the language from the defense's instruction and some of it from yours, but go ahead.
I understand that, Judge, and we're taking a little bit different position on this one, that there's no requirement that you articulate, explain, or justify to your fellow jurors why you reached a particular determination. Well, this has to be based upon reasoned moral judgment, and I want to stress reasoned, so that you can't just in your mind think maybe there's mitigation, but I don't have to even articulate it to myself as a juror. It's our position that it's arbitrary and also non-reviewable, and we would, reviewability is very important because it goes to reliability. And in 18.1.3, 1201.6, talking about the Supreme Court review, the statute reads, "The Supreme Court shall review the propriety of the sentence having regard to the nature of the offense, the character and record of the offender, the public interest, and the manner in which the sentence was imposed, including the sufficiency and accuracy of the information on which it was based." Well, if you look at that, the Supreme Court needs to look at the evidence and determine whether or not it was sufficient and accurate. And if jurors are making individual determinations of what they believe is mitigation on top of that, they don't even have to articulate it to themselves, let alone fellow jurors. It makes the process arbitrary.
Let me make sure I understand your objection. Your objection is not so much to the language at the beginning of the sentence. There's no requirement that you articulate, explain, or justify to your fellow jurors. It seems like your objection is aimed more at the second part of the sentence, which would start with why you reached a particular determination, whether with respect to the existence of mitigating factors, the weight assigned to each aggravating factor and each mitigating factor, or the weighing process. You're saying that you're sticking with the tendered instruction, your tendered instruction, which reads, there's no requirement that you articulate or you understand or articulate to anyone why your individual reasoned moral judgment leads you to any particular result. Is that right?
Right, and that's a little bit different than what this instruction says. The problem I find with this instruction, Judge, is it says there's no requirement that you articulate. Well, they don't have to explain or justify. I understand that. That's individual reasoned moral judgment. But they have to be able to articulate it. They have to be able to say this is what it is, because the Supreme Court has to be able to review it.
So you're taking an issue with the word articulate, but you're also taking an issue with the rest of it, or no, just the word articulate? In other words,
right.
Is your objection just limited to the word articulate, or are you also asking me to change the second part of that sentence that talks about any particular determination and to limit it only to individual reasoned moral judgment?
Your Honor, yes, it needs to be based on individual reasoned moral judgment. What I'm saying is the juror has to be able to articulate it.
Okay.
Be able to articulate to themselves,
articulate to the other jurors so that it's reviewable by the Supreme Court.
So if I take out the word articulate, that takes care of your concern?
Yes.
All right, what's the defense's position?
Your Honor, this argument that individual jurors have to articulate their reasoning so that the Supreme Court can review it is a farce. There is no requirement, once a verdict is given, that any particular juror in either the merits, quite frankly, or the penalty phase of a capital case, that any particular juror give their reasoning for their verdict. The reviewability by the appellate courts and the Supreme Courts is based on the information in the record. The jurors are never asked, well, what evidence did you use, or why did you come to that conclusion? That is simply not part of reviewability. We believe that jurors are not necessarily required to articulate, put into words, why they are coming to their conclusions. We see no support from the prosecution of their position that jurors must be able to somehow articulate it. And so we would object to removing that language. We would object based on Mr. Holmes' right to due process, to a fair trial, to a fair and reliable sentencing hearing, to a fair and impartial jury under the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments, and the 6th, yeah, I got the 6th, of the United States Constitution, Article 2, Section 1620, Colorado, 1620, 25, and 23. Thank you.
Judge?
Hold on. I frankly did not find Mr. Edwards' argument particularly persuasive, but my concern with this sentence is that it contradicts what follows, which is telling the jury that he has a duty to deliberate. On the one hand, I'm saying, hey, jurors, you don't have to articulate or state why or any determination that you make in deliberations. On the other hand, I'm telling them, hey, jurors, you have a duty to deliberate. And I remember when I drafted this, that was a concern for me because it seems to me there's a conflict between those two concepts. I think we get the same, or I think we get the effect or the intended message if we say, hey, you don't have to justify or explain yourself, but you have to deliberate. I think that's less risky in terms of causing confusion or creating a conflicting instruction than if you say you don't even have to articulate it, you don't even have to say it. So I'll take out the word articulate, but I will leave explain or justify, and then I will leave, for now anyway, the duty to deliberate until I give Ms. Nelson a chance to be heard or Ms. Higgs a chance to be heard on the rest of this. All right, Mr. Edwards, what else from you?
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, let's go to the defense then. Ms. Nelson? And Ms. Nelson, just so that I don't forget, do you mind starting with the instruction that Mr. Edwards tendered last night? Have you reviewed it? The one that says, while you may consider compassion for the defendant based upon the evidence, any compassion for any other person, including the defendant's family, friends, and other people, is not mitigation and should be excluded from your consideration.
I have a copy of that. I made some notes on it, but I don't have it in front of me. May I take just a moment to look for it?
As long as you don't let me forget it, you can proceed with the rest of the instructions. I just don't want to forget it.
I'll tell you that we do object to it,
Okay.
but I would like it in front of me.
All right.
This is actually, would it be possible to get some batteries for the body mic? Yeah. Or maybe I could just use, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Orman.
Thank you. And while she's doing that, Mr. Edwards, California versus Brown doesn't have that specific language. Neither does Lockett versus Ohio. Those are the two cases that you've cited in support of that tendered instruction that I just read.
Lockett talks about what is appropriate mitigation, and California versus Brown talks about the anti-sympathy instruction, that is mere sympathy cannot be used, or the emotional response just to the defendant that's unattached to evidence cannot be used. Well, if it's constitutional not to use sympathy, mere sympathy, that's unattached to the defendant, as mitigation, then it is also inappropriate for the jurors to say, boy, I really feel sorry for the mother, and because I feel sorry for the mother and her situation, therefore I'm giving a life sentence. That is not mitigation. It has to relate to the defendant.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I just don't know that an instruction from the court is necessary on that point. Ms. Nelson?
I agree with the court. I think that this instruction runs the risk, well, it really does. It unconstitutionally limits mitigation. The word compassion is, I don't find any support in the cases cited by the prosecution for the use of that term, nor the instruction in general. Mitigation and this assessment that's required during phase 2, the individual reason moral determination by jurors, requires a moral evaluation of Mr. Holmes lives or dies, and that encompasses the testimony of the lives that he's touched and his friends and his family members. And my concern is that the instruction is tantamount to telling the jury that they can't find mitigation testimony emotionally compelling. And his love for his family and his family's love for him is relevant mitigation, I think, clearly under United States Supreme Court case law. So we would object to that under Mr. Holmes's constitutional rights, under the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments, United States Constitution, as well as Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 16, 20, 23, and 25. And before I forget, I'd also ask that the prosecution file this instruction with the clerk just so that it's made part of the official record in the case. I just don't want it to get lost, especially in the event the court's considering giving it at all.
I read it into the record. I'm not giving it. I'm rejecting it, and I think that's sufficient record. If the people want to file it, they can. But I don't think it's necessary. If the attorneys want to address that in closing arguments, I think they can. But I don't think it's an instruction that is necessary. I don't think this jury is going to be confused or thinking that mitigation includes mitigation that relates to relatives or family members or sympathy for family members. And again, the attorneys can address that, but I just don't think it's needed. So it's rejected. All right, Ms. Nelson, let's start with you. We talked about the first 4 instructions actually yesterday.
We did.
So I think we were up to number 5, which is when you're retired to deliberate.
Actually, I think we talked about that one too.
Yeah, we did talk about that one
Yeah.
too, sorry, all right. And then the next one is, the 6th one, number 6 would be based upon your earlier verdicts.
That.
And actually, we talked about that one as well, I think, to some extent, right? Because I remember you saying that you objected to the merger issue and you incorporated by reference your prior record, and I incorporated by reference my prior ruling on that.
That comes up a few times in these instructions. I don't recall whether we specifically addressed that, but I do continue to maintain my prior objections based on the merger arguments.
Anything else with respect to this particular instruction?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next one is you must treat the defendant as a uniquely individual human being. Any objection?
I do object to the changes that the court made at the prosecution's request. I don't really know what prejudice or bias for a defendant even means in this context, but to the extent that it means, feelings of mercy or compassion for him or sympathy for him, the law says that that's an appropriate influence to have in reaching their determined moral, individual reasoned moral judgment. So I would object to the changes that the court made.
May I address the court?
Yes.
Your Honor, where this instruction came from, it originally came from the Owens case. And Mr. Owens was black. And that's why a prejudice instruction was entered at all. And it was against the defendant because the argument was that they should be able to consider the fact that he was black and he had a deprived childhood and those types of things because of his race should be able to be used. It carried over into the Ray case. Mr. Ray was black, carried over into the Montour case, and Montour was Hispanic and American Indian. So this instruction actually came from cases where the defendant was a minority, I'm not sure it's even an issue in this case or whether it should be given. But if it's given, we believe that the court's modifications are appropriate.
The other way to change it would be to say, instead of saying by prejudice or bias of any sort for or against the defendant, you could say influenced by prejudice or bias of any sort against the defendant or the prosecution.
That's fine with people.
Ms. Nelson, which do you prefer?
I would object to either or, Your Honor. I maintain my position that it's correct the way that it was submitted and the way that the court originally issued it. I don't understand the concept of prejudice or bias against the prosecution doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in this context. The prosecution is just sort of this nebulous. I mean, they represent the people, and what we're talking about here is an individual's life, and it's his constitutional rights, and the concern. And I don't know what relevance the Owens, the Ray, the Montour case has to these proceedings. I mean, this is an instruction that was tendered in this case because we think it's relevant and important in this case. And the concern here, obviously, this is a very high-profile case, and there's been a lot of public opinion and community sentiment. So this doesn't have to do with race. It has to do with the nature of the case.
Well, but you could see a situation where someone is biased against the prosecution because they're upset that they've spent money on this case or that they are seeking the death penalty in this case or something along those lines. I mean, jurors are not allowed to be biased or prejudiced against either party. So I understand the objection, but it is overruled, and I'll give you, without waiving your objection, I'll do whichever of the two you prefer. So whichever of the two is least objectionable to you, I will go with that one.
Just, can we think about that for a moment and come back to it at the end?
Okay. All right, what else? The next one starts with, you may consider mercy for the defendant during phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, and then it says your exercise of mercy must be based upon the evidence presented during the proceedings. You object to this one?
We do. We continue to object to instructing the jury that their exercise of mercy has to be based upon the evidence, and I understand the court's prior rulings on this issue. I would like to just supplement my record on this issue with a few additional citations to the court.
I will let you do that. Let me just state that I'm not necessarily tied to this language, but the concept has to be, in my view, explained to the jury. I don't think the jury can just be told that they can exercise mercy for the defendant in a vacuum. So in terms of whether we say your exercise of mercy must be based upon the evidence, I'm not tied down to based upon that terminology, although I think that's the most accurate and I think the least, the most clear way of doing it, the least confusing way of doing it. If you have a suggestion, I will entertain it, but I have to tell the jury something to make sure they understand the law correctly. It would be, in my view, incorrect to say you may consider mercy for the defendant during phase 2 of the sentencing hearing and leave it at that. Okay, with that, you may supplement your record with additional citations.
I would say at the court to Gregg versus Georgia, 428 U.S. 153, 199 from 1976. People versus Davis, 794 P. 2nd, 159, 193, Colorado Supreme Court, 1990, which has a discussion of mercy, several points and places in that case. It suggests that it was appropriate for the defense counsel to ask the jury for mercy in closing argument, and that the jury was not misled by instructions to believe that it couldn't consider mercy. As well as a Georgia case, Barnes versus State, Barnes, 496 Southeast 2nd, 674 from 1998, Georgia case from 1998. And that case expressly states that mercy alone by itself is a valid reason for the jury to decline to impose a death sentence.
And I read that portion of the Davis case last night, as it turns out. But I don't think the court was saying in an instruction, it's appropriate for the jury to be told that they can exercise mercy in a vacuum. Otherwise, I keep coming back to this. I don't know why we took 2 months selecting a jury. I mean, if jurors are allowed to come in here and without regard to the evidence presented in the trial, they can make decisions completely independent of what was presented in the courtroom, then I'm not sure why we took so long selecting a jury. And I think the questions we should have been asking in jury selection should have been different if that's the case. So, all right, let's move on. The next one is, it starts with, as to each count of murder in the first degree, the sentencing hearing will only continue to phase 3 if the jury is unanimously convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating factors that exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors proven by the prosecution in phase 1 of the sentencing hearing. Any objection to this one, Ms. Nelson?
I just have some suggestions regarding just rephrasing things slightly.
Okay.
And if I can make sense of my own notes here, I think, let's see here. So the beginning of the second sentence, regarding a count of murder in the first degree, I would propose just omitting that phrase. Again, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. Yes, they have to engage in the weighing process individually for each count, or our position is each conviction. But I don't think we have to say that every time. And you said it in the first sentence, as to each count of murder in the first degree.
I agree with you. Do you agree, Mr. Edwards?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay.
So it's stricken to the comma?
Yeah, so it'll start out with, if every juror is individually convinced.
Okay.
And actually, now that I'm looking at my my notes, I think I would propose rephrasing the entire sentence to read, the sentencing hearing will only continue to phase 3 on a particular count if every juror is individually convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating factors found to exist do not outweigh the proven aggravating factors.
We don't have a position on that, John.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Hold on.
It's just a way to communicate it a little more clearly, because it gets confusing with that Tennyson language sometimes.
All right, the sentencing hearing will only continue to phase 3 of the sentence.
On a particular count.
Okay, on a particular count. If every juror is individually convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating factors found to exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors proven by the prosecution in phase 1 of the sentencing hearing, period, correct?
Correct, or I think the court could just say the proven aggravating factors.
Okay, just end after aggravating factors?
Proven aggravating factors.
Okay, I'll make that change too. All right, proven aggravating factors.
And then I think the next sentence that says regarding a count of murder in the first degree, I think it should say if any juror is not so convinced, rather than every juror, because that implies, it's confusing. It implies unanimity is required. And I would also propose adding, so it would read, if any juror is not so convinced or has a reasonable doubt about whether the mitigation does not outweigh the aggravation, then the sentencing hearing will end.
Do the people have a position, Mr. Edwards?
We don't especially object to that, but we would suggest if any or every juror is not convinced. That way they can be unanimous for life, or they can be individually for life.
I guess my concern with that, Your Honor, is that we just don't want to imply in any way that a non-unanimous verdict is
How about if I,
verdict.
sorry, I'm sorry I interrupted you. You said to imply any way that a unanimous verdict is...
Oh, I just don't think that we need to be conveying to them that they need to be working towards a unanimous life verdict. So I think the most legally accurate thing to say is just any juror.
How about if I said each regarding a count of murder in the first degree, if each juror is not so convinced, then the sentencing hearing will end with respect to that count, and it goes from that.
I think that's the same problem as every, because it says because if you're saying if each juror is not so convinced, that means that each juror has to reach the same conclusion in order for the sentencing hearing to stop. So I think it has to say any.
All right, I'll change it to any at the defense's request. So it'll say if any juror is not so convinced, then the sentencing hearing will end with respect to that count, and then it goes from there.
And
I don't think adding the other language about, or if a juror has reasonable doubt, I mean, I think this covers it, right? If any juror is not so convinced, by saying so convinced, it's referring to beyond a reasonable doubt in the sentence before.
We maintain our position that we'd like the court to include that language just because it can get a little bit confusing, but.
So you want me to say if any juror has a reasonable doubt?
I think, well, I'm satisfied with any, but we would ask the court to say if any juror is not so convinced or has a reasonable doubt, maybe the court could just say, or has a reasonable doubt about the outcome of the weighing process. Maybe that's a simpler way of saying it. Then the sentencing hearing will end.
I think that's confusing. I think that we should either stick with if any juror is not so convinced, or we should go with something else. But I think if you try to do two, then it seems to me makes it confusing.
Then let's just stick with if any juror is not so convinced.
All right, okay, we'll stick with that. What else?
That's it for that instruction.
Okay, great. The next instruction starts out with neither party has the burden to prove anything in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing.
Can I just have one moment? On this one, we maintain the objection that we made in motion D-146 that the prosecution should bear the burden of proof at phases 2 and 3. But other than that, and while maintaining that objection, we don't have anything additional on this one.
Okay, I incorporate by reference my rulings on those objections. The case law is clear that there's no burden of proof on either side in phase 2 or phase 3. And I think it's Dunlap that talks about that.
And the next instruction, the reasonable doubt instruction, I stand by the record that I made yesterday.
Okay. And Mr. Edwards, you're standing by your record yesterday on reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think I have to give that definition for the reasons that I stated. I think we're using the term, I think I have to define it for the jury. So what about the next one? You were instructed that the fact that the prosecution seeks the death penalty in this case is entitled to no weight, and then it goes on from there.
Nothing on that one.
Okay, the next one is, in reaching your phase 2 sentencing verdicts, you may consider all of the evidence admitted during the proceedings, and it goes from there. Any objections to this one?
We continue to maintain our objection and argument that we made previously about the phrasing, existence or absence of any mitigating factor, as well as incorporate by reference all of the constitutional objections that we made in the litigation leading up to this, the trial regarding the constitutionality of the statute. But aside from that, I did have a suggestion in terms of rephrasing or rewording just one sentence. So, second sentence, however, the evidence admitted during phase 2 of the sentencing hearing for the limited purpose of determining the existence or absence of any mitigating factor may only be considered for that limiting purpose, period. Such evidence may not be considered as evidence of aggravation or for any other purpose, and then just take out that next sentence. So it's combining the sentence that follows into that sentence, and then starting a new sentence about what the evidence may not be considered for. If that makes sense.
Okay, so they would read as follows. However, the evidence admitted during phase 2 of the sentencing hearing for the limited purpose of determining the existence or absence of any mitigating factor may only be considered for that limited purpose. Such evidence may not be considered as evidence of aggravation or for any other purpose. Right?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll make those changes. In terms of the substantive objection, I stand by all previous rulings and I incorporate by reference all those rulings. Whether I've made the rulings before the trial or during the trial, and actually I think I have made rulings both before trial and during the trial. The statute is clear as to the limited purpose for which evidence that was admitted during the trial may be allowed in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. And what the statute says is that it may be admitted for the limited purpose of determining the existence or absence of any mitigating factor. So I'm using exactly the language from the statute, and I stand by my finding that the statute is not unconstitutional, a finding that I made before the trial started. The next instruction starts with the court reminds you that a fact may be proven, oh, that one's coming out, so never mind.
And then I don't have anything on the next two.
Okay,
So the next one, just on the expert witness instruction, Your Honor.
yes?
I was wondering if the court would consider adding something. I know we added something to the expert witness instruction in phase 1, and I would propose just adding, because there was so much expert witness testimony about the issue of mental health, that you may not consider, you're reminded, maybe or something like that, you're reminded that you may not consider the testimony of any expert who testified on the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity as evidence of aggravation or a reason to impose the death penalty.
Mr. Edwards?
Judge, we don't have any objection to that as long as language, something like the jurors may consider it as rebuttal to mitigation. Otherwise, it looks like the jurors can't consider it at all. And they can consider it as rebuttal to mitigation. They just can't consider it as evidence of aggravation or reason to impose a death penalty.
Hold that they can consider it as rebuttal to mitigation and an instruction. I mean, yes. In one of the instruction we just discussed a few moments ago. And we continue to maintain our objection that. And I would object to the language rebuttal to mitigation. I think we object to the language altogether about proving the existence or absence of any mitigating factor, but if the court's going to stick to that language, then it should stick to that language.
I think what I can do is add the following. You may not consider the testimony of any expert who testified about the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity as evidence of aggravation. You may only consider such testimony for the limited purpose of determining the existence or absence of any mitigating factor. And maybe I'll start out with the court reminds you or something like that. Is that all right with the parties?
It's fine with people.
Ms. Nelson? Yes. And to avoid repetition, what I'll do is I'll start the first paragraph of the instruction as follows. As the court has mentioned before, comma, you're not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts, and it goes from there. And then I'll add, as a separate paragraph, the language that I just read a moment ago. And then the last line will be the way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Actually, you know what, I'll leave that line right after the first paragraph, and then I'll add a paragraph. The paragraph that I just talked about with the parties will be at the end of that.
Your Honor, the more we're thinking about it, we think we may just be more comfortable just leaving the instruction alone. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We'll leave it alone.
Unless, perhaps the solution would be to move the order of the instructions so that the limiting instruction comes right before or after the expert instruction. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can
in terms
do
of the
that.
flow or
Do
something.
the people have any objection to that?
I'm not sure what,
She's saying move the order of the limiting instruction to right after the expert instruction that we just talked about, right?
Yeah.
that's fine, Judge.
Okay, I'll do that.
On the next instruction, the court's ready.
Yes.
We think citizen should be changed to person.
Okay, I did it the way you tendered it, but.
I realize that.
Okay, every person?
Yes, we just
Alright.
caught that. Nothing on the next one about questions or note-taking.
Questions during deliberations.
Nothing on that one.
And then we get to the one that we were just talking about, or that we've addressed. Is there anything else you wanna make a record about, the one that starts with there's no requirement that you, and then it goes from there?
Can I have just a moment on that? I know that the court took that second sentence out. We object to that. We think that that sentence is an accurate statement of the law and not confusing. But understanding the court has determined that it wants to take it out, we were just thinking about some alternate language, and if I could just have just a moment.
And for the record, the language was, nor are your decisions required to reflect the determinations, opinions, feelings, or thoughts of other jurors. And again, my concern is that I think that can be interpreted in a way that is inaccurate.
We would propose, nor are you required to agree with the determinations, opinions, feelings, or thoughts of other jurors.
Mr. Edwards?
We have no objection to that, Judge.
Okay, I will.
Take out the second sentence in that second paragraph. After all, these are the jury's phase 2 deliberations. It doesn't seem to add anything potentially confusing to the jury, since the phase 2 deliberations are different than the phase 1 deliberations and the merits deliberations and all of that. So I think the first sentence gets at what the court's getting at.
I almost took that out for that reason. Mr. Edwards, do you have any objection? I think the point is made with the rest of the paragraph.
No objection, Judge.
All right, I'll take that out.
Yep.
That takes us to the last instruction, I believe.
on the last instruction,
Do you want to make this, I think this instruction might have this same issue that you pointed out in an earlier one, Ms. Nelson,
same issue, yes, same issue, maintain our objection based on the merger argument.
right? And same ruling.
And then I think the other, I did have some suggestions on wording. And I
Okay.
think that the basis for my suggestions is that this instruction is really geared at telling the jurors how to fill out. The purpose of this instruction is to tell the jurors how to complete the verdict form, not really how to deliberate or anything like that. And so I would propose, let's see here. So the sentence that starts out, you must make 24 separate determinations.
Yes.
Right now it says you must determine whether every juror is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, et cetera, et cetera. And I would,
It says as to each count,
yeah,
you must determine whether every juror is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and it goes from there.
and I would propose that it state, as to each count, you must indicate on the verdict form whether or not every juror is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that language reflects the way that the court has laid out the verdict form, which is like a yes or a no. And so that's what they have to do on the verdict form, is they have to indicate on the verdict form whether or not every juror is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating factors that exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors proven by the prosecution in phase 1. Indicate whether or not.
Whether or not. Yeah, I've never been a fan of or not, because I think whether implies or not, but I'll add it because you're requesting it. You must indicate whether or not every juror is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and then it goes from there, right?
Yes, or you could say you must answer the following question, yes or no, or something like that.
I think it's fine. You must indicate whether or not every juror is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and it goes from there. Okay. So I've changed the word determine for indicate, and I added the words or not after whether, after the word whether. What else?
And then the first sentence of that third paragraph, if with respect to a count, the jury unanimously finds beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
I think it should say each juror finds beyond a reasonable doubt. And then,
Any objection, Mr. Edwards? It's the same thing. I mean, it's saying the jury unanimously finds, but
I prefer it the way that is currently in the instruction. I don't have a strong preference.
and then adding on to that at the end of, so it would read as, my proposal would be that it would read as follows. If with respect to a count, each individual juror finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating factors that exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors proven by the prosecution in phase 1 of the sentencing hearing, and all 12 jurors reach the same outcome, the foreperson shall sign on the designated line in section 1. And what that's really getting at is, again, just communicating to the jury that it's really an individual moral decision versus a group decision.
I'm going to leave it the way it is. I think that point is made very clear throughout the instructions. So that request is denied. What else?
And then I think that there's a typo where it says, and the rest of the jurors shall sign on the other lines in section 2. I think it's still in section 1 that they sign.
And that's
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Yep. Thank you for catching that. What else?
And then I think the next sentence, if with respect to a count the jury does not so find, it needs to say one or more jurors does not so find.
Mr. Edwards, any objection?
Oh, yeah.
What if I say one or more jurors do not so find?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
I think that's it, but if I can just have a moment to check my notes.
Yes, and then let me know if you have anything on the verdict form.
I think that's it for the...
The people submitted a verdict form that requires all of the jurors to sign if the answer to the question is yes. In other words, if the jury unanimously finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the mitigating factors that exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors proven by the prosecution in phase 1 of the sentencing hearing. The defense didn't submit it like that, but the people did. I'm assuming the people want it this way, Mr. Edwards?
We don't have a strong preference. The reason we suggested that, Your Honor, is that it commits each and every juror individually to have agreed to that verdict.
Ms. Nelson, I'll do it the way you want.
Upon further reflection, we're okay with the way that the court's done it, so.
Okay, great, I'll leave it like that.
And then, the court, just going back to the bias or
Yes.
prejudice instruction, we would prefer, the court gave us two choices, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
And the choice that we select without waiving our objections is prejudice, so it would read prejudice or bias of any sort against the defendant or the prosecution.
Okay, that's what I'll do. All right, are there any, now I know you tendered instructions, Ms. Nelson, and I went through all your instructions, but I'm gonna ask you to make any record that you wanna make in terms of any concepts that you think should be included in here that I haven't included and that you want me to include.
Your Honor, I think that I covered everything that we need to say.
There was a presumption.
Oh, yes,
Presumption concept, and I think we've talked about that before.
And we do maintain that the court give that.
And what the defense was asking the court to do through a tendered instruction is to tell the jury that it should start from a point of believing that there's mitigation and that the mitigation outweighs aggravation, and make it sort of like the presumption of innocence, if you will, that there's a presumption that's favorable to the defendant that the people then have to overcome. And my understanding of the case law is that that's not the way that it works. There is no presumption that applies, and there's no burden of proof that applies. Mr. Edwards, do you have a different position?
No, Your Honor, we agree with the court.
Okay, and for that reason, I did not include that concept in the instructions. Is there anything else that may have been in your tendered instructions that you think we need to talk about, Ms. Nelson?
Can I just have a moment to flip
Yes.
through them quickly, just to make sure I'm not missing anything?
Of course. While she does that, I'll ask you the same question, Mr. Edwards. I know that people tender some instructions. I specifically addressed the one that you tendered last night. Are there any other instructions you want me to consider, or are there any concepts that you want me to address that you believe were included in your tendered instructions that I haven't talked about, or that I haven't included in my draft and I really should?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think you included this concept that even though Mr. Holmes has presented evidence during this phase of the trial, you're reminded the defendant doesn't have any burden of proof. I think that's in there. I just want to confirm.
It is.
Okay.
It is. Here's what I said about it. It's an instruction that starts with neither party has the burden to prove anything in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. And then it says, the fact that a party may have chosen to present evidence in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing does not change this rule. Similarly, the fact that a party may have chosen not to present evidence in phase 2 of the sentencing hearing does not change this rule. In phase 2 of the sentencing hearing, neither party bears the burden to convince you of anything, including with respect to whether mitigation exists, the weight to be given each aggravating factor and each mitigating factor, and the outcome of the weighing process. So it's that first full paragraph of that instruction.
Further on that, Your Honor,
Okay.
there are two concepts that I wanted to highlight to the court and specifically ask the court to consider including.
Okay.
One is in our defense proposed instruction number 79. And the language, the specific language I wanted to highlight for the court. And again, in making all of these arguments, we are, of course, maintaining our position that our proposed instruction should be given as written. I'm not waiving any of that. But the sentence I wanted to highlight for the court is each individual juror has the authority and power to stop the deliberations at this point and by their decision require imposition of a life sentence. And as support for that, I would just refer the court to the last case that I have cited there in the supporting arguments and authorities, which is People versus Harlan, 109 P. 3rd, 616, Colorado, 2005.
Mr. Edwards?
Your Honor, we object to that. It's already explained in the instructions over and over again. The result of the verdict is a life sentence without.
I agree. I agree. The jury will have no doubt by the end of the instructions that's the case, and so it's unnecessary. What else?
And then the second one I would like to highlight for the court is defense proposed instruction number 84, which states the decisions you are to make concerning the life or death of another person are the most important and serious decisions that you will ever be asked to make. Each of you must fully appreciate your obligation to carefully and fairly consider the choices you have been called upon to make. Each of you must fully appreciate that the life of another person, James Holmes, rests solely in your hands, and rely on the authorities cited in that instruction.
Mr. Edwards?
Your Honor, we object to that. The sentencing phase is really phase 3, where they actually decide whether it's a life sentence or a death sentence. It's not phase 2.
I agree, and in addition, this is obviously clear to these jurors by now in terms of this being important, that someone's life is at stake. They get it. They understand that it's unnecessary, but I think it would be improper at this stage of the proceedings in any event. I read both of the instructions that have just been highlighted by the defense in terms of these tender instructions 79 and 84, and the case law or the authority cited, I didn't think supported the instructions being given, and for the reasons that I've stated, I continue to believe that they are not unnecessary or appropriate. Anything else, Ms. Nelson?
Time, Your Honor, I'll be submitting an instruction on mitigation in the morning.
So you anticipate one more instruction, right, on mitigation?
I think so. Actually, I think it'll probably be two separate ones. One that's very short, and then another one that's longer that fleshes out our theory on mitigation. I think it makes sense to just divide them into two. One would just be a list of the statutory mitigators that we're alleging or asserting, and then the other would be the longer instruction.
So you would have one that says the following are the statutory mitigators that the defense is asserting in this case, and you would have a list of those. And then the next one would be the following are non-statutory mitigators that the defense is alleging exist in this case, something along those lines.
Something like that. I would say in addition to the mitigating factors that are defined by the statute that I just listed, the defense is also something.
Okay.
And then an explanation of the rest of the mitigation.
Okay, and I'll probably plan to put those together because I'm going to try to finalize these tonight. So I'm probably going to try to put those two together, one after the other. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Ooh.
Those two instructions will follow
Each
one
other.
another. They'll be
Yes.
together.
Yes.
And where in the instructions do you think it makes the most sense to include them? Right before a mitigating factor is not a justification or excuse for the crime. That's the first instruction that talks about mitigation and defines what mitigation is.
The court on that in the morning.
Okay,
Just
that's fine.
so that I can read it through.
Okay. All right.
My instinct is to say maybe after, like immediately after that initial explanation of what mitigation is.
That's fine.
But if I can just reserve the right to change my mind.
The only
in the
thing
morning.
is in that instruction that you just referenced, there's a line that talks about the factors, the mitigating factors that were just read to you are examples of mitigation, or the mitigating factors referenced in these instructions are examples of mitigation that you may consider in reaching your phase 2 sentencing verdict. So it might make sense to have them ahead of that, but if you don't mind that and you want to put them after that, that's fine too, so.
Let me think about that for just,
Okay.
for overnight.
All right, how many pages are you anticipating these last 2 instructions will be, or do you know?
I don't know, I'd say somewhere between 7 and 10.
7 and 10 pages?
Yes.
For the 2 instructions?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything else at this time on behalf of the people, Mr. Edwards? Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor, and just so the court knows, the instruction that I'm intending to submit is similar. I don't know if the court has seen what was done in the Owens and the Bueno case, and I think Harlan is another example. But I think those instructions were of similar length, and so my instruction is going to be similar to those.
Okay. All right, we'll be in recess. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for staying late. What I would like to do is to discuss your 2 last instructions, Ms. Nelson, tomorrow, first thing in the morning at 8:40. And then maybe discuss after that the slides, the PowerPoint presentations for the 2 parties, okay? And any objections that there may be with respect to those. Is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people? No? Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, so we're back at 8:40 in the morning?
8:40, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
Well, good evening, and thank you for sticking with us for now 2 of these extraordinarily long days in a row. But tomorrow we have this light at the end of the tunnel. Not only will we have a break on Friday, but tomorrow, starting at 11:30, we are going to be hearing the closing arguments for phase 2, meaning we have reached the end of this process, and then the jury will get the case to deliberate. Unless they are extraordinarily snappy, however, the verdict in this phase will wait until next week. They, again, have Friday off, a 3-day weekend as scheduled by the court. At this point, the defense is going to still tender 2 more proposed instructions, but they said between 7 to 10 pages. And that will be among the things that the attorneys discuss tomorrow morning. So we will be back covering the courtroom starting at 8:40 as usual. The jurors will not be in the room until 11:30 for those closings. They'll have to discuss, the attorneys that is, will have to discuss these new proposals, these instructions. They'll have to discuss anything that remains, any objections about the slides. And you'll remember at the end of phase 1, there were several objections that came up at the last minute to these slideshows, these PowerPoint presentations, and that delayed us there. However, hopefully we'll get those out of the way. The judge is accommodating for that in his schedule plans for tomorrow. So the big show, the main event is going to be at 11:30 with these closings, but of course our coverage will begin again at 8:40. Because of how long today has gone, we didn't ask Dan Recht, our legal expert, to stick around with us tonight, so we're going to close things out straight away here, and we want to thank you all again for obviously continuing to stick with us through these long days, chatting with us, and giving us so much context and information and things to talk with Dan about. We appreciate your participation. We appreciate you being here with us, and we'll see you all again bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night.